She collapsed at my gates with my child in her belly. They laughed, called her filth, told me to let the snow finish what her people started. I didn't. I carried her inside while my warriors watched their warleader break every rule they ever carved into stone. Now the clans circle like wolves. My betrothed sharpens her dagger for the woman I won't release. The elders scream tradition, alliance, bloodlines, words that used to mean something.
They mean nothing now.
She's mine. The child is mine. And if they come for what's mine...
I'll paint these walls with whoever stands between us.
She thinks I saved her. She has no idea what I'm about to destroy to keep her. Stay tuned for pregnant forbidden mate, possessive orc warlord obsession, clan betrayal that ends in blood, roadside birth stakes, and a man who walks away from everything, except the only woman who ever made him kneel.
Happily ever after guaranteed. Chapter 1. Saras. The gates of Ashgar rise before me like the ribcage of some ancient beast. Steel spikes jut from crumbling concrete, and bone totems hang from rusted chains that clatter in the bitter wind. Smoke billows from forges built into the hollowed remains of what might once have been office buildings, and the acrid smell of molten metal mingles with the sweet stench of roasting meat. I press one hand against my belly, feeling the child shift restlessly beneath my ribs. The weight of him, or her, pulls at my spine, and my back screams in protest after days of walking through frozen wasteland. My boots squelch in the muddy slush that pools before the massive iron gates, and I can feel the guards watching me from their perches atop the ramparts. The wind cuts through my threadbare cloak like a blade, and I pull it tighter around my shoulders. Every breath forms a white puff in the frigid air, and my fingers have gone numb despite the worn gloves I wear. "You there!" The voice booms down from above, harsh and guttural in the way of all orc speech. I crane my neck to see two guards leaning over the wall, their tusks gleaming in the weak afternoon light. One spits, and the glob lands uncomfortably close to my feet. "Move along, human. This is no place for your kind." I shake my head, the simple movement making my vision swim with exhaustion. I can't. The guards exchange glances, and one barks out a laugh that echoes off the stone. "Can't? What's that supposed to mean? You got legs, don't you?" I'm with child. I cradle my belly with both hands now, feeling the baby kick as if responding to the tension in my voice. I need shelter. Their laughter doubles, cruel and mocking. The second guard slaps his companion on the shoulder, nearly sending him toppling from his post. "Not our problem, soft skin. Find yourself a human settlement if you want to birth your spawn." Heat flares in my chest despite the cold, and I straighten my spine as much as my condition allows. I'm carrying the child of Varath. The laughter dies as if I've slapped them both across their scarred faces. The silence stretches between us, broken only by the distant clang of hammers on anvils and the low murmur of voices from within the settlement. One guard's hand drifts to the hilt of his weapon, while the other leans forward, squinting down at me with newfound interest. "What did you say?" My heart hammers against my ribs, but I force my voice to remain steady. "Varath of Ashgar. This child is his." The guards lean forward, their expressions shifting from mockery to something darker. Recognition flickers across their scarred faces, and one nudges the other with his elbow. "That's the translator, the one who worked the summer negotiations." I remember her now." The second guard's voice drops to a growl. "Thought she looked familiar." Relief floods through me, warming my frozen limbs. They know me. They remember my service to their clan, the long hours I spent bridging the gap between their tongue and mine during the territorial disputes. "Then you know I speak truth. Varath and I—" "We know what you are." The first guard spits again, this time hitting the ground directly at my feet. "A human who spread her legs for our warleader." The words hit me like a physical blow, stealing the breath from my lungs. My hands tighten protectively around my belly, and the baby responds with a sharp kick that makes me wince. That's not... Save your lies for someone stupid enough to believe them. The second guard hefts his spear, the iron tip catching what little light filters through the grey clouds. Vargath's to be mated to Korath's daughter come spring. Think we'd let some human bastard-bearer ruin that alliance? But the child means nothing. The first guard's tusks gleam as he bears them in a snarl. Could be any human spawn. Could be a dozen different fathers for all we know. Rage burns through the exhaustion that weighs down my limbs. I take a step closer to the gate, ignoring the way my swollen ankles protest. You ignorant fools. I was there when your precious negotiations nearly collapsed because neither side could understand the other's demands about water rights. I was the one who opened her legs like the desperate little soft skin she is. The second guard laughs, the sound harsh as grinding stone. Think we don't know how humans operate? Batting your eyelashes and spreading your thighs to get what you want. I earned my place at those negotiations. You earned a quick tumble in Vargath's furs, nothing more. The first guard points his spear at me, the tip wavering dangerously close to my throat. Now move along before we decide to save everyone the trouble and gut you where you stand. The threat hangs in the air between us, cold and sharp as the winter wind. I stare up at them, these warriors I once sat beside during evening meals, who praised my quick tongue and quicker mind when translations grew complex. Now they look at me like I'm something that crawled out of a sewer. I have nowhere else to go. Not our problem. The finality in those 3 words breaks something inside me. Tears blur my vision, hot against my frozen cheeks, and I stumble backward from the gate. My legs shake with more than cold now, and each step sends shooting pains up my spine. Fine. The word comes out as barely a whisper. Fine. I turn away from the gates, from the warmth and safety I'd imagined waiting beyond them. The wind cuts through my cloak like it's made of cobwebs, and I wrap my arms around my belly as another contraction ripples through me. Not labour pains, not yet, but the warning aches that tell me my body grows tired of carrying this burden. The wall stretches endlessly in both directions, broken concrete and rusted rebar creating small alcoves where the wind might not reach. I stumble toward the nearest one, my vision swimming with exhaustion and unshed tears. The baby kicks frantically, as if sensing my distress, and I press my hand against the spot where tiny feet drum against my ribs. I'm sorry, I whisper to my unborn child. I'm so sorry. The alcove provides little shelter, but it's better than standing exposed in the open. I sink down against the cold stone, my legs finally giving out completely. The ground beneath me is frozen solid, and within moments the chill seeps through my thin cloak and into my bones. I close my eyes and let my head fall back against the wall. If there's anyone out there who might be listening, I murmur, my breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. Please, I don't ask for much, just don't let my child die because of my mistakes. The cold wraps around me like a shroud, and darkness creeps in at the edges of my vision. My last coherent thought before unconsciousness takes me is a prayer that someone, anyone, might find mercy for a fool who believed love could conquer the weight of tradition. In the fevered space between waking and sleep, I hear his voice again, deep and rough like gravel, but gentle when he spoke my name. Saras. His hands had been so large against my skin, calloused from years of weapon work, but careful as they traced the curve of my spine. In the darkness behind my eyelids, I can see those dark eyes again, not the cold black of most orcs, but warm brown like river stones in sunlight. I found you.
Chapter 2. Vargath. The blood on my gauntlets has long since frozen, cracking like rust-colored ice with each flex of my fingers around the reins. My warg snorts beneath me, breath steaming in the bitter air as we crest the final ridge before Ashgar. Behind me, 20 warriors follow in loose formation, their mounts picking careful paths through snow that reaches past their fetlocks. Home. The word tastes bitter as old leather. The stronghold sprawls below us like a wound carved into the frozen earth. Smoke rises from a dozen forges, and the skeletal remains of human towers pierce the gray sky like broken bones. I can smell the familiar mixture of coal smoke, roasting meat, and the sharp tang of worked metal that marks every orc settlement. You're grinding your teeth again. Gargan guides his mount alongside mine. My second-in-command has the annoying habit of reading my moods better than I read them myself. I don't grind my teeth. Right. And I don't scratch my arse when I think nobody's watching. He shifts in his saddle, leather creaking against the cold. What's eating at you? We won. The victory feels hollow. 20 dead humans, their blood painting the snow red, all because Korath wanted to test my resolve before the spring negotiations. Political theater played out with real corpses. They never posed any threat to the likes of our clan, and Korath knew it. I knew it. Just eager to get this over with. This being the formal welcome, the feast, or the part where they parade you around like a prize bull before the mating ceremony. I shoot him a look sharp enough to cut stone, but Gargan just grins. His broken tusk gives the expression a lopsided quality that would be comical if I didn't know how he'd earned that particular scar. Careful, Gargan. Your tongue's getting loose in your old age. Old age, he says. I'm 2 years older than you. You overgrown whelp. He scratches his jaw where a dark elf blade had carved a furrow years ago. Besides, someone needs to remind you that scowling won't make Korath's daughter any prettier. The mention of Jara sends a familiar twist of dread through my gut. Not because she's ugly, she's not, but because she represents everything I've been trained to want, and nothing I actually do. A political alliance wrapped in the ceremony of mating, designed to bind two clans together with bonds stronger than steel. She's perfectly adequate. Adequate. Gargan rolls the word around like he's tasting spoiled meat. There's the romantic spirit that'll sweep her off her feet. Before I can respond with something appropriately cutting, voices drift up from the base of the outer wall. Harsh orc syllables, but with an edge of excitement that makes my steed's ears prick forward. I hold up a fist, and the warband draws to a halt behind us. What's that about? Gargan shades his eyes with one gauntleted hand, peering down at the cluster of figures near the gate. Guards. Looks like they've found something. Or someone. The figures shift, and I catch a glimpse of something small and pale crumpled against the dark stone of the wall. Too small to be an orc, too still to be moving under its own power. Probably another refugee. I nudge my mount forward, beginning the descent toward the gates. The winter's been hard on the human settlements. Since when do refugees rate this much attention? He's right. The guards cluster around their discovery like carrion birds around fresh meat, and their voices carry the particular tone orcs use when discussing something that amuses them. Not the respectful wariness they'd show a genuine threat, but the cruel entertainment they find in others' misfortune. We draw closer, and details sharpen through the falling snow. A woman, definitely human, wrapped in a cloak that might once have been brown, but now looks closer to gray. She's unconscious, or worse, and her position against the wall suggests she's been there for some time. The guards notice our approach and straighten, hands moving instinctively to weapons before they recognize my banner. One of them, a scarred veteran named Thorgak, raises his hand in salute. Warleader, welcome back to Ashgar. I don't return the greeting. My attention fixes on the figure at their feet, and something cold that has nothing to do with the weather settles in my chest. What's this? Just some human refuse, sir. Probably froze to death trying to find shelter. Thorgak nudges the still form with his boot, and I have to clench my jaw to keep from snarling at him. We were about to dispose of... Don't touch her. The words come out harsh, and every guard within hearing distance goes still. Gargan shoots me a questioning look, but I'm already dismounting, my boots hitting the frozen ground with enough force to send up small puffs of snow. I step closer, and the world tilts sideways. The face beneath the frost-matted hair belongs to someone I never expected to see again, someone I'd convinced myself I'd forgotten. Saras. Her name escapes like a prayer, barely audible above the wind. The human translator who'd spent 3 months at the winter negotiations. The woman who challenged my assumptions about her people with every conversation. The one who'd seen that I was more than just another orc warleader playing politics. The one I'd left without a word. My eyes drop to her body, and the air leaves my lungs in a rush. Her cloak has fallen open, revealing the unmistakable curve of her belly. Even through the layers of clothing, there's no mistaking what I'm seeing. She's pregnant, very pregnant. Ah! Look at that. Thorgak sneers, prodding her again with his boot. The little human was trying to sneak in and dump her bastard on us. Probably hoped we'd... Shut your mouth. The words come out as a snarl, low and dangerous enough to make every guard take a step back. Thorgak's hand drops to his weapon, confusion flickering across his scarred features. Sir, I said shut your mouth before I shut it for you. I drop to one knee beside her, my gauntleted hands hovering over her still form. This close, I can see the blue tinge to her lips, the way her breathing comes in shallow, rapid puffs. She's been out here too long. Vargath! Gargan's voice cuts through the roaring in my ears. What are you doing? What am I doing? Good question. The smart thing would be to let the guards handle this. To pretend I don't recognize her. To walk away and let politics be politics. Instead, I strip off my gauntlets and press my fingers to her throat, searching for a pulse. It's there, weak but steady, and some tension I didn't know I was carrying releases from my shoulders. Her skin burns with fever despite the cold, and when I brush the hair from her face, she stirs slightly. Her lips part, forming words too quiet to hear. The child she carries could be anyone's, should be anyone's. The timing fits perfectly. I found you, I whisper, the words meant for her alone. Sir? Thorgak's voice holds a note of impatience. Should we dispose of the body? The cold will finish what... I surge to my feet and the guard stumbles backward. Touch her again and lose the hand. The silence stretches like a bowstring. 20 warriors watch their warleader cradle a pregnant human woman like she's made of spun glass. I can practically hear their thoughts grinding away, trying to make sense of what they're witnessing. Gargan moves closer, his voice pitched low. Vargath, you need to think about this. I am thinking. I slide my arms beneath her shoulders and knees, lifting her against my chest. She weighs almost nothing, all sharp angles and hollow places where there should be curves. I'm thinking she'll die if she stays out here. That's not what I know exactly what you mean. I turn toward my mount, Saras cradled against my armor. And right now, I don't care. My warhorse stands patient as stone while I figure out how to mount with my arms full. It takes some maneuvering, but I manage to settle into the saddle with Saras positioned across my lap, her head resting against my shoulder. The gates of Ashgar loom ahead, and beyond them, 100 complications I'm not ready to face. But her breath is warm against my neck, and for the first time in months, something that feels almost like hope stirs in my chest.
Chapter 3. Saras. Warmth seeps through my bones like honey through bread, the first real warmth I've felt in... how long? My eyelids flutter open to reveal stone walls dancing with orange light, shadows shifting across carved surfaces that smell of smoke, and something herbal I can't place. The bed beneath me cradles my body in layers of thick furs that scratch pleasantly against my skin. Real furs, not the thin wool blankets I'd grown used to in the human settlements. My fingers spread across the soft pelts, testing their reality. Then memory crashes back like ice water. The gates, the guards, the terrible cold eating through my bones as I collapsed against. My hands fly to my belly, pressing against the curve that has become my constant companion. For one heart-stopping moment, I feel nothing. Then a familiar flutter kicks against my palm, strong and insistent. Thank God. The words escape as a shaky whisper. But which God? And where exactly am I thanking them from? The chamber around me looks carved from living rock, walls smooth and dark except where torchlight catches veins of some lighter stone. Orc work, definitely. The craftsmanship speaks of permanence, of a people who build to last centuries rather than seasons. Am I dead? The thought arrives with surprising calm. Perhaps this is some afterlife, some place where the unborn and their mothers go when winter claims them both. The warmth feels too perfect, the furs too soft, the complete absence of pain too good to be real. I lift one hand to examine it in the flickering light. The skin looks pale but solid, the small scar on my knuckle from a childhood accident still visible. Dead people probably don't have scars. You're awake. The voice makes me jump, my heart hammering against my ribs. An orc woman emerges from the shadows near what must be a doorway, though the torchlight hadn't revealed it before. She moves with the careful gait of someone whose joints have seen too many winters, her grey-green skin marked with the ritual scars that speak of deep faith among her people. I was beginning to wonder if you'd decided to sleep until spring. She carries a wooden cup that steams in the cool air, herbs and honey mixing with something earthier. Her eyes, dark as river stones, study my face with the intensity of someone reading ancient text. Am I clear my throat, surprised by how raw it sounds. Am I dead? A sound that might be laughter rumbles from her chest. Dead? Child, if you were dead, you wouldn't be complaining about the accommodations. She settles onto a low stool beside the bed, joints creaking audibly. This close, I can smell ash and dried plants clinging to her robes, the scent of someone who spends their days mixing remedies and tending fires. Drink. She extends the cup toward me. Your body has been fighting fever for 2 days. You need fluids. 2 days. I accept the cup with trembling fingers, the heat seeping through the wood into my palms. The liquid inside tastes of mint and honey, with an underlying bitterness that makes me wrinkle my nose. All of it, she commands when I pause. Unless you prefer the taste of death. I'm told it's considerably less pleasant. 2 days, I repeat, obeying her instruction. The tea settles warm in my stomach, and some tension I didn't realise I was carrying begins to ease. How did I get here? A warrior brought you. Her tone gives away nothing, but something shifts in her expression. High-ranking, from the look of his armour and the way the guards scattered when he spoke. Did he? I swallow hard, the words sticking in my throat. Did he give a name? Names are dangerous things in Ashgar these days. She takes the empty cup from my hands, her fingers rough with calluses and old burns. Better to focus on the fact that someone thought you worth saving. I won't be staying long. The words tumble out before I can stop them, defensive and sharp. Just until the baby comes, then I'll find somewhere else. Maedra's weathered hands pause in their arrangement of dried herbs on the small table beside my bed. A smile tugs at the corner of her mouth, the expression more knowing than kind. Ah, yes, because newborns are famous for their travelling abilities, especially in winter. Heat creeps up my neck. I've managed this far on my own. Have you? She turns to face me fully, those dark eyes boring into mine. Because from where I sit, you collapsed half dead at our gates carrying a child that kicks like a warrior already. The baby chooses that moment to prove her point, a sharp jab against my ribs that makes me wince. Maedra notices, of course. I was hoping that their father would accept them and raise them here. I whisper, eyes looking pointedly at the floor. This place isn't what you remember from your diplomatic visits, she continues, settling back onto her stool. Ashgar has grown watchful. Ancient things stir beneath these stones, and the powerful feel it in their bones. Makes them nervous. Nervous orcs do stupid things. What kind of stupid things? Her fingers trace one of the ritual scars along her jaw, the gesture absent and practiced. The kind that happen when warriors forget the small things, when they think strength alone builds empires. The chamber feels smaller suddenly, shadows pressing closer despite the steady torchlight. You're trying to frighten me. Child, if I wanted to frighten you, I'd tell you about the dreams the shamans have been having, or the way the sacred fires keep burning blue instead of orange. She stands, joints protesting audibly. But you need rest, not nightmares. Sleep does pull at my eyelids, the warmth of the furs and the lingering effects of whatever she gave me making my limbs heavy. The warrior who brought me here will still exist tomorrow. Maedra moves toward the doorway, her footsteps soft against the stone floor. Some things improve with patience. I want to argue, to demand answers about who saved me and why. But my body betrays me, exhaustion winning over curiosity. My eyes drift shut as her footsteps fade into the corridor beyond. The last thing I hear is the soft whoosh of air, like breath across coals. When I crack my eyes open, orange light dances differently across the walls, brighter, warmer. Maedra stands silhouetted in the doorway, perfectly still. Just beyond her, where I'm certain there was only empty corridor before, a ceremonial flame totem blazes with life. The carved bone and metal structure glows as if lit from within, flames licking upward without wood or oil to feed them. She doesn't speak, doesn't move, just watches the fire that lit itself burn.
Chapter 4. Vargath. My quarters offer no sanctuary. The stone walls that once felt like protection now press close, trapping the scent of leather and weapon oil with something else, something that clings to my clothes like smoke. The memory of her weight in my arms, the way she fit against my chest as if carved to match. I strip off my battle harness with more force than necessary, buckles clanging against the floor. The ritual burn scars along my arms catch the torchlight, reminders of oaths sworn and prices paid. Duty, honor, tradition. The sound of silk against stone announces her presence before she speaks. What was that human doing in your arms? Jara glides into my chambers without invitation, her ceremonial tattoos stark against pale green skin. The intricate patterns speak of lineage and political worth, each mark a calculated investment in our arranged future. Her armor gleams despite the late hour, not a piece out of place. I don't turn to face her. I don't know what you mean. The guards talk, Vargath. Her voice carries the precise diction of someone who measures each word for maximum impact. They say you rode through the gates, cradling a human woman like she was made of spun glass. My hands pause on the leather bracers I'm unlacing. Guards gossip like old women at market. Since when do you listen to their chatter? Since my betrothed makes a spectacle of himself, carrying strange women into our stronghold. The silk rustles as she moves closer. Who was she? A sick woman who collapsed at our gates. I finally turn, meeting her sharp gaze with practiced indifference. Nothing more. Jara's eyes narrow, searching my face for tells I learned to hide years ago. Her fingers trace the ceremonial dagger at her belt, a gesture that might seem absent if you didn't know her better. Strange. I would have thought a war leader's first concern would be security, not charity. My concerns are my own. Not anymore. She steps forward, closing the distance between us. Our union binds more than just our bodies, Vargath. Your reputation affects mine. Your choices become mine. The familiar weight of obligation settles across my shoulders like armor that never comes off. Political marriage, strategic alliance, the continuation of bloodlines that matter to people who count power in generations rather than heartbeats. She was dying in the snow. Each word tastes like ash. Would you have me leave her there? If she threatens what we've built, yes. The certainty in her voice chills me more than the winter wind. This is the woman I'm meant to bind myself to, the mother of children I'm supposed to sire for the good of the clan. The thought sits in my stomach like swallowed iron. I need air. I stride past her toward the door, but her voice follows like a blade between the ribs. This conversation isn't finished. It is for tonight. The corridors of Ashgar echo with my footsteps, each sound bouncing off ancient stones that remember when humans built these walls. Before my people claimed them. Before politics and arranged marriages and the weight of expectation crushed everything that might have been simple. The dining hall sprawls before me, mostly empty at this hour. A few warriors nurse tankards of ale, their conversations muted by exhaustion and drink. The serving fires cast everything in warm orange light, a stark contrast to the cold precision of my quarters. I claim a seat at one of the long tables, grateful for the distance from other voices. Food might settle the churning in my gut, might give my hands something to do besides remember the curve of her body against mine. The bench creaks as someone settles beside me. Gargan's scarred face catches the firelight, his broken tusk visible when he grimaces. Still thinking about that woman? I don't answer, focusing instead on the bread and meat a server places before me. The food tastes like nothing, but I chew anyway. The one from the gates, he continues, as if I might have forgotten. Pregnant, human, unconscious in the snow. Drop it, Gargan. Can't do that. He takes a long pull from his ale, foam clinging to his upper lip. Not when you're walking around like someone stole your favorite axe. Later, after the food fails to fill the hollow space inside my chest, Gargan corners me near the armory. His bulk blocks the corridor, making it clear this conversation won't be avoided. You're acting like she matters. We stare at each other, each taking the words like a challenge. My fingers find the pommel of my blade, old habit when cornered. I don't know what you think you saw. I saw you cradle her like she was precious. His dark eyes bore into mine, reading truths I'm not ready to speak. I saw you check her breathing 3 times on the ride to the healer's quarters. You saw me help a dying woman. I saw you help the mother of your child, one that shouldn't exist. The admission hits like a warhammer to the chest. No denial comes, no practiced deflection, just the weight of truth settling between us like a stone. The baby, growing inside her even now, carrying my blood, my legacy. The knock comes near midnight, soft as moth wings against stone. I sit up from where I'd been staring at the ceiling, counting heartbeats instead of sleeping. My hand finds the blade beside my bed before my feet hit the floor. Enter. The door creaks open to reveal a figure I haven't seen in months. Maedra shuffles forward, her gray-green skin catching the dying torchlight. Ritual scars crisscross her weathered face like a map of forgotten wars, and the smell of ash and dried herbs follows her like incense. My heart thumps so violently that it feels like my chest could cave in on itself. What's wrong? Is she? The human lives? Maedra's voice rasps like wind through old bones. For now. Relief floods through me, followed immediately by shame at how obvious my concern must be. The last elder of Ashgar misses nothing, and her dark eyes study me with the intensity of someone reading omens in bird flight. Then why are you here? She moves deeper into my chambers, her gnarled staff tapping against the stones. Each step seems deliberate, as if she's following a path only she can see. Tell me, warleader, are you ready for the God's test? The question lands unexpected and sharp. What test? The one that comes when blood calls to blood. Her fingers trace symbols in the air, movements too quick to follow. When lineage demands its due, I shake my head, frustration building. Speak plainly, Elder. I have no patience for riddles tonight. The plentiful god marks his chosen. She steps closer, and I catch the scent of sacred smoke clinging to her robes. Marks them with burdens that break lesser souls. If you're talking about the woman, I speak of what grows within her. Madra's eyes bore into mine. What grows because the divine wills it so. The words twist in my gut like poison. Divine will. As if the night I spent with Saras was anything more than weakness, anything beyond the selfish hunger of a man who forgot his duty. That child is no god's doing. Isn't it? Her laugh sounds like dried leaves cracking. When flame totems light themselves, when the old stones sing lullabies to unborn babes. My blood chills. What are you saying? I'm saying the test comes whether you're ready or not. She turns toward the door, her staff clicking against the floor. The question is whether you'll pass it. Wait! But she's already moving, her bent form disappearing into the corridor shadows. The door closes with a soft thud, leaving me alone with questions that taste like copper and fear. I stride to where she stood, searching for some sign of her cryptic warning. The stones look the same as always, worn smooth by generations of boots and blood. Nothing seems... there. Ash scattered across the floor in precise lines, forming a symbol I recognize from childhood lessons. The glyph for lineage, for blood that carries forward through time, binding past to future with chains stronger than iron. I blink, and it's gone. Just dust and shadow where moments before divine meaning had burned itself into my floor.
Chapter 5. Saras. Hunger wakes me, sharp teeth gnawing at my insides with the persistence of winter wind. My stomach contracts, empty and demanding, while the baby responds with restless kicks against my ribs. The sensation doubles the ache, reminding me I'm feeding two now. I blink against the dim torchlight, trying to orient myself in this stone chamber. The walls stretch up into shadow, carved from blocks that speak of human craftsmanship overlaid with cruder orc additions. Metal brackets hold flickering flames that cast dancing patterns across rough-hewn surfaces. My hands explore the space around the bed, thick furs that smell of smoke and something wild. Beyond them, the room reveals itself in sparse detail. A wooden table pushed against one wall. A basin for washing. Stone floor worn smooth by countless feet. No door handle. I push myself upright, ignoring the protest from muscles still weak from whatever fever claimed me. The door looms heavy and iron-bound, secured with bolts that clearly operate from the outside. Above it, a narrow vent allows air to circulate, too small for escape, but large enough to suggest freedom exists somewhere beyond these walls. Prisoner or guest? I mutter, swinging my legs over the bed's edge. The distinction matters less than the growing hollow in my belly. If they mean to keep me here, they'll need to feed me. The baby kicks again, more insistent this time, and I press my palm against the curve where it grows. I know, little one. We need to find food. The table scrapes against stone as I drag it beneath the vent. My movements feel clumsy, weighted by pregnancy and lingering weakness, but determination overrides discomfort. I've spent months learning to rely on myself. I won't start playing helpless now. The wood creaks under my weight as I climb onto its surface. My belly makes balance precarious, forcing me to brace one hand against the wall while reaching upward with the other. The vent sits just within reach, iron bars cool against my fingertips. What are you doing? The voice rumbles from behind me, low and dangerous as distant thunder. My heart slams against my ribs as I turn, nearly losing my footing on the unsteady table. He fills the doorway like a force of nature contained in flesh and bone. Broad shoulders strain against leather and mail, casting shadows that seem to devour the torchlight. Dark olive skin bears the marks of countless battles, scars that catch the flame's glow like silver thread woven through bronze. His hair hangs in war braids, black as midnight, and bound with metal rings that speak of rank and violence. But it's his eyes that steal my breath. Deep brown, almost black, framed by heavy brows, and holding an intensity that cuts through every defence I've built. Those eyes haunted my fever dreams, along with the memory of how they softened in darkness, how they gazed down at me as if I was something precious rather than tolerated. Heavy tusks curve from his lower jaw, marking him as pure-blood orc, yet his features hold a refinement that speaks of intelligence alongside brutality. Ritual burn scars spiral up both arms in patterns I recognise from diplomatic texts, marks of leadership earned through trial and pain. Varath, the father of my child, standing here like he stepped directly from memory into flesh. I asked you a question. His voice carries the authority of someone accustomed to immediate answers. My mouth goes dry. The table wobbles beneath me as I struggle to find words that don't sound like accusations or pleas. I was hungry. The simple honesty seems to catch him off guard. His dark eyes flick from my face to my swollen belly, then back again. Something shifts in his expression, too quick to name but gone before I can grasp it. So you decided to crawl through the ventilation? Heat rises in my cheeks. I didn't know if anyone would bring food. I've been here for… how long? 2 days. 2 days without eating. No wonder the hunger feels like it's consuming me from the inside. I press my hand against my belly again, feeling the baby's restless movement. Then yes, I was going to crawl through the vent if necessary. I meet his gaze, refusing to show shame for surviving. Pregnancy tends to make one resourceful. He stares at me wordlessly, those dark eyes boring into mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. The silence stretches between us like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. My mouth goes dry under his scrutiny, and I can feel heat creeping up my neck. I need to get down from this table before I fall and hurt the baby. My fingers tremble as I grip the edge, preparing to climb down. The added weight of pregnancy throws off my balance completely. What used to be simple movement now requires careful calculation. I turn sideways, feeling for the table's edge with one foot, while my belly shifts and pulls at my centre of gravity. The baby chooses that moment to kick, hard enough to make me gasp. My hand flies to my side, and for a heartbeat I wobble precariously on the table's edge. Varath takes a half step forward, his warrior's reflexes engaging, but I manage to steady myself and lower my foot to the floor. As I turn to face him fully, memories crash through my defences like a dam bursting, his breath hot against my skin, the weight of his body pressing mine into soft furs, the way his hands traced my curves with reverent precision, like he was memorising every inch. The sound he made when I whispered his name in the darkness, raw and desperate and completely unguarded. I blink hard, forcing the images away, but they leave heat pooling low in my belly. Varath moves with predatory grace to a side table I hadn't noticed, lifting a wooden bowl and water skin. Steam rises from the bowl's contents, carrying the rich scent of meat and herbs that makes my stomach clench with need. He sets both down on the table I just vacated, the wooden surface creaking under the weight. The silence stretches. He doesn't retreat to a safe distance or offer explanations, just stands there, arms crossed over his broad chest, watching me with unreadable eyes. The ritual burn scars along his forearms catch the torchlight, spiralling patterns that speak of pain endured for honour's sake. My hands shake as I reach for the bowl. The soup is thick with chunks of meat and root vegetables, seasoned with herbs that taste of home and warmth. I force myself to eat slowly despite my body's demands, aware of his gaze tracking every movement. Then, flat as a blade across stone, he asks, "Is it mine?" The spoon freezes halfway to my mouth. My chest tightens, and for a moment I can't breathe around the weight of the question. Not because I don't know the answer, but because of how he asks it, like he's discussing the weather or troop movements rather than the child growing inside me. I set the spoon down carefully and meet his eyes. I nod once. I won't stay long. I just want to give birth safely. If you don't want the child, I'll leave with it. Varath doesn't respond, doesn't flinch. His expression remains carved from granite, revealing nothing of whatever thoughts churn behind those dark eyes. He stares a beat longer, as if memorizing my face or searching for lies in my features. Then he turns and walks out without a word, leaving me alone with the soup and the echo of his silence.
Chapter 6. Vargath. I march from the temple quarters with purpose, my boots echoing off stone that remembers human architects. The corridors of Ashgar twist through layers of history, our crude additions grafted onto their elegant bones like scar tissue over old wounds. The High Council chamber looms ahead, its entrance carved from what once served as a human courthouse. Massive columns support a ceiling that sags under the weight of orc modifications, iron beams welded across marble arches in patterns that speak more of function than beauty. Through the gap between ancient doors, I catch fragments of conversation that should involve troop movements and supply lines. Instead, the air tastes wrong, thick with tension that is far from being caused by raids. I push through the doors expecting to find the elders hunched over maps, debating patrol routes and weapon stores. The chamber stretches before me, its floor a patchwork of salvaged marble and rough-hewn stone. Torches burn in brackets that once held electric lights, casting dancing shadows across walls lined with trophies of war. But the council table sits empty of charts, no reports scattered across its surface, no markers indicating enemy positions. Instead, the 5 elders cluster around a single figure like carrion birds circling fresh meat. Jara stands at their center, tall and sharp-featured, her ceremonial tattoos catching the torchlight. Her armor gleams with fresh polish, every piece positioned for maximum effect. Even her hair falls in calculated waves that frame her face like a weapon designed to cut. "There is a human in the temple district," she says, her voice carrying the soft poison of winter honey. Sick, pregnant. She poses a threat. My blood turns to ice. My fingers curl around my sword hilt without conscious thought, the leather-wrapped grip familiar as my own heartbeat. Every muscle in my body coils tight, ready for violence that I can't unleash here. Not yet. Elder Morvac, ancient and scarred from a lifetime of battles, leans forward on his walking stick. What manner of threat? The kind that breeds weakness. Jara's eyes sweep the gathered faces, ensuring she holds their attention. She carries mixed blood, bastard spawn that will corrupt our lineage if allowed to live. Elder Thessa, the only female among the council, drums her fingers against the table's edge. You speak of corruption, but mixed blood has strengthened other clans. Other clans grow soft, Jara counters smoothly. We are Ashgar. We are pure. We do not dilute our strength with human frailty. My jaw clenches so hard my tusks ache. The urge to cross the chamber and silence her with steel burns in my chest. But I force myself to remain still, to listen, to learn exactly how deep this poison runs. Elder Gorek, whose battle axe rests against his chair like a faithful hound, grunts his approval. The female speaks truth. Humans bring nothing but weakness. She brings disease, Jara continues, warming to her theme. I've seen her stumbling through our sacred spaces, defiling them with her presence. Who knows what sickness she carries? What curses she might spread to our young? Lies. Every word tastes of lies, but they fall on eager ears. I can see it in their faces, the fear that masquerades as righteousness, the hatred that calls itself tradition. Where did she come from? Elder Thessa asks. Jara shrugs with practiced indifference. The wasteland, crawling to our gates like a dying animal. Some fool guard took pity and let her inside, but mercy has limits. Indeed it does. Elder Morvac's voice carries the weight of final judgment. We cannot harbor threats, no matter how pathetic they appear. My hand tightens on my sword until the metal bites through leather into my palm. They speak of Saras like she's a plague rat rather than a woman carrying life. My child. The thought roars through my skull, demanding action that I can't take without destroying everything I've built. "What do you propose?" Gorak asks. Jara's smile cuts like a blade. "Exile. Cast her out before she can spread her corruption further. Into the wasteland? While pregnant." Thessa's voice holds a note of doubt. "That's death by another name." "Then she should have thought of that before coming here." I clear my throat. The sound cuts through their plotting like an axe through bone. Every head turns toward me, conversations dying mid-syllable. The chamber falls into the kind of silence that precedes either revelation or bloodshed. "She carries my child." The words drop into the quiet like stones into still water, sending ripples of shock across their faces. Elder Morvak's walking stick clatters against the floor as his grip loosens. Thessa's drumming fingers freeze mid-tap. Even Gorak's perpetual scowl deepens into something approaching disbelief. Elder Jorvak, the youngest of the council, shoots to his feet so fast his chair scrapes against stone. His face flushes dark with outrage, tusks bared. "You mated with a human? That's forbidden." I don't flinch, don't defend, don't explain the circumstances or the wine or the way her eyes caught torchlight like amber. The facts stand naked and brutal as winter. "It was one night long ago." My voice carries no shame, no regret, just the flat certainty of truth. I haven't decided what to do with her yet. Jara recovers first, her shock melting into something sharper and more dangerous. She steps forward, her armor catching the light as she moves with predatory grace. "One night means nothing." Her voice drips with honeyed poison. "Orcs use humans for their pleasure all the time. It's natural. Expected, even." Elder Thessa's eyebrows climb toward her hairline. "Expected? Of course." Jara waves a dismissive hand, as if explaining something obvious to a child. "Young warriors need outlets for their urges. Better a human than weakening our bloodlines through careless breeding." The casual cruelty in her tone makes my jaw clench, but she continues without pause. "One night isn't a mated bond. Neither is a bastard child." She turns toward me, her smile sharp enough to draw blood. "These things can be remedied quickly. Quietly. The wedding can continue as planned." Gorak grunts his agreement. "The female speaks sense. A moment's weakness doesn't require a lifetime of consequence." "Remedied?" Thessa's voice carries a note I can't quite identify. "What exactly are you suggesting?" Jara's smile widens. "Exile serves many purposes. The human leaves. The problem disappears. Our bloodlines remain pure." The word pure tastes like ash in my mouth. I've seen what their purity produces, weak-chinned airs and inbred madness, but I keep my expression neutral, my voice level. "As I said, I haven't decided." The buzzing starts immediately, whispered conversations that spread like wildfire through the chamber. I catch fragments. "Disgrace. Pollution. What will the other clans think?" I turn on my heel and walk toward the doors, my boots echoing against stone with each measured step. Behind me, the buzzing grows louder, more agitated. I hear Jara's voice rising above the rest, poisoning minds with her careful words. "Let them buzz. Let them plot. They'll learn soon enough that some decisions aren't theirs to make."
Chapter 7. Saras. The soup warms me from the inside out, each spoonful spreading heat through my chest and down into my limbs. Rich broth with chunks of meat I can't identify. Probably better not to ask. The bowl feels substantial in my hands, carved from some dark wood that's been worn smooth by countless meals. I take my time with each bite, savouring the salt and herbs that dance across my tongue. My stomach, cramped with hunger for so long, finally begins to unclench. The baby shifts inside me, settling into a more comfortable position as warmth spreads through my body. When the last drop disappears, I set the bowl aside and eye the rickety rocking chair positioned near the brazier. Its wooden frame looks like it survived the same architectural collision as the rest of Ashgar. Human craftsmanship with orc modifications. Someone welded iron reinforcements to the joints and replaced the original seat with thick leather stretched taut across the frame. I lower myself into it carefully, testing its stability before trusting it with my full weight. The chair holds, creaking softly as I settle back. My hand finds its familiar place on my swollen stomach, fingers tracing the curve that houses my child. The brazier crackles beside me, flames dancing across coals that glow like tiny suns. Heat radiates against my face and arms, chasing away the last of the cold that's lived in my bones since I left the human territories. For the first time in weeks, I'm truly warm. My thumb brushes across my belly in slow circles, and the baby responds with a gentle flutter. Not the sharp kicks that sometimes steal my breath, just a soft movement that feels like greeting. "Hello to you too," I whisper. The melody comes without conscious thought, rising from some deep place where childhood memories live. My mother's voice echoes in my mind as I begin to hum, soft, wordless notes that flow together like water over stones. The same lullaby she sang when fever kept me awake, when storms rattled our windows, when the world felt too big and frightening for a small girl to bear. The tune drifts through the stone chamber, bouncing off walls that have heard countless secrets. My voice wavers slightly. I haven't sung in months, haven't had reason to, but the melody finds its rhythm, and my throat remembers how to shape the notes. The baby stills completely, listening. I can feel the attention in the way the movements pause, the way my belly seems to tighten slightly, as if straining to hear better. My fingers trace slow circles on my belly, and the warmth of the brazier seems to pull memories from the depths where I've buried them. The heat against my face becomes another fire, in another place, months ago. His fingers had found mine during the first negotiation, when Chief Gorak was bellowing about territorial boundaries, and I was scribbling translations as fast as my hand could move. A simple brush of knuckles against my wrist as Vargarth passed me a corrected map. Nothing more than an accident, except for how his touch lingered a heartbeat too long. The second time, he'd reached beneath the table during a particularly heated exchange about trade routes. His palm settled against my knee. Warm, steady, grounding me when voices rose to near shouting around us. I should have pulled away. Instead, I'd pressed my leg against his hand. By the third day, we'd developed a language of glances and careful touches. His thumb tracing my knuckles when he handed me documents, my fingers brushing his when I returned them. Small rebellions against the formal distance our positions demanded. "You translate more than words," he'd said after that final session, when the tent had emptied and we were alone with dying firelight. "And you see more than most warriors choose to. Perhaps that's why we understand each other." The memory shifts, deepens. My hand stills on my belly as I remember how his touch had mapped every inch of my skin, like he was learning a new language. The negotiation tent had emptied hours before, leaving only scattered parchments and the dying embers of the central fire. I should have returned to my quarters, should have followed protocol. Instead, I lingered, pretending to organize documents that needed no organizing. Vargath emerged from the shadows near the tent's edge, his armour discarded somewhere behind him. Firelight caught the ritual scars that traced his forearms, precise lines burned into dark olive skin, each mark earned through trials I could only imagine. "You stayed." His voice carried surprise, as if he hadn't expected me to be there despite the glances we'd shared across the negotiation table all day. Those moments when his fingers would brush mine as we passed documents, when his knee would press against my thigh under the table during heated exchanges between our peoples. "I stayed," He moved closer, and I could see how the firelight painted every ridge of muscle across his chest, every old wound that had healed into silver lines. His tusks caught the glow when he smiled, not the diplomatic expression he wore during formal meetings, but something genuine and uncertain. "I've been thinking about you." His hand reached toward my face, then hesitated. "Is that permitted?" I caught his wrist, guided his palm to my cheek. "Since when do warriors ask permission?" "Since they care about the answer." The admission hung between us like a bridge neither of us had expected to build. His thumb traced my cheekbone, and I realized no one had ever touched me like that, as if I might disappear, as if I were something precious rather than useful. "You see me?" The words slipped out before I could stop them. How could I not? His other hand found my waist, drew me closer until I could feel the heat radiating from his skin. "You argue with chieftains like they're children. You translate not just words but intent, emotion, the things people don't say. You're magnificent." Magnificent, not helpful, not competent, magnificent. When he kissed me, it tasted like confession. Desperate and reverent and tinged with the knowledge that dawn would steal this moment from us. His mouth moved against mine like he was memorizing the shape of my lips, the way I breathed his name between kisses. The memory fractures, sharp edges cutting deeper than I expect. I press both hands against my belly, feeling the steady rhythm of life beneath my palms. The baby shifts, responds to my touch with a gentle roll that ripples across my stretched skin. A sigh escapes me, long, shaky, carrying months of buried grief. It had been one night, one perfect, impossible night that shattered something fundamental inside me, broke open chambers of my heart I hadn't known existed. Before Varath, I'd been content with being useful, competent, the translator who bridged worlds without belonging to either. He'd shown me what it felt like to be chosen instead of merely tolerated, to be seen as magnificent rather than simply functional. One night. And now I carry the consequence of that revelation in my womb, a child who will inherit my displacement, my eternal position on the outside of every circle. "You're not a mistake," I whisper to the curve of my belly, voice barely audible above the crackling brazier. My thumbs trace gentle circles over the spot where tiny feet press against my ribs. "Even if he never loves us, even if we never belong anywhere." The baby stills at my voice, listening with the intense focus only the unborn seem capable of. I imagine dark eyes behind closed lids, tusks that might never grow, hands that will reach for a world unprepared to embrace them. "You're not a mistake," I repeat, stronger now. "You're proof that something beautiful can come from broken things."
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 8. Vargath. Vargath! Her voice cuts through the stone corridors like a blade through leather. I don't slow my pace, boots echoing against the ancient flagstones as I navigate the maze of passages that connect the council chambers to the residential towers. The sound of her pursuit follows, lighter footsteps but determined, relentless. Vargath, you will answer me. Jara's hand clamps around my forearm, her grip surprisingly strong for someone who spends more time in political maneuvering than combat training. I stop, not because she forces me to, but because the alternative is dragging her through the corridors like a stubborn child. The image lacks dignity for both of us. I turn to face her, and the fury in her dark eyes could melt steel. Her ceremonial tattoos seem to writhe in the torchlight, intricate patterns that mark her lineage, her status, her right to stand beside a war leader. Every line was earned through bloodline rather than battle, but they carry weight nonetheless. Why? The word hisses between her teeth like steam from a forge. Why did you bring her here? Why didn't you leave her to freeze in the snow where she belonged? The accusation hangs between us, sharp enough to draw blood. I study her face, the high cheekbones that speak of noble breeding, the perfectly arranged braids that never seem to come loose, even in the heat of argument. Everything about Jara is deliberate, calculated, designed to project power and control. She carries my blood. The words emerge flat, factual. No emotion, no justification, just truth delivered like a hammer blow to an anvil. Jara's laugh scrapes against my nerves like fingernails on stone. Your blood? You don't even know that for certain. She could have betted any orc with coin enough to buy her services. Translators travel between camps, after all. They see many warriors. Her lips curve into something that might be called a smile if it held any warmth. Instead, it reminds me of the expression predators wear just before they strike. And now the whole settlement will whisper. Vargath, betrayed by his manhood, taking a human mistress. The great war leader, reduced to rescuing strays from snowdrifts. Heat rises in my chest, but I keep it leashed. Jara feeds on reactions, grows stronger when she draws blood. Years of political training taught her to find weakness and exploit it with surgical precision. Our betrothal was blessed by the council, she continues, stepping closer until I can smell the expensive oils she uses to maintain her braids. Witnessed by the elders, approved by the ancestors themselves. And you risk all of that for what? A moment of curiosity about human flesh? Her voice drops to a whisper, but it carries more venom than her earlier shouts. You're destroying your standing, your reputation, everything we've built together. Everything we've built. As if our arrangement was born from mutual affection rather than political necessity. As if the contracts signed by our respective clans had anything to do with choice or desire. The pressure behind my eyes intensifies, a steady throb that matches the rhythm of my heartbeat. Jara's voice becomes a constant buzz, like insects circling carrion. She speaks of duty, of tradition, of the shame I'm bringing upon both our houses. Each word adds weight to the headache building in my skull. You're giving me a headache. I pull my arm free from her grip, the motion sharp enough to make her stumble back a step. Leave me be. Her mouth opens, no doubt to launch another verbal assault, but I've already turned away. My boots ring against stone as I stride toward the residential towers, leaving her standing alone in the corridor with whatever poison she'd planned to spit next. The fortified tower that houses my personal quarters rises before me like a sanctuary. Thick walls, narrow windows, defensible positions. Everything a warrior needs to feel secure. Everything except peace. The heavy oak door slams shut behind me with enough force to rattle the iron hinges. The sound echoes through my quarters like a death knell, followed by silence so complete it makes my ears ring. I lean against the door for a moment, feeling the solid wood against my back, the only thing keeping Jara's poison from seeping through the cracks. My feet carry me across the stone floor without conscious direction. 3 steps to the weapon rack. Turn. 5 steps to the window. Turn again. The rhythm becomes mechanical, predictable, like the drills I ran my warband through this morning. But those had purpose. This serves nothing except wearing grooves in the flagstones. She carries my blood. The words echo in my skull, mixing with the phantom sound of Jara's laughter. I never meant to see Saras again. Never imagined that single night would grow into something that could tear apart everything I'd built. The memory surfaces despite my efforts to bury it. Her soft gasp when I touched her cheek. The way she looked at me. I stopped pacing long enough to drag both hands down my face, feeling the rough texture of old scars beneath my palms. The ritual burns on my arms throb with remembered pain, each mark a testament to battles fought and won. Victories that seem hollow now, measured against the weight of what's growing in that stone room 3 floors below. When the child is born, the council will want it gone. And Saras too. The thought hits like a war hammer to the chest. I resume pacing, faster now, boots striking stone with increasing violence. Elder Thokrin's voice replays in my mind. That's forbidden. As if speaking the words could somehow undo what's already been done. As if their disapproval could reach back through time and prevent that night from ever happening. The clan expects me to want the same thing they do. Clean removal. Quiet disposal. A return to the proper order of things, where war leaders mate with their own kind and produce children whose bloodlines can be traced back through generations of warriors and chieftains, where mistakes don't survive long enough to become scandals. My fist connects with the stone wall before I realize I've thrown the punch. Pain shoots up my arm, sharp and immediate, but it does nothing to quiet the rage building in my chest. Rage which has nothing to do with duty or tradition or the good of the clan. Just the thought of them touching her, touching my child, makes my vision blur red around the edges. I look toward the firelight dancing across the floor, casting shadows that twist and writhe like living things. The flames remind me of that night, of the way firelight painted gold across her skin. One night, that's all it took to damn us both.
Chapter 9. Saras. I wake to the weight of furs pressing against my swollen belly, their warmth a stark contrast to the stone chill seeping through the walls. My stomach clenches, not with the baby's movement this time, but with a gnawing hunger that feels like it's eating me from the inside. The dread sits heavier than the child, a cold knot beneath my ribs that no amount of fur can chase away. The room feels smaller in the grey morning light filtering through the narrow window. Every shadow seems to hide watchers. Every creak of settling stone sounds like approaching footsteps. I shift beneath the covers, trying to ease the ache in my lower back, when the door swings open without ceremony. Maedra enters like winter wind made flesh, wrapped in thick robes that smell of ash and something medicinal I can't identify. Her grey-green skin bears the texture of old leather, marked with ritual scars that catch the dim light. She doesn't speak, doesn't offer greeting or explanation, just fixes me with those sharp eyes and gestures with one gnarled hand. Up! Come with me! The command carries no room for argument. I push myself upright, fighting the wave of dizziness that comes with sudden movement. My bare feet hit the cold stone, and I reach for the simple dress someone left folded on the chair, rough cloth, but clean and large enough to accommodate my changed shape. Maedra watches me struggle with the ties, her expression unreadable. When I finally manage to cover myself properly, she turns and walks toward the door without checking if I follow. The assumption that I will rankles, but what choice do I have? I'm a guest here, or a prisoner. The distinction grows murkier by the hour. My legs feel unsteady as I trail behind her into the corridor. The hallway stretches longer than I remember, lined with doors that remain firmly closed. No sounds emerge from behind them, no voices, no movement, nothing to suggest life beyond these stone walls. The silence presses against my ears like deep water. We pass through an archway that opens into something magnificent and wrong. The space spreads before us like a cathedral, but one that's been carved apart and rebuilt by hands that understood nothing of its original purpose. Soaring columns rise toward a vaulted ceiling, their surfaces scarred with crude runes that spiral upward like smoke made solid. Stained glass windows catch the morning light, but the beautiful scenes they once depicted now lie fractured beneath claw-carved symbols that hurt to look at directly. Sacred oils burn in iron braziers placed at irregular intervals, sending tendrils of smoke curling along the ceiling. The scent carries notes of pine and something sharper, blood maybe, or burnt bone. Each breath tastes of ancient things and newer violence layered one atop the other. My footsteps echo against stone that once held prayers in a dozen human tongues, now repurposed to honour gods whose names I don't recognise. The transformation feels like sacrilege and rebirth, twisted together until they're impossible to separate. Why am I here? The question escapes, my voice small in the vast space. Maedra doesn't slow her pace, doesn't turn to acknowledge my words. For a moment I think she'll ignore me entirely, but then her gravelly voice drifts back over her shoulder. Because the warleader had nowhere else to put you. Anywhere else you'd already be dead. The words hit like physical blows, each one sinking into my gut with sickening certainty. I stop walking, my feet refusing to carry me another step forward. The baby shifts restlessly, as if sensing my sudden terror. Are you going to kill me? The whisper barely carries in the echoing space, but Maedra hears. She turns fully this time, and the sound that emerges from her throat might generously be called laughter, dry as autumn leaves, sharp as broken glass. Kill a woman carrying an orc's child, the gods would tear me to pieces. We continue deeper into the temple, our footsteps echoing off stone that remembers different prayers. The corridors grow narrower here, more intimate, as if this part of the structure was meant for private communion rather than grand ceremony. Carved alcoves hold gutted candles and offerings I can't identify, twisted metal shapes and bundles of dried herbs that crackle when we pass. The silence rings in my ears until I can't bear it anymore. Will they force me out? Maedra glances over her shoulder, those sharp eyes catching mine for just a moment before she turns away again. The look carries no comfort, no reassurance, just the weight of brutal honesty. That depends on him. My heart sinks like a stone thrown into deep water. He hadn't said a word when I told him about the child, hadn't offered protection or promises, or even acknowledgement beyond that flat stare. Just silence, stretching between us like a chasm I couldn't cross. The emptiness around us suddenly feels oppressive, wrong in a way so far off from the repurposed architecture. I realise I haven't heard another voice since waking, haven't seen another soul moving through these halls. Even the guards from yesterday seem to have vanished into whatever shadows swallow inconvenient truths. Is no one else here? Maedra answers with a tired grunt that sounds like stones grinding together. Her pace never slows, but something in her posture shifts, shoulders drawing tighter, head tilting forward, as if carrying an invisible burden. Not anymore. I'm the last true elder left in Ashgar, no one else fit to carry the gods' names on their tongue. The admission hangs between us like incense smoke, heavy with implications I'm not sure I want to understand. A stronghold this size should house dozens of elders, shamans, keepers of tradition and wisdom. The fact that only this ancient orc remains speaks to something deeper than simple politics or territorial disputes. Why not? Maedra pauses at a cracked stone door, her gnarled hand resting on a rusted handle that looks like it might crumble at her touch. For a moment she stands perfectly still, and I wonder if she's forgotten the question or simply chosen to ignore it. When she finally speaks, her voice sounds as though she's watching something beloved slowly die. Because this place is rotting, too full of greed, of warriors who've forgotten reverence, who think the gods turned away. The words settle into my bones like winter cold, confirming fears I hadn't even realised I carried. I've seen the crude runes carved over sacred symbols, felt the wrongness in the way this place breathes. But hearing it spoken aloud makes it real in a way that observation couldn't. The baby shifts restlessly, responding to my quickened heartbeat. I place a protective hand over my belly, suddenly understanding why the guards hesitated to let me enter. It isn't just that I'm human, it's that I'm carrying something they've forgotten how to recognize as sacred. Didn't they? The question slips out as barely more than a whisper, soft enough that she could pretend not to hear if she wanted. But Myadra doesn't answer, doesn't even acknowledge that I've spoken. She just opens the door to reveal a small chamber beyond, steam rising from a deep stone basin carved into the floor. Soft cloths rest folded on a wooden shelf, and the air carries the scent of clean water and something herbal that might once have been used for blessing ceremonies. The space feels different from the rest of the temple, untouched by the crude modifications, still holding echoes of its original purpose. Wash, rest, I'll bring food.
Chapter 10. Vargath. The stone chamber feels like a cage tonight. My boots wear a path across the rough-hewn floor, back and forth between the narrow window and the iron-banded door. Each step echoes off walls that have witnessed too many sleepless nights, too many decisions that leave blood on my hands. The fire in the hearth spits and crackles, each pop sharp as breaking bone. The sound grates against my nerves until my fists clench without conscious thought, knuckles white beneath scarred skin. The flames throw dancing shadows across the walls, shapes that shift and writhe like the whispers already spreading through Ashgar's halls. A knock sounds once at the door, brief, almost polite. Then again, more insistent. Then the door swings open without waiting for permission, because of course it does. Only one orc in this stronghold has the stones to ignore my privacy when my mood turns this dark. Gargan fills the doorframe like he owns it, his thick shoulders blocking most of the corridor light. The scar along his jaw catches the firelight as he grins, that familiar expression that says he knows exactly how much his presence irritates me right now. His broken tusk gleams as he leans against the stone wall with studied casualness. You always pace when you're thinking of something stupid. His voice carries that drawling tone he uses when he wants to needle me into talking. I don't turn from the window, don't give him the satisfaction of acknowledging the accuracy of his observation. The view beyond the glass shows nothing but snow-covered courtyards and the distant glow of forge fires. Not in the mood. Didn't ask. The simple response sits between us like smoke. Gargan shifts his weight against the wall, armor creaking softly with the movement. He's still wearing his battle gear, leather and steel that's seen more fights than most orcs see in a lifetime. The pragmatic choice, always ready for whatever violence the day might bring. Silence stretches between us, filled only by the fire's restless crackling and the distant sound of wind howling through the stronghold's ancient bones. I can feel his eyes on me, patient as a hunter waiting for prey to show itself. He's good at this, at reading the tension in my shoulders, the way my jaw works when thoughts churn too fast to process. Everyone's whispering. About the human. About the child. The words land like stones thrown into still water, ripples spreading outward until they touch every corner of my awareness. Of course they're whispering. Word spreads through Ashgar faster than plague, and this particular revelation carries enough scandal to feed the gossip mills for months. Let them! My voice comes out low and cold, each word precise as a blade thrust. But Gargan doesn't flinch, doesn't retreat. He's heard me use that tone on enemies who ended up decorating the walls with their blood, yet he remains unmoved. One scarred eyebrow lifts in that expression I've learned to hate over the years we fought together. It's the look he gets when he thinks I'm being particularly dense about something obvious. Clever move, putting her in the temple. But you know they won't leave it alone. You need to end this before it burns bigger. My head snaps up, the words hitting like a physical blow. End this. As if Saras and the child she carries are problems to be solved, threats to be eliminated. The suggestion sends heat racing through my veins, my hands curling into fists that could crush stone. You think I don't know that? You think the council feels the blood on their hands the way I do? I've buried warriors while they sat in warm chambers deciding which border to ignore next. The words tear out of me with more force than I intended, carrying years of frustration and bitter experience. How many good orcs have died because the council preferred politics to action? How many battles have I fought while they debated the proper protocols for engaging the enemy? Gargan's expression shifts, the mocking edge falling away to reveal something more serious beneath. He pushes off from the wall, his movements careful and deliberate. I'm not your enemy. I've stood beside you in worse. But this, you're risking everything. The quiet honesty in his voice cuts deeper than any accusation could. Because he's right, and we both know it. Everything I've built, every alliance I've forged, every drop of respect I've earned through blood and steel, all of it hangs in the balance now. I rake a hand down my face, feeling the rough texture of ritual scars beneath my palm. The marks remind me of oaths sworn and prices paid, of the discipline that's kept me alive through campaigns that claimed lesser orcs. It was one night. The admission tastes like ash on my tongue. One night of weakness, of allowing instinct to override judgment. One night when I forgot that desire leads to destruction, that attachment breeds vulnerability. Gargan's damaged tusk gleams as he considers this. One night doesn't change the world, unless it does. The tension between us feels like a blade balanced on its edge, because sometimes that's exactly how the world shifts, not through grand gestures or epic battles, but through single moments when everything pivots on a choice made in darkness. I didn't plan this. Exactly. And if you don't start planning something now, they will. And she won't survive it. I exhale harshly, the sound torn from my chest like a blade dragged across stone. The weight of Gargan's words presses down on me, heavier than armor, more suffocating than smoke from a burning village. Without another word, I storm past him toward the door. My shoulder clips his as I pass, but he doesn't move to stop me. Smart. The mood I'm in, I might put him through the wall just for the satisfaction of hearing something break. Where are you going? His voice follows me into the corridor, but I don't answer. Can't answer because I don't know myself. My feet carry me down the stone steps, past the guard posts where warriors nod respectfully and step aside. Their eyes track my movement with the wariness of soldiers who recognize when their commander's control hangs by threads. The cold hits like a physical blow when I step outside. Wind tears through the gaps in my armor, bites at exposed skin with teeth sharp as winter steel. Snow swirls around the courtyard in patterns that shift and dance like ghosts of the dead, and I pull my cloak tighter against the assault. My boots crunch through packed snow as I move without conscious direction, following instincts I don't want to examine. The stronghold's ancient bones creak and groan around me, human foundations repurposed for orc needs, steel and stone married in ways the original builders never intended. I find myself heading down toward the cracked foundation temple, that half-swallowed relic that burrows deep into Ashgar's oldest roots. The structure predates everything else here, its stones worn smooth by centuries of weather and worship. Smoke rises from its chimneys like prayer-seeking gods who may have stopped listening long ago. The entrance yawns before me, dark and welcoming as a tomb. I tell myself I'm just checking in, just making sure she's still breathing, just ensuring the council hasn't decided to solve their problem while I've been pacing circles in my chamber like a caged beast. Just anything that doesn't involve admitting the truth. Inside, braziers flicker along the walls, their flames casting dancing shadows that writhe across ancient murals. The air tastes of old incense and older secrets, thick enough to coat my tongue with the weight of forgotten rituals. My footsteps echo off stone worn smooth by generations of worshippers who believed the gods still cared about mortal struggles. I reach her room and push open the door. Empty. The furs lie rumpled but cold, The brazier burned down to glowing embers. No sign of struggle, no blood on the stones, just absence where warmth should be. My chest tightens with something I refuse to name as panic. "Where is she?" The demand is a growl directed at Madra's hunched figure near the far wall. The old shaman doesn't look up from the blankets she folds with methodical precision, her gnarled fingers working the fabric into neat squares. Steam rises from her skin like she's been standing too close to the fires, and the scent of herbs clings to her like a second skin. Where she needs to be. Her voice carries that maddening quality all shamans seem to cultivate, cryptic as oracle bones, frustrating as riddles posed by dying enemies. She continues folding, each movement deliberate and unhurried. That's not an answer. My hands curl into fists at my sides. The urge to grab her shoulders and shake sense from her ancient bones wars with the knowledge that Madra commands more respect than half the council combined. She's forgotten more about the old ways than most orcs ever learn. Finally, she meets my eyes. Hers hold depths I can't fathom, secrets layered like sediment in a riverbed. Her chin jerks toward the far hallway, the gesture economical as a blade thrust. Follow the warmth. I move through the twisting corridors without another word, past faded murals that tell stories of gods and heroes, past silent fire bowls that once blazed with sacred flames. The temple's bones whisper around me, ancient stones settling with sounds like distant thunder. The air grows thicker as I walk, humid with steam and scented with something soft I can't identify. Herbs, maybe. Or soap made from oils that smell of distant summers. The temperature rises with each step until my armor feels like a furnace against my skin. I round a corner and stop. The door stands open. Steam pours gently from the room beyond, carrying warmth that wraps around me like an embrace I don't deserve. And there, framed in the doorway like a vision from dreams I've tried to forget, is Saras. Her back faces me, skin gleaming in the firelight like polished amber. She stands waist-deep in the bathing basin, water lapping gently at the curve of her pregnant belly. Her dark hair falls in damp tendrils down her spine, catching the light from braziers that flicker around the chamber's edges. She hums quietly, a melody I don't recognize, but that seems to resonate in my bones. The sound wraps around me, peaceful and vulnerable, and entirely unaware that death watches from the shadows of Ashgar's halls. My heart pounds like war drums before battle, each beat echoing in my ears until it drowns out everything else. In this moment, with steam rising around her like incense and firelight painting her skin gold, I understand exactly what Gargan meant. I'm going to make a stupid decision.
Chapter 11. Saras. I sink deeper into the basin, letting the blessed warmth seep into bones that haven't known comfort in weeks. The water laps against my swollen belly, and for the first time since I collapsed at Ashgar's gates, my body doesn't feel like a collection of aches held together by stubborn will. Steam rises around me like incense, carrying the scent of herbs Madra added to ease the constant pressure in my back and hips. My muscles finally uncoil, tension bleeding away into the heated water. I close my eyes and let my head fall back against the basin's smooth edge. The melody comes without thinking. Low and soft, the same tune my mother hummed when winter storms raged outside our cottage, and the world felt too large and dangerous for a small girl to navigate. Her voice had been gentle then, wrapping around me like the warmest blanket, promising that dark times passed and morning always came. My hand drifts to my belly, fingers tracing the curve where new life grows. The baby shifts beneath my touch, a flutter of movement that makes my heart catch. I hum louder, letting the temple's ancient silence carry the sound through stone corridors that have heard centuries of prayers. You hear that? I whisper to the child. That's your grandmother's song. She would have loved you, little one, would have sung to you every night until you knew every word by heart. The water ripples gently as I adjust my position, seeking relief from the constant ache that pregnancy has carved into my spine. Here, in this moment of stolen peace, I can almost pretend the world beyond these walls doesn't exist, that councils don't debate my fate, that betrothed orcs don't sharpen knives behind painted smiles. Then something shifts. The air itself seems to change, growing heavier with a presence I can't name but feel in every nerve. The fine hairs on my neck rise despite the steam's warmth. My eyes snap open. I turn, water sloshing against the basin's sides. Vargarth stands in the doorway. He's utterly still, carved from shadow and firelight like some ancient statue come to life. His dark eyes lock on my bare shoulders, trace down my spine, then drop to my belly where his child grows. When his gaze finally meets mine, I see something raw and unguarded flicker across his features before his warrior's mask slides back into place. He fills the doorway completely, broad shoulders blocking most of the corridor beyond. His long black hair hangs loose around his face instead of braided for war, softening the harsh angles of his features without diminishing the power that radiates from his frame. Steam curls around him like smoke, catching on the ritual burn scars that spiral up his forearms, marks of rank and honour earned through blood. The leather and steel of his armour gleams dully in the brazier light, every piece perfectly maintained despite the evidence of recent battle. Dried mud still clings to his boots, and I catch the faint scent of snow and iron that follows him like a second skin. His tusks catch the firelight as his jaw works silently, some internal struggle playing out behind eyes that have seen too much death. There's something almost vulnerable in the way he stands there, frozen between advance and retreat, as if my naked form has stripped away more than just his composure. His voice comes out rougher than usual, scraped raw by whatever emotions he's fighting to contain. My gasp cuts through the steam like a blade. Water sloshes violently as I scramble for the linen cloth draped over the basin's edge, my hands shaking so badly I nearly drop it twice before managing to pull it against my chest. The rough fabric clings to my wet skin, offering scant protection against his unwavering stare. "Get out!" The words tear from my throat, high and sharp with panic. Heat floods my cheeks, not from the bath water, but from pure mortification at being caught so exposed, so vulnerable. He doesn't move, doesn't even blink. His massive frame remains perfectly still in the doorway, those dark eyes drinking in every detail, like a man dying of thirst. His jaw works silently, muscles bunching beneath the ritual scars that mark his rank. There's something raw in his expression. Shock, yes, but beneath that lies something deeper. My breath catches despite my fury. The way he looks at me. It's the same expression he wore that night months ago, when firelight painted his skin bronze and his hands trembled as they traced my curves. Like I'm something precious, something he's afraid to touch for fear of breaking. But that was before councils and betrothed orcs, and the harsh reality of what carrying his child truly means. I said, "Get out." My voice shakes with anger and embarrassment, though I can't tell which emotion burns hotter. The cloth slips against my wet skin, and I clutch it tighter, acutely aware of how little it conceals, of how his gaze lingers on the swell of my belly, where it presses against the thin linen. His tusks catch the brazier light as he draws in a sharp breath. Something flickers across his features, longing so naked it makes my chest tighten. For a heartbeat, I see past the warrior's mask to the man beneath, the one who held me with reverent hands and whispered my name like a prayer. Then his shoulders straighten. His expression shutters closed like gates slamming shut against an army. Finally, slowly, as if moving through thick honey, he turns toward the door. Each step echoes off the stone walls with deliberate precision, the sound of a man forcing himself to retreat when every instinct screams at him to advance. Just before he slips through the doorway, he pauses. His profile cuts a harsh silhouette against the corridor's flickering torchlight. all sharp angles and barely leashed power. The gods may damn me for what I'm thinking right now. The words are rough with an honesty that strips away pretense. Then he's gone, his footsteps fading into the temple's ancient silence. I sink beneath the surface until only my eyes and nose remain above water, my heart thundering against my ribs like a caged bird. Steam swirls around me, but it does nothing to cool the fire that his presence ignited beneath my skin. I should be furious, should be plotting ways to bar my door against future intrusions. Instead, I'm terrified by how my body reacted to seeing him standing there, by the way heat pooled low in my belly despite my embarrassment, by how desperately I wanted him to stay even as I ordered him to leave.
Chapter 12. Vargath. The War Council chamber reeks of old leather and fresh blood. Maps spread across tables that have seen more strategy sessions than victories. I shoulder through the heavy oak doors, grateful for the familiar bite of steel and ambition that fills the air. Here, at least, the talk centers on proper concerns. Enemy movements, supply lines, the spring thaw that will bring fresh opportunities for raiding. Elder Thokmar hunches over a detailed sketch of the eastern passes, his gnarled finger tracing potential routes through the mountains. The Dark Elves will push hard once the snow clears. They've been quiet all winter, which means they're planning something ugly. "Let them come," Gargan growls from his position near the brazier. "We've bloodied their noses before." I settle into my usual spot at the head of the table, relieved that no one looks up from their work with knowing glances or whispered questions. The chamber buzzes with the productive energy of warriors preparing for war, exactly what I need after the chaos of the past few days. Korath, our chief scout, unfurls a fresh map marked with recent patrol routes. 3 of our forward posts went silent last week. Could be weather, could be raiders testing our defenses. "Weather doesn't leave carved warnings on trees," Thokmar mutters, producing a charcoal rubbing from his pack. The symbols are unmistakably Dark Elf, threats written in their flowing script. I lean forward, studying the markings. They're probing for weakness, testing how quickly we respond to threats against our outer settlements. "Which means they're planning something bigger," Gargan adds. "Question is where and when." The familiar rhythm of tactical discussion settles over me like well-worn armor. This is what I understand. Enemy movements, defensive positions, the cold mathematics of warfare. Not pregnant women with haunted eyes, not the way steam curled around bare shoulders, not the terrible certainty that seeing her in that bath changed something fundamental in my chest. Korath spreads out additional sketches. The mountain passes here and here will be clear within a fortnight. If they're moving a large force, those are the most likely routes. We'll need patrols doubled, I decide. Rotating shifts to keep our warriors fresh, and I want signal fires prepared at every outpost. Thokmar nods approvingly. Sound strategy. What about reinforcements from the southern clans? Already sent word, Gargan replies. Though whether they'll answer depends on how much they trust our leadership. The comment hangs in the air with weight I choose to ignore. Trust. Leadership. 2 things that become complicated when you're harboring a pregnant human in the temple district while your betrothed sharpens knives in the shadows. They'll answer, I state flatly, because the alternative is watching Dark Elves carve up their territory piece by piece. Korath rolls up his maps. I'll take a team to scout the eastern approaches at dawn. If they're massing forces, we need to know numbers and timing. Take Bloodfang Company, I order, and stay mobile. Don't engage unless you have no choice. The conversation continues, flowing around tactical details and supply requirements. For precious minutes, I can almost forget the complications waiting in the temple's quiet chambers. Here, surrounded by maps and steel, I'm simply a war leader preparing his forces for battle. The heavy doors crash open with enough force to rattle the iron hinges. Maedra stumbles through, her usually measured gait replaced by something urgent and wild. Ash streaks her robes, and the scent of burning herbs clings to her like prophecy made manifest. Every head in the chamber turns. Maps forgotten. Tactical discussions die mid-sentence. "The flames!" she gasps, clutching the doorframe with gnarled fingers. "Sacred flames burn outside the temple, blue-white, reaching toward the heavens." Thokmar straightens slowly. "Old woman, what are you?" "The plentiful God has spoken." Maedra cuts him off, her voice gaining strength with each word. "Divine fire marks a blessed union. A child touched by the gods themselves grows in that human's womb." The silence stretches taut as a bowstring. I feel every eye in the room shift toward me, measuring, calculating. Korath's weathered face darkens. "You speak of prophecy over a bastard child?" "I speak of signs that would blind you if you had eyes to see them," Maedra snaps back. "The flames appeared the moment she entered our walls. They burn without fuel, without tending. The gods have not abandoned us. They've sent us salvation." Jara's laugh cuts through the tension like a blade. "Salvation? From a human carrying some warrior's mistake?" She rises from her seat, ceremonial tattoos seeming to writhe in the firelight. The old crone has finally lost what little sense she had left. "Watch your tongue," Maedra warns, but Jara's momentum builds. "No, I think we've all watched our tongues long enough while you mutter about gods who've been silent for decades. This is madness dressed up as mysticism." The chamber erupts. Voices clash, some supporting Jara's dismissal, others murmuring uncertainty about divine signs. Thokmar pounds his fist on the table, demanding order. Through it all, I remain silent. Something cold and heavy settles in my gut, recognition I refuse to name. The way the torches flickered when I first carried her inside. The warmth that seemed to follow her presence through the temple corridors. "Coincidence," I hear myself say, cutting through the chaos. My voice carries the authority of command, silencing the room. Old braziers, dry wood. Nothing more. But even as the words leave my mouth, they taste like lies. Gargan's eyes find mine across the table, sharp and knowing. His scarred jaw works silently, processing what I've said against what I haven't. Maedra straightens, meeting my denial with disappointment that cuts deeper than anger. "So be it, warleader. But the flames burn still, and they will burn until you acknowledge what stands before you." Korath gestures dismissively. "Enough of this nonsense. We have real threats to discuss." Two guards step forward, flanking Maedra. She doesn't resist as they escort her from the chamber, but her parting words echo off stone walls. The gods are patient, but they are not fools. The door closes behind her with finality. Conversations resume gradually, forced and artificial. Maps are repositioned, throats cleared, the business of war reassembled around the edges of what just happened. I stare at the tactical drawings without seeing them, that cold weight in my stomach growing heavier with each breath.
Chapter 13. Saras. I wake to a sharp ache radiating from my lower back down through my hips, the kind that makes breathing feel like work. My hand finds my belly instinctively, still round, still moving with the baby's restless kicks, but something feels different, heavier, more urgent. The stone walls of my chamber seem closer today, pressing in with their cold weight. I push myself upright, fighting a wave of dizziness that makes the torchlight blur at the edges. Each breath comes shorter than the last, as if the air itself has thickened. "This is ridiculous," I mutter, gripping the bed frame until my knuckles go white. I'm suffocating in here. The door opens without ceremony, and Maedra shuffles in carrying her usual tray of steaming tea and suspicious-looking herbs. Her grey-green face takes in my pallor with the practiced eye of someone who's seen too many difficult births. "You look like death chewed you up and spat you back out." Charming bedside manner. I ease back against the pillows, Trying to find some way to sit doesn't make my spine feel like it's being twisted by invisible hands. I need fresh air, real air, not this stale temple atmosphere that tastes like old prayers and regret. Maedra sets down the tray with deliberate care, her ritual scars catching the firelight. Fresh air won't cure what ails you, and stepping outside these walls will cure you permanently, of breathing altogether. I can't stay cooped up like this forever. My words come out bitter and sharp, frustration bleeding through my carefully maintained composure. I'm dying by inches in here, and you keep bringing me tea that tastes like punishment. The tea keeps your blood strong and your child healthy. She pours the steaming liquid into a clay cup, the scent of bitter herbs filling the small space. Drink. I accept the cup reluctantly, inhaling the medicinal steam. For my own good, I suppose. Everything I do is for your good. Whether you're wise enough to see it remains unclear. The tea burns going down, coating my throat with the flavour of earth and something darker I can't identify. But as the warmth spreads through my chest, the tightness in my lungs eases fractionally. Maedra watches me drink with the intensity of a hawk studying prey. The lines around her eyes deepen with something that might be worry, though she hides it behind her usual gruffness. The cramps are getting worse, I admit quietly, setting down the empty cup, and I can't seem to catch my breath anymore. Her weathered hands fold in her lap, but I catch the way her fingers tighten. Your body prepares for what's coming. Nothing more. Is that supposed to be reassuring? Truth rarely is. I shift against the pillows, trying to ease the persistent ache in my back. Through the small window, I can see the flicker of something bright beyond the courtyard walls. Not torchlight, but something cleaner, more intense. What is that flame outside? I ask, nodding toward the window. It's been burning since I arrived, but I've never seen anyone tend it. Maedra follows my gaze, her expression shifting to something almost reverent. It is no ordinary fire. It lives. Lives? Burns without fuel, grows brighter when you move through the temple, dims when you sleep. She turns back to me, her ancient eyes holding depths I can't fathom. It knows you're here. The baby kicks hard against my ribs, as if responding to her words. I press my hand to the spot, feeling the restless movement beneath my skin. That's impossible. Many impossible things walk these halls now. Maedra begins gathering her empty vessels with practiced efficiency. The question isn't whether it's possible. The question is what you'll do when the impossible demands an answer. I shift restlessly on the narrow bed in search of comfort, settle into a position that doesn't send shooting pains down my spine or make my ribs feel like they're being crushed from the inside. The sensation creeps over me gradually, that prickle between my shoulder blades that means someone's watching. I turn toward the door, expecting to see a shadow in the corridor, but there's nothing. Just empty stone and flickering torchlight. Yet the feeling persists, intensifies. It's ridiculous. Varath hasn't been here since that awkward encounter in the bathing chamber, when he stared at me like I was some puzzle he couldn't solve. Since then, nothing but silence from the man who put this child in my belly, and then walked away without a backward glance. But I can almost feel his presence anyway. That particular weight to the air when he's near, the way my skin seems to hum with awareness, despite my better judgment. It's as if he's standing just outside my peripheral vision, watching over me with that intense, unreadable stare. Stop being ridiculous, I mutter, rolling onto my side and immediately regretting it as the baby protests with a sharp kick to my bladder. He made it clear he wants nothing to do with this. I punch the pillow, trying to mould it into something resembling comfort. The fur coverlet tangles around my legs, too warm but somehow still leaving me shivering. Every position feels wrong. On my back makes me dizzy, on my side cramps my hips, sitting up makes my spine ache. The phantom sensation of being observed follows me through each restless movement. I find myself glancing toward the small window, half expecting to see a familiar silhouette against the strange eternal flame that burns in the courtyard. But there's only empty night beyond the glass. Hours crawl by before exhaustion finally drags me under, despite my body's protests and the persistent feeling of invisible eyes tracking my every breath. The dream blooms around me like smoke given form. Varath materializes from shadows, his dark eyes holding mine with an intensity that makes my pulse stutter. He moves closer, each step deliberate. His calloused hand settles against the curve of my stomach with reverent care, fingers splaying wide as if trying to encompass our child entirely. The touch sends warmth radiating through my skin, chasing away weeks of cold and uncertainty. "You're beautiful," he murmurs, voice rough with something that sounds like wonder. He leans closer, his breath ghosting across my lips, and I can feel the heat of his body against mine. His free hand cups my face with surprising gentleness, thumb tracing the line of my cheekbone as his mouth hovers just above mine. My eyes fly open, heart skipping erratically. Sweat dampens my skin despite the cool air, and I'm panting like I've been running. The dream clings to me, vivid and achingly real, making the empty room feel impossibly hollow by comparison.
Chapter 14. Varath. I tell myself it's tactical. Security measures. The human carries valuable intelligence about Orc bloodlines, my bloodline, and leaving her unguarded would be strategically unsound. The lie tastes bitter as week-old ale, but it gets me past Gargan's knowing smirks and through the temple corridors without admitting what actually drives my feet here each evening. "More security rounds?" Maedra asks when I arrive with a bowl of thick stew and fresh bread wrapped in cloth. Her ancient eyes hold enough amusement to fill a war chest. The temple's isolation makes it vulnerable. I set the food on the small table, avoiding her gaze. Regular patrols ensure no threats breach the perimeter. Ah, yes. Very thorough patrols, especially the ones that bring dinner. Heat crawls up my neck. She needs proper nutrition. Saras emerges from the bathing chamber, hair damp and skin flushed from the warm water. Her belly has grown noticeably rounder since her arrival, straining against the loose temple robes Maedra found for her. The sight hits me like a mace to the chest. Security patrol? Her eyebrow arches with skeptical humor. How many armed threats typically require fresh bread as a countermeasure? Hunger weakens defenses. The words sound ridiculous even to my own ears. Malnourished targets invite predators. Predators. She settles into the rickety chair by the brazier with careful movements, one hand supporting her lower back. Like council members who think pregnant humans should be quietly removed? My jaw tightens. Word travels fast in Ashgar, apparently. Those threats are being managed. By bringing me soup? By ensuring you remain strong enough to survive whatever comes next. She studies my face with those sharp green eyes that see too much. And what comes next exactly? I don't answer because I don't know. Instead, I unwrap the bread and tear off a piece, testing it for staleness. The crust crackles between my fingers, fresh from the kitchens, still warm. Eat, I command, setting the portion beside her bowl. Such charming dinner conversation. But she takes the bread anyway, tearing small pieces and eating them slowly. Her movements carry the careful deliberation of someone whose body no longer bends to her will. 3 days later, I arrive with an armload of thick furs and winter blankets. The excuse forms easily on my tongue. Temperature regulation prevents illness. Illness compromises security. Compromised security endangers the stronghold. Saras watches me spread the additional bedding with obvious amusement. Expecting a blizzard indoors? Stone walls conduct cold. Prolonged exposure causes fever, delirium. I smooth a particularly soft bearskin across her sleeping furs, remembering how she shivered that first night. Medical complications create unnecessary risks. Unnecessary risks, she repeats thoughtfully. Like the risk of actually caring about someone? My hand still on the fur. This is practical. Of course it is. The following week brings rain that turns the temple corridors damp and echoing. I find Saras struggling to prop her swollen feet on the chair's edge, her face tight with discomfort. Your circulation is compromised, I observe, noting how her ankles have thickened. Thank you for that medical assessment. She shifts restlessly, trying to find a way to ease the pressure. Very reassuring. I leave without explanation and return an hour later, carrying something wrapped in oiled leather. Inside rests a small wooden stool, carved from solid oak and sanded smooth. Simple construction, but the proportions are perfect for elevating her feet to heart level. Sarah stares at the stool like it might bite her. Did you make this? Wood carving maintains hand dexterity, essential for weapon maintenance. I position the stool at the optimal angle and distance. Elevated limbs reduce swelling, prevent blood pooling. She tests the height cautiously, then sighs as the pressure in her legs eases. More security measures? Preventative medicine. Healthy prisoners require fewer guards. Prisoner? Her voice sharpens dangerously. Protected asset, I correct quickly. Strategic resource under defensive custody. The smile that curves her lips holds entirely too much satisfaction. Keep telling yourself that, warleader. Gargan lounges against my doorframe like he owns the place, that infuriating smirk spreading across his scarred features when I return from the temple. You're building a nursery, not a defense. Get out! I shoulder past him, but he doesn't budge. Footstools, extra furs. What's next? A rocking chair carved from sacred heartwood. My fist connects with his jaw before conscious thought intervenes. He staggers back, spitting blood, but the bastard keeps grinning. There's the warleader I know. Thought you'd gone soft. I said get out! He raises both hands in mock surrender. Easy, brother. Just making an observation. Observe somewhere else. Gargan wipes his split lip with the back of his hand. You know what this looks like, right? What everyone's saying? I don't care what... That Vargath the Bloodthirsty has been domesticated by a pregnant human. That our war leader spends more time playing nursemaid than planning defenses. Heat floods my vision. One more word. What? You'll hit me again? His voice drops, serious now. I've stood beside you through 7 campaigns. Watched you gut dark elves without blinking. But this? This is different. This is dangerous. I storm past him out into the corridor, his words chasing me like arrows. But instead of heading to the armory or the war room, my feet carry me to my private workshop, a cramped chamber behind the forge where I maintain my weapons. The half-finished piece sits where I left it on the workbench. Soft pine, carved into the rough shape of a child's toy. A horse, maybe. Or a wolf. My hands move without permission, selecting a fine-grained file to smooth the edges. The rhythm soothes something jagged in my chest. Each careful stroke reveals more of the creature's form. Definitely a horse, with a flowing mane and delicate legs. Something gentle, something innocent. Something she might hold against her belly and smile about. My hand still. The file trembles in my grip. What am I doing? Warriors don't carve toys. Leaders don't waste hours perfecting the curve of a wooden mane for a child that might not even survive birth. Men like me don't... The toy horse flies across the room, striking the stone wall with a sharp crack. One leg snaps off, clattering to the floor. I follow it with my fists. Stone doesn't yield like flesh, but the impact sends lightning through my knuckles, up my arms. I hit it again. Again. Until my skin splits and blood spatters the gray blocks. Vargath! Jara's voice cuts through the red haze. I turn, chest heaving, knuckles dripping. She stands in the doorway wearing ceremonial robes instead of armor, deep green silk that emphasizes her height, her sharp features. The kind of woman who looks like she belongs beside a war leader. The kind the council expects to bear the next generation of Ashgar's elite. I heard shouting. Her gaze moves from my bloodied hands to the broken toy in the corner. Understanding flickers across her features, followed by something that might be pity. Oh, Vargath. Don't. She steps closer, voice gentle as poisoned honey. This isn't you. This obsession with that human. It's beneath you. Beneath us. I said don't. Look at yourself. You're bleeding over a piece of wood. When did you become so... She gestures vaguely. Soft? I turn away, cradling my damaged hand. Leave me alone. I can help you remember who you are. What you're meant for. Her fingers brush my shoulder, light as spider silk. We have duties, Vargath. To the clan. To tradition. To each other. The touch burns like acid. I shrug away from her, moving toward the door. Where are you going? I don't answer. Can't trust my voice not to crack.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 15. Saras. I'm attempting to braid my hair when footsteps echo through the temple corridors. Too many footsteps, too purposeful. My hands still against the dark strands as voices approach. Not Mydra's shuffling gait or Vargath's measured stride, something else entirely. The door opens without ceremony. No knock, no announcement. 3 figures fill the doorway like storm clouds gathering. The woman in the centre commands immediate attention. Tall, sharp-featured, with intricate tattoos, spiralling down her arms in patterns that speak of high birth and higher expectations. Her ceremonial armour gleams despite the temple's dim lighting, every piece positioned for maximum intimidation. Jara. Even without introduction, I know exactly who she is. The way she holds herself, the proprietary anger radiating from her stance. This is the woman who expected to bear Vargath's children. 2 guards flank her, silent as tombstones, and twice as menacing. Their hands rest casually on weapon hilts, a gesture that manages to seem both relaxed and threatening. So, Jara's voice carries the kind of cultured venom that takes years to perfect. You're the famous translator. I set down my hairbrush with deliberate calm, though my heart rattles against my ribs. I wasn't aware I was famous. She steps into the room without invitation, circling me with predatory grace. Her gaze catalogues every detail, my swollen belly, my simple clothes, the way I instinctively place one hand protectively over the child. You're not even pretty. The words hit like a slap, but I keep my expression neutral. Years of diplomatic training taught me to weather worse insults from people far more important than an orc warleader's jealous betrothed. Jara continues her assessment, disappointment clear in every line of her posture. Soft skin, unremarkable features, hair that looks like you cut it yourself with a dull blade. She pauses directly in front of me, close enough that I can smell the ceremonial oils in her elaborate braids. I don't understand what made him risk everything. The admission carries more pain than venom. For all her posturing, Jara sounds genuinely bewildered, as if my very existence represents a puzzle she cannot solve. You'll have to ask him. My voice emerges steadier than I expected, though something dangerous flickers in her eyes at my calm response. Oh, I intend to. She resumes her circling, like a wolf testing for weakness. But first, I thought we should have a conversation, woman to woman. How civilized. Indeed. Her smile holds all the warmth of winter steel. I wanted to see for myself what could possibly be worth destroying an alliance that took 3 years to negotiate. The mask of civility drops from Jara's face like shed armor, revealing something far uglier beneath. Let's speak plainly then, shall we? Her voice turns silky, dangerous. You spread your legs for a single night and somehow convinced yourself it meant something. Now you've crawled here with your belly full, expecting what? Protection? A place at his side? Heat flashes through my chest, but I make myself remain seated, hands folded in my lap. I expect nothing. Liar. She leans closer, her breath hot against my ear. You seduced your way into survival, didn't you? Used your translator's tongue for more than languages. And when that wasn't enough, you manipulated the gods themselves, convinced that senile old woman to see signs that don't exist. My teeth clack together so hard my jaw begins to ache. The child isn't even his, is it? Jara straightens, circling again with renewed venom. You bedded half the garrison and chose the most powerful mark. Now you're here with your bastard, spinning tales about divine flames and sacred unions. You're wrong. Am I? She stops directly in front of me, towering over my seated form. You think because you carry some mongrel half-breed that Varath will abandon his duty, his honour, his people. The word mongrel slices through me like a blade. My hands instinctively curve around my belly, protective. He's a warleader, not some lovesick boy. When the council demands your removal, he'll hand you over without hesitation. Because that's what leaders do. They choose their clan over their manhood. My throat burns with unshed tears, but I refuse to give her the satisfaction. The only question is whether he'll let you leave with the child, or if he'll cut it from your belly first. Half-breeds make useful slaves, I'm told. The cruelty in her voice steals my breath. These aren't idle threats, they're promises wrapped in silk. Jara signals her guards with a subtle gesture. They move toward the door like well-trained hounds responding to their master's whistle. She pauses at the threshold, her voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carries more menace than her loudest shouts. This temple won't protect you forever. The words settle into my bones like winter frost. Then she's gone, taking her guards and leaving only the echo of her threat hanging in the smoky air. I sit frozen for several heartbeats, maintaining the facade of composure until I'm certain they're truly gone. Then my body betrays me completely. I slide from the chair to the cold stone floor, my legs unable to support me any longer. The careful control I've maintained for weeks finally cracks, and I fold in on myself like paper in flame. My shoulders shake with the effort of holding back tears that refuse to be contained. They spill down my cheeks despite my best efforts, hot and shameful and utterly beyond my control. The baby kicks against my ribs as if sensing my distress, and I press both hands against my belly, whispering apologies to the child who never asked to be born into this mess.
Chapter 16. Vargath. The southern patrols are stretched thin. I spread the crude map across the scarred wooden table, my finger tracing the vulnerable points along our borders. We need to pull 2 squads from the Eastern Watch. Gargan leans forward, his broken tusk catching the firelight as he studies the markings. That leaves the mine roads exposed. Dark elves hit supply trains, not fortified positions. Better to lose ore than warriors. Tell that to the council when winter stores run low. I'm about to respond when boots pound against stone in the corridor outside. Too fast, too urgent. The door crashes open without ceremony. A young guard stumbles in, chest heaving, eyes wide with something between panic and revulsion. Blood spatters his leather jerkin in dark, irregular patterns. Warleader, catch your breath first. I set down the charcoal stick I'd been using to mark patrol routes. Then speak. He gulps air like a drowning man. The elder. Maedra. She's... His voice cracks. Dead, sir. Murdered. The map suddenly seems insignificant. I straighten slowly, every muscle coiling with tension. Where? Temple District. Her chambers, throat cut clean through. Gargan's chair scrapes against stone as he rises. His hand moves instinctively to his weapon. How long ago? Can't say for certain. Found her maybe an hour past. There was so much blood. I'm already moving toward the door, but the guard's next words stop me cold. The walls, sir. Someone painted symbols. In her blood. I take a deep breath in a struggle to control my violent temper. What kind of symbols? Don't know, sir. Never seen their like. I push past him into the corridor, Gargan falling into step beside me. The Temple District isn't far, but every second stretches like hours. My boots echo off ancient stones as we navigate the twisting passages between the old human architecture and newer orc additions. The smell hits me first. Copper and something else. Something burned. Then I see the crowd gathered outside Maedra's chambers, warriors and servants alike clustered in nervous knots, their voices dropping to whispers as I approach. They part like water before my advance. The door stands open, revealing the carnage within. Maedra lies crumpled beneath the cold brazier, her gray-green skin now ashen in death. The ceremonial robes she wore are soaked through with blood, dark stains spreading across the fabric like spilled ink. But it's the walls that make my stomach turn. Symbols smeared in crimson cover nearly every surface, not random violence, but deliberate artistry. Crude representations of flames being extinguished. A pregnant woman with her belly slashed open. A child's skull crushed beneath a boot. God's blood! Gargan's voice carries genuine shock. This wasn't robbery. No. I kneel beside Maedra's body, careful not to disturb the scene. Her eyes stare sightlessly at the ceiling, but her hands are positioned deliberately, one pointing toward the door, the other clutching something. This was a statement. I pry her fingers open. A small piece of charred wood falls into my palm, part of the sacred flame that burned outside Saras's door. Ice rushes through me, followed by the heat of rage. I bolt from the chamber, ignoring Gargan's shout behind me. The corridor to Saras's quarters has never seemed longer. My heart pounds against my ribs like a caged beast as I round the final corner. The brazier outside her door is cold. Dead. Not even embers remain. I throw open her door without knocking, my heart slamming a violent rhythm like a war drum. The room is dim, lit only by dying embers in the brazier, and for one terrible moment I think... But there she is. Curled beneath the furs, one hand resting protectively over her belly even in sleep. Her chest rises and falls in steady rhythm, dark hair spilled across the pillow like ink. Relief floods through me so violently my knees nearly buckle. She stirs at the sound of my entrance, blinking slowly in the firelight. When her eyes focus on me, confusion creases her features. Vargath, what's wrong? I can't find words. How do you tell someone that the only person who showed them kindness in this God's-forsaken place has been butchered like livestock? She sits up, the furs pooling around her waist, and the concern in her voice sharpens. You look like you've seen death itself. Maedra is gone. The words fall between us. She blinks once, twice, as if she didn't hear correctly. Gone where? Dead. Murdered. The color drains from her face so quickly I think she might faint. Her hand flies to her throat, fingers trembling. No, she was just here. She brought me tea before I slept. Someone cut her throat and painted the walls with her blood. She makes a sound like a wounded animal and scrambles from the bed, her pregnant belly making the movement clumsy. I reach to steady her, but she pushes past me toward the door. I have to see her. I have to... Saras, don't! But she's already running down the corridor, bare feet slapping against cold stone. I curse and follow, catching up as she rounds the corner to Maedra's chambers. The crowd has grown. Warriors, servants, even a few council members mill about the doorway like carrion birds, their voices a low buzz of speculation and barely concealed excitement. Saras pushes through them, and I see the moment she glimpses the carnage within. She goes rigid, then lets out a scream that echoes off the ancient stones, raw, primal, the sound of something breaking beyond repair. "Get out!" She whirls on the gathered orcs, tears streaming down her face. "Get out! All of you!" Rough laughter ripples through the crowd. One warrior, Thrak, I think, grins with yellow teeth. Listen to the human giving orders, as if she has any right to speak in sacred halls. "She was the last true elder." Saras's voice cracks with fury and grief. "The last one who honored the gods, and you stand here like vultures." More laughter, cruel, dismissive. I step forward, letting my full height and authority fill the space. "Clear the area. Now." The laughter dies. Warriors shuffle backward, but slowly, reluctantly. Their eyes hold no respect, only calculation. They're measuring me, wondering if I've grown weak. Who would dare kill an elder within temple walls? My voice carries as full of command, but I see the truth in their faces. They don't care who did this. Some of them are probably glad. Thrak shrugs with theatrical indifference. Old woman stuck her nose where it didn't belong. Bound to happen eventually.
Chapter 17. Saras. The crowd disperses like smoke, leaving only the echo of their laughter and the metallic stench of blood. I push through the doorway, my bare feet sliding on something wet and dark. Maedra lies crumpled beneath the cold brazier, her weathered hands still clutching the hem of her ceremonial robes. The ritual scars along her arms seem deeper now, carved shadows in death. Blood pools beneath her head like spilled wine, seeping into the ancient stones. "Oh, Maedra." My voice breaks on her name. I sink to my knees beside her, ignoring the cold seeping through my thin nightgown. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Her eyes stare at nothing, but her face holds an odd peace, as if she'd seen this coming and made her peace with the gods. I reach out with trembling fingers to close them, whispering the prayer she taught me for the dead. Footsteps approach behind me, heavy, familiar. Serious. Vargath's voice carries that careful control he uses when emotions threaten to crack his armor. "You shouldn't be here." I don't turn around. Can't tear my gaze from Maedra's still form. She was kind to me. The only one who... The stress isn't good for the baby. Something hot and sharp explodes in my chest. I whip around to face him, tears streaming down my cheeks. "Go away." He stands in the doorway like a mountain, unmovable. His dark eyes take in the blood-painted walls, the symbols of violence and hatred before settling on me. "I won't be doing that. I don't want you here." "You could be in danger. We don't know what happened yet." I know exactly what happened. I struggle to my feet, my belly making the movement clumsy and graceless. The rage burning in my chest gives me strength I didn't know I possessed. "Your people did this. They found the one person in this God-forsaken place who believed me, who saw something sacred instead of shameful, and they took her away." I slip off my robe. The fabric whisper soft as it slides from my shoulders. The cold air bites at my skin through the thin nightgown, but I don't care. I lay the robe gently over Maedra's body, covering the worst of the blood. She died because she defended me, because she said our child was blessed. I turn back to face him, my voice rising with each word. "And you pretend I don't exist when others are watching, then hover around my door like some guilty shadow when you think no one will see." Vargath's jaw clenches. A muscle jumps beneath the ritual scars on his cheek. "That's not..." Isn't it? You claim me to the council when it suits your pride, then act like touching me would burn your hands. I step closer, close enough to see the flecks of gold in his dark eyes. You want to know who killed her? Look in a mirror. Your silence killed her just as surely as whoever drew the blade. His face turns away, jaw working like he's grinding stone between his teeth. The firelight catches the sharp angles of his cheekbones, the ritual scars that mark him as a warrior worthy of command. But right now he looks like a boy caught stealing bread. You can't both want me dead and want me safe, I snap, my voice echoing off the blood-stained walls. His head whips back toward me, eyes blazing. I don't know what I want. The words tear from his throat like they've been clawed out. Raw. Honest. More honest than anything he's said since he found me at those gates. Something breaks inside me, fury or grief or both, and I shove him. Hard. My palms slam against the leather and mail covering his chest, but it's like pushing against a mountain. He doesn't budge. But his hands snap up, catching my wrists. His fingers wrap around them completely, calloused and warm and impossibly gentle for someone who could snap my bones without effort. Saras, don't. But I don't pull away. Can't. The heat from his skin seeps through mine, and suddenly I'm back in that tent, his breath on my neck, his voice whispering my name like a prayer. The way he touched me like I was something precious instead of something convenient. His eyes drop to my lips. His grip loosens, thumbs brushing over the delicate bones of my wrists. The space between us crackles with the same electricity that burned through us that night, desperate and hungry and impossible to ignore. I lean closer, drawn by the memory of his mouth on mine, the way he made me feel chosen instead of tolerated. His breathing changes, becomes deeper, more careful, like he's trying not to break something fragile. But then reality crashes back. The blood on the floor. Madra's still form beneath my robe. The months of silence and shame and pretending I didn't exist. I wrench my hands free, stepping back until the cold stone wall presses against my shoulder blades. You left me behind. The words land like a physical blow. His face goes pale beneath the olive of his skin, tusks bared in something that might be pain or rage or both. You disappeared before dawn. Didn't say goodbye. Didn't send word. I waited for weeks, thinking maybe... My voice cracks. But you made your choice clear enough. I had duties. Everyone has duties. That's not why you left. His expression shifts with something new. Guilt, maybe, or recognition of a truth he doesn't want to face. The accusation hangs between us like a fog. But before he can respond, before I can say anything else I might regret, a sharp, twisting pain tears through my belly. I gasp, doubling over, my hands flying to my stomach. The pain is unlike anything I've felt before, not the gentle movements of the baby, but something violent and wrong. Like claws raking through my insides. My knees hit the blood-slicked stones with a crack that echoes through the chamber. Saras!
Chapter 18. Vargath. I drop to my knees beside her before conscious thought takes hold. My hands hover over her doubled form, unsure where to touch, how to help. She's curled around her belly like she's trying to shield the baby from some invisible attack. What's happening? My voice breaks with genuine fear. Saras, what's wrong? Her face is chalk white, tears streaming down her cheeks as she rocks back and forth on the blood-stained stones. Her breath comes in sharp, desperate gasps. Please, she whispers, the word barely audible. Please, not the baby. Ice floods my veins. I've seen warriors gutted on battlefields, watched men die screaming with their entrails spilling into the mud. But this terror clawing at her features, the way she cradles her stomach like it might shatter, cuts deeper than any blade. I won't let anything happen to you. My hands find hers, cover them where they press against her belly. To either of you! She cries out, a sound that rips through the temple like breaking glass. Something warm and wet drips onto the stones between her knees. Blood. Dark red against the ancient granite. My mind races, scrambling for solutions. Maedra would have known what to do. Would have had herbs, prayers, some ancient wisdom passed down through generations of midwives. But Maedra lies still beneath Saras' robe, her knowledge bled out with her life. Who else? The other shamans fled years ago when the council stopped paying them. The younger orcs know nothing of childbirth beyond the basics of battlefield medicine. Vargath! Saras' voice breaks on my name, raw with pain I can't begin to fathom. I'm here. I squeeze her hands, feeling how small they are beneath mine. How fragile. I'm not going anywhere. Another spasm racks her body. She doubles over further, her forehead nearly touching the floor. The blood spreads in a dark pool beneath her. Too much blood, and panic claws up my throat like a living thing. What's wrong? Tell me, please, Saras, tell me what's wrong. The words tumble out, desperate and pleading. I sound like a child begging for mercy, not a war leader who's commanded thousands. She can't answer, can only sob and clutch at her belly while her body betrays her in ways I'll never understand. I've stared down charging cavalry, faced dark elf assassins with nothing but a broken sword, led suicide charges against impossible odds without my pulse jumping. But watching her bleed on these stones, seeing the terror in her eyes as she fights for our child's life, this is the first time I've truly known fear. I scoop her into my arms without thinking, blood soaking into my leather vest. She's lighter than I expect, too light, and the way she goes limp against my chest sends fresh terror spiking through me. Hold on. My boots thunder against stone as I sprint through the temple corridors, past crumbling murals and guttering torches. Just hold on. The healer's hall squats in the fortress's eastern wing, a squat building that reeks of boiled herbs and old death. I kick the door open so hard it crashes against the wall, wood splintering. 3 orc medics look up from their work, grinding powders, stitching a warrior's gashed arm. Their eyes widen when they see what I'm carrying. Help her! I bark, moving toward the nearest table. Now! The lead healer, a grizzled veteran named Cormath with scars crisscrossing his forearms, takes one look at Saras and steps back. She's human. I freeze. What did you say? You heard me. Cormath crosses his arms, unmoved by the blood dripping from my burden onto his floor. Not worth the resources. We've got real injuries to tend. The other healers nod agreement. One actually turns back to his pestle, dismissing us entirely. Something snaps inside my chest like a breaking bone. I lay Saras gently on the table, her face pale as winter sky, then draw my war axe in one fluid motion. The blade whispers against leather as it clears the sheath. Cormath's eyes go wide as I press the edge against his throat, just deep enough to draw a thin line of blood. That wasn't a request. My voice comes out low, deadly calm. Save her, or I'll start making room for replacements. The hall goes silent except for Saras' labored breathing. The healer who turned away drops his pestle, the ceramic shattering against stone. Warleader, Cormath stammers, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air. The council won't. The council isn't here. I press the blade a fraction deeper. I am. And I'm telling you to save her life and the child she carries. Unless you prefer to explain to the gods why you let an innocent die while you stood by and watched. Cormath's Adam's apple bobs against my axe edge. Of course, Warleader. Right away. The healers scramble into motion, fear making them efficient. They gather supplies, clean cloth, steaming water, vials of herbs I can't name. I sheathe my weapon but don't move from Cormath's side, making sure he understands the threat hasn't passed. I take Saras' hand in mine, her fingers cold and trembling. Her eyes flutter open, unfocused with pain. You're not dying, I whisper, squeezing gently. Neither of you are.
Chapter 19. Saras. Consciousness returns like a slow tide, pulling me up from depths where pain and terror still echo. The first thing I notice is the absence of agony. No sharp claws tearing through my belly, no fire racing down my spine. Just a dull ache that speaks of healing rather than dying. The second thing I notice is warmth. Not the warmth of fever or blood loss, but something solid and steady pressed against my palm. I force my eyes open, blinking against dim torchlight until the world sharpens into focus. Stone walls, a narrow bed with rough woven blankets, the familiar smell of herbs and old incense that marks temple quarters, and beside me, slumped in a wooden chair that looks far too small for his frame, sits Varath. His armour bears dark stains I recognise as blood, mine probably, and his black hair has escaped its war braids to fall loose around his shoulders. His jaw clenches and unclenches in a rhythm that suggests he's been grinding his teeth for hours. But his hand holds mine with careful gentleness, fingers intertwined like he's afraid I might slip away if he lets go. You never left. My voice comes out as barely a whisper, throat raw from screaming I only half remember. His head snaps up, dark eyes searching my face with an intensity beyond reason. Relief flickers across his features before he schools them back into that familiar mask of control. Couldn't. The word drops between us like a stone. Didn't trust them not to finish what someone started. Memory crashes back in waves, Maedra's still form beneath my robe, the terror of feeling my body betray me, blood pooling on sacred stones. My free hand flies instinctively to my belly, feeling for the familiar curve, the gentle movement that means life continues despite everything. The baby? Safe. His thumb traces across my knuckles, the gesture so gentle it steals my breath. The healers said you need rest, no travel, no stress. I almost laugh at that last part, but it comes out as more of a sob. No stress, in a place where someone murdered the only person who gave a damn about me. His jaw tightens. I give a damn. Do you? I ask without restraint, raw and honest in a way that makes us both flinch. Because from where I'm lying, it's hard to tell what you want from me. He's quiet for a long moment, studying our joined hands like they hold answers to questions he's afraid to ask. When he finally speaks, his voice is rougher than I've ever heard it. When I saw you lying there, he stops, swallows hard. I've charged enemy lines, faced down creatures that could tear me apart with their bare hands. I've never been more afraid in my life than watching you bleed on those stones. The admission hangs between us, vulnerable and stark. I watch him struggle with it, see the way his shoulders tense like he's expecting me to use his fear as a weapon. Instead, I squeeze his fingers. I was terrified too. He looks up then, finally meeting my eyes fully. There's something different in his expression. Less of the rigid warleader, more of the man who held me through one perfect night and then vanished like smoke. His free hand rises to brush a strand of hair from my face, the touch so careful it makes my chest ache. This is how he touched me before, like I was something precious instead of just convenient. Stay, he says quietly. Stay in the temple. I'll make sure you're cared for, protected. We'll find out what happened to Maedra, I swear it. The offer should comfort me, should feel like salvation after everything I've endured. But all I can think about is the temporary nature of temple sanctuary, the way his council looks at me like I'm a disease that needs curing. Then what? My voice trembles despite my efforts to steady it. What happens after the baby comes? After whoever killed Maedra decides I'm still too dangerous to live? You can't keep me hidden forever, Varath. He's quiet for so long I think he won't answer. Then his fingers tighten around mine, and when he speaks, there's something like determination in his voice. Then we find a way. His lips meet mine with a shock of tenderness that steals my breath. Not demanding, not possessive, Just soft. A question asked in silence. My body arches toward him before my mind catches up, seeking the heat of him, the solid reality pressing me back into the pillows. Don't stop. A low rumble vibrates in his chest, amused and warm. He shifts, his weight settling beside me on the narrow bed, one massive hand cradling my jaw. This time the kiss deepens. Slow, deliberate. His tongue traces my lower lip, patient, coaxing mine to meet it. It tastes like salt and smoke and him. My fingers clutch the worn leather straps crossing his chest armor, pulling him closer.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 20. Vargath. The dream clings to me like smoke from a dying fire, refusing to fade even as consciousness drags me back to the cramped temple room. Sweat beads on my forehead, cold despite the warmth radiating from Saras' sleeping form beside me. She bears more than blood. She bears promise. The words echo in my skull, spoken in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. I've heard the priest describe the plentiful god, ancient beyond measure, hands that could cradle mountains or crush armies. In the dream, he towered behind Saras like a living shadow, golden eyes burning with something between benediction and warning. Grain spilled from his massive palms, each kernel catching firelight like tiny stars. I sit up slowly, careful not to disturb the narrow bed. The stone walls seem to press closer in the pre-dawn darkness, and I can taste the lingering incense that never quite leaves these temple quarters. My heart still pounds against my ribs, each beat a reminder that some visions carry weight beyond sleep. Saras breathes softly beside me, her face peaceful in a way I've rarely seen since she arrived at Ashgar's gates. The harsh lines of exhaustion have smoothed, leaving behind the woman I remember from that single night. Vulnerable, fierce, beautiful in ways that have nothing to do with conventional prettiness. I turn toward her, drinking in details I've been too proud or too frightened to truly see. The way her dark hair spills across the rough pillow, the gentle curve of her shoulder beneath the healer's shift, the rise and fall of her chest, steady and alive despite everything this place has thrown at her. My human, my heat in winter, my weakness made manifest. The thought should shame me. Instead, it settles in my chest like an ember, warm and dangerous and mine. Carefully, I lift the edge of the blanket. Her belly curves beneath the thin fabric, round and full with life we created. My child grows there, sheltered by her body, fed by her blood. The magnitude of it strikes me fresh. This woman carries my legacy, my future, everything I never knew I wanted until it was almost lost. I lean down and press my lips to the swell of her stomach, feeling the warmth of her skin through the cloth. The kiss is reverent, barely a whisper of contact. What will you become, little one? The words escape as a murmur, too quiet to wake her but loud enough to make the promise real. What will you teach me? My father's face surfaces unbidden, all sharp angles and disappointed scowls. Korath the Ruthless, they called him. He measured worth in scars and conquest, viewed affection as corruption that weakened the blood. I learned early that love was something to be buried, that tenderness was a luxury warriors couldn't afford. The old bastard died believing I'd follow his path exactly. Cold, calculating, alone. You'll never feel unwanted, I whisper against Saras' belly, the vow scraping my throat raw. Never doubt your place in this world. But even as I speak the words, reality crashes back in. This tribe will never accept her. The council sees her as a threat to their precious traditions, a contamination that needs cleansing. Jara circles like a vulture, waiting for any excuse to remove what she sees as competition. And somewhere in these halls, Madra's killer walks free, probably planning their next move. Fear grips my chest, not for myself, but for the impossible choice looming ahead. Stay, and watch them destroy her piece by piece. Leave and abandon everything I've bled to build. Unless I change everything. I slip from the bed with practiced silence, my bare feet finding the cold stone without disturbing her sleep. The warmth of her body still clings to my skin as I pull on my leather breeches and tunic, each layer of clothing a barrier between me and the memory of her touch. The temple room feels smaller somehow, suffused with the scent of our coupling and the lingering sweetness of her hair. The corridors stretch before me like the ribs of some ancient beast, torchlight flickering against carved stone that predates my grandfather's wars. My boots echo despite my efforts at stealth, the sound bouncing off walls that have heard too many secrets, witnessed too much blood. How do I get the council to accept her? The baby? The question gnaws at me with each step. I could offer a challenge. Blade to blade. Winner takes all. Half the council would accept that, the old-fashioned bastards. But the other half would see it as barbaric posturing, and Saras would still be trapped in the middle of their politics. A trade, then? My position for their acceptance. But that leaves us powerless, vulnerable to whoever climbs into my place. And knowing this tribe, that someone would be far less sympathetic to human blood mixing with ours. Threaten war? The thought tastes bitter. Split Ashgar down the middle, force every orc to choose between tradition and change. Blood would flow in the halls where children play. Brothers would raise blades against brothers. And for what? So I can keep what should have been mine from the start? I reach the balcony overlooking the settlement, stone still warm from the day's forges despite the late hour. Ashgar spreads below me like a patchwork of old wounds and new scars, human ruins crowned with orc additions, steam rising from workshops, the distant glow of the sacred flames that burn eternal in the deepest temple. But tonight something's wrong. It's quiet. No night wind carries the usual sounds, the distant ring of hammer on anvil, the low chants from the prayer halls, the occasional bark of laughter from the guard towers. Even the sacred fires seem dimmer, their smoke rising straight up without the slightest breeze to bend it. My skin crawls. In 34 years, I've learned to trust my instincts when they scream danger, and right now they're howling like wolves in winter. I turn from the balcony, walking faster. My stride lengthens with each step until I'm jogging through the corridors, then running full out. The temple door slams against the wall as I burst through, the fire in the brazier gutters nearly dead. Saras's blankets lie twisted and empty, still warm but vacant as a tomb. A clay cup lies shattered near the bed, its contents spread in a dark stain that gleams wet in the dying light. Blood. Deep gouges scar the stone floor, fingernail scratches, desperate and raw. The air carries the metallic tang of violence and something else. Fear, thick as smoke. Saras? My voice cracks like breaking stone. The silence swallows her name, offers nothing back. The growl builds in my chest, low and deadly, the sound of something fundamental breaking inside me. They took her. While I dreamed of gods and promises, while I planned and schemed and tried to find civilized solutions, they took the mother of my child. This time by blood, by blade, by every god left breathing in this rotting world. I will not be too late. Chapter 21. Vargath. The inner ring of Ashgar blurs past me as I storm through corridors that suddenly feel too narrow, too confining. Guards flatten themselves against walls as I pass, smart enough to recognize the look of a man with nothing left to lose. My boots pound against ancient stone, each step echoing like a war drum through halls that have witnessed countless betrayals. The council chamber doors stand before me. Thick oak reinforced with iron bands, carved with the old symbols of authority. Voices drift from within, calm and measured, discussing trade routes and border patrols as if the world hasn't just cracked open beneath my feet. I don't knock. The doors explode inward under my shoulder, wood splintering against stone. 7 council members look up from their maps and wine cups, faces shifting from annoyance to alarm as they take in my expression. My axe sings from its sheath, the blade catching torchlight as it embeds itself in the center of their precious table. Ancient wood splits with a sound like breaking bones, sending scrolls and goblets flying. Who took her? The words wrench out from clenched teeth, raw and deadly. Silence stretches between us, thick as blood. Elder Grothak clears his throat, his weathered face a mask of confusion. Vargath, what? The human is gone. I lean forward, both hands on the axe handle, letting them see the murder in my eyes. Someone dragged her from the temple while she slept. There's blood on the floor and fear in the air thick enough to choke on. Councillor Vex shifts in his chair, rings clinking against his wine cup. Perhaps she simply left? Humans are unpredictable creatures. With scratches gouged into stone, with her blood spilled on sacred ground, I twist the axe deeper into the wood, watching them flinch. Try again. Jara sits at the far end of the table. She studies her fingernails with elaborate disinterest, but I catch the tension in her shoulders, the way she won't meet my gaze. This is unfortunate news, Elder Korma ventures, her voice carefully neutral. But surely you don't suspect... I suspect everyone. My gaze sweeps the table, cataloging every nervous glance, every guilty fidget. Someone in this room knows exactly where she is. Someone decided that Maedra's murder wasn't enough of a message. Grothak spreads his hands in a gesture of innocence. Vargath, you're distraught. Understandably so. But accusing the council that wanted her gone from the moment she arrived? I pull the axe free, wood chips scattering across their maps. The council that called her a threat, a contamination. The council that sat silent while Jara suggested removing her quietly. Jara's head snaps up, eyes flashing. I made no such suggestion. You called for her removal. Your exact words. I point the axe at her throat, close enough that she can feel the steel's chill. What did you do with her? Nothing. But her voice wavers, just slightly. I've been here all evening, as these witnesses can attest. Witnesses. I laugh, the sound bitter as winter wind. How convenient. The rage builds in my chest like molten iron, threatening to spill over and consume everything in this chamber. My fingers tighten on the axe handle until my knuckles crack, the urge to paint these walls red nearly overwhelming my last threads of control. Cowards! The word drops like a stone into still water. Every last one of you, sitting in your warm chairs, making decisions about blood you've never spilled, lives you've never saved. Elder Grothak's face flushes purple. Vargath, you forget yourself. I forget nothing. I sweep the axe in a wide arc, sending more scrolls flying. I remember every battle you sent me to fight while you counted coin. Every warrior who died following your orders while you feasted. Every promise you made and broke. Councillor Vex pushes back from the table, chair scraping against stone. This is madness. You threaten the very foundation. What foundation? I laugh, the sound sharp enough to cut glass. This crumbling monument to your own importance? These traditions that excuse murder and call it politics? Jara's eyes narrow to slits. You speak of murder as if you know. I know enough. I step closer, letting her see her death reflected in my blade. I know Maedra died because she spoke truth. I know my woman was taken because you can't stomach the thought of change. Your woman? Elder Korma's voice drips disdain. A human broodmare who's addled your wits? My vision goes red around the edges, and for a heartbeat, I see myself splitting her skull like a melon. Instead, I plant the axe point first into the stone floor between her feet, close enough to part the hem of her robes. She carries my child. Each word falls like a hammer blow. Harm her, and I will raze this place to ash. I will burn every hall, every tower, every stone that bears your stench. I will salt the earth so thoroughly that nothing grows here for 1,000 years. Grothak scoffs, his weathered face twisting with contempt. Listen to yourself, a war leader brought low by sentiment. Maedra filled your head with nonsense about divine flames and prophecy. And now you... Now I what? Care about something beyond your approval? I yanked the axe free, stone chips scattering across their feet. You call it weakness because you've forgotten what strength looks like when it has purpose. Purpose? Vex's voice cracks like a whip. Your purpose is to this clan, to these people, not to some human who spreads her legs and claims divine blessing. The chamber door creaks open behind me. Gargan steps inside, his scarred face grim as he takes in the scene. The shattered table, the scattered council, the hunger for murder. Vargath. His tone is filled by years fighting beside me, of knowing the man that I was. Whatever's happened, this isn't the way. I don't turn, don't take my gaze off the council members who huddle like sheep before a wolf. They took her, Gargan. They crept in like cowards and stole what's mine. Then we find out what happened. He steps closer, hand extended as if approaching a wounded animal. But not like this. Not by threatening. Relics! I spit the word at the council table. Traitors hiding behind ceremony and calling it honor. They murdered Maedra for speaking truth, and now they've taken Saras because they can't bear to see their precious traditions challenged. Gargan's broken tusk catches the torchlight as he frowns. Vargath, think. If you kill them all, my loyalty is not to tradition. I finally turn to face him, letting him see the finality in my expression. It's to blood, to the child she carries, to the woman who trusted me to keep her safe. And I'll be damned if these ignorant fools think they can take her away from me.
Chapter 22. Saras. Cold seeps through my bones like poison, dragging me from the blessed darkness of unconsciousness. My eyelids feel weighted with lead, and when I finally pry them open, the world swims in and out of focus. A single torch gutters in a wall sconce, casting dancing shadows that make the rough stone walls seem to breathe. The smell hits me next. Damp earth, mildew, and something else. Something that makes my stomach lurch with recognition. Fear. This place reeks of it. I try to sit up and immediately regret it. My head pounds like a war drum, and there's a metallic taste coating my tongue. Blood. I probe my lip with my tongue and find it split, swollen. Memory crashes back in fragments, rough hands dragging me from warmth, a cloth pressed over my mouth, the world tilting sideways as consciousness fled. No, no, no. The words spill from my cracked lips as I struggle upright, hands instinctively covering my belly. The baby kicks weakly, and relief floods through me so powerfully I nearly sob. Still alive. Still fighting. That's when I feel the weight around my ankles. Iron shackles, crude but effective, connected to a chain that disappears into the shadows. I follow it with trembling fingers until it ends at a ring bolted deep into the stone wall. You clever bastards. My voice echoes strangely in the cramped space, bouncing off walls that seem to press closer with each breath. Can't kill a pregnant woman outright. Too much bad luck. So you hide me away like a dirty secret instead. I test the chain's length, shuffling forward until it pulls taut. 3 steps. That's all they've given me. 3 steps in any direction from this corner of hell they've carved out for me. The door stands just beyond my reach, naturally. Thick wood reinforced with iron bands, no handle on this side. No way out except through whoever put me here. My hands shake as I press them against the rough wood, feeling for any weakness, any gap I might exploit. Nothing. They've done this before, planned for every possibility, except the one where I go quietly into whatever darkness they've prepared. Help! The word tears from my throat, raw and desperate. I pound my fists against the door until my knuckles split and bleed. Someone help me, please. Silence answers me. Thick, absolute silence that swallows my voice like a hungry mouth. I know you can hear me! I scream louder, putting everything I have into it. You cowards! Face me! My voice bounces back from stone walls, distorted and hollow. The echo mocks me, cowards, 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 until it fades into nothing. I sink back against the wall, chest heaving, and wrap my arms around my belly. The baby shifts restlessly inside me, responding to my panic. Shh, I whisper, though my voice shakes. We're going to be fine. Varath will find us. But even as I say it, doubt creeps in like the cold. How long have I been here? Hours, days. And if they were bold enough to take me from the temple itself? Help! I surge forward again, throwing my entire weight against the door. The chain jerks me back, sending pain shooting up my legs. Help me! Only my echo answers, growing fainter with each repetition until even that abandons me to the dark. The fight drains out of me like water through cracked stone. My fists ache, my throat burns raw, and the silence presses against my eardrums until I want to scream again just to break it. Instead, I slide down the wall until I'm curled in the corner like a broken doll, knees drawn up as much as my swollen belly allows. The tears come whether I want them or not. Hot, angry things that blur my vision and taste of salt and defeat. I press my face against my knees and let them fall, each one a small surrender I can't afford but can't stop. We're alone, I whisper to my belly, voice muffled and thick. Just you and me against all of this. The baby responds with a gentle flutter, as if to say I'm here. I flatten my palm against the curve where I felt the movement, imagining tiny hands and feet taking shape in the dark. Listen to me, little one. My voice steadies as I find my purpose again. Whatever happens, I'm going to keep you safe. I don't care what they want or what they think you are. You're mine. You're wanted. You're... My throat closes around the word loved. Too big and too dangerous to speak aloud in this place. I scrape my fingernail through the gritty dirt floor, carving letters with deliberate strokes. V-A-R-G-A-T-H. His name takes shape in the earth like a prayer, like an anchor. Like the only solid thing left in a world gone sideways. Your father, I tell the baby, tracing over the letters until they're deep enough to last. He has your eyes, you know. Dark and fierce and... Footsteps echo from somewhere beyond the door. Heavy boots on stone, accompanied by low voices that rise and fall like distant thunder. My heart kicks up the pace as I strain to make out words, but they're speaking too quietly, too far away. I hold my breath until my lungs burn, waiting for the scrape of a key in the lock, for the door to swing open. For someone, anyone, to acknowledge I exist. The voices fade, the footsteps retreat. Nothing. Bastards! I breathe, but the word lacks heat. I'm too tired for proper rage, too hollowed out by fear and the crushing weight of my own helplessness. The cold seeps deeper into my bones, and exhaustion pulls at my eyelids like lead weights. I can't fight it anymore. Can't keep my eyes open or my thoughts sharp. Sleep takes me despite the stone floor, despite the chains, despite everything. In my dreams, warmth surrounds me like summer sunlight. A figure approaches through golden mist, tall, broad-shouldered, but wrong somehow. Too perfect, too bright. His skin gleams like burnished bronze, and grain spills from his massive hands with each step. When he speaks, His voice resonates like distant thunder, ancient and patient and absolutely certain. He will come.
Chapter 23. Vargath. I storm through Ashgar's corridors like wildfire, my boots echoing off stone with each furious step. Every face I pass shrinks away from the murderous intent that must show in my expression. Good. They should fear me right now. You! I grab a temple guard by his leather vest, hauling him against the wall. Where were you at dawn? His eyes go wide as dinner plates. Sleeping, warleader. In the barracks with... Anyone see the human taken? I shake him once, hard enough to rattle his teeth. Anyone hear anything? No, sir, nothing, I swear by the old gods. I release him with a growl of disgust and move on. The next guard gives me the same useless answers. So does the servant who tends the braziers, and the kitchen wench who brings morning water. Nothing. No one saw anything. No one heard anything. As if Saras simply vanished into smoke. My fists clench until my knuckles crack. Someone in this place knows what happened, and I'll tear answers from their throats if I have to. Warleader. A young orc approaches hesitantly, barely old enough to hold a spear. Might I speak or get out of my way? He flinches but holds his ground. I tend the outer temple fires. Before dawn, I saw... Well, I thought I saw someone leaving through the side entrance. My blood stills. Who? I couldn't tell for certain. Too dark and they moved quickly. But... He glances around nervously. They wore fine armor, not guard issue. Something ceremonial and she... She! I demand. The pieces click into place like a blade sliding home. Only one woman in Ashgar wears ceremonial armor as daily dress. I find Jara in her chambers, seated at her polished bronze mirror, braiding her hair with nimble fingers. She doesn't look up when I enter, though her shoulders tense slightly. Vargath. Her voice carries that familiar note of possessive warmth. I wondered when you'd come to me. This business with the human must have you. Where is she? Her hands still for just a heartbeat before resuming their work. Where is who? Don't. I step closer, close enough that she can see my reflection behind hers in the mirror. Don't insult us both with games. She meets my eyes in the bronze surface, her expression perfectly composed. I have no idea what you're talking about, if your little pet has run off. She was taken from the temple, while I stepped out for a single moment. This time Jara does pause, a flicker of something crossing her features. Surprise? Satisfaction. It's gone too quickly to read. How terrible for you. She resumes braiding, each twist deliberate and controlled. Though I can't say I'm shocked. Humans are weak creatures. Perhaps she simply couldn't handle our ways any longer. Someone saw you leaving the temple at dawn. Her laugh sounds like breaking glass. Me? In that crumbling ruin? I wouldn't soil my boots on those floors. Then where were you? Here, sleeping. She gestures to her perfectly made bed, not a wrinkle in the furs. As any sensible person would be at such an ungodly hour. I study the bed, the pristine chamber, the way her armor hangs exactly where it always does. Too perfect, too clean, like a stage set waiting for an audience. Strange. I pick up a leather gauntlet from her armor stand, turning it over in my hands. This leather's still damp. From morning dew, perhaps? Jara's fingers falter in her braid, just for an instant, but I catch it. I cleaned my gear yesterday evening. It hasn't had time to fully dry. In winter? In a heated chamber? I set the gauntlet down with deliberate care. I've never... She stops herself, but too late. The words hang in the air like an admission. Never what? I lean forward, placing my hands on either side of her chair, trapping her between my arms and the mirror. Never been caught? Her reflection stares back at me, composure finally cracking around the edges. I don't know what you think you're proving. You know where she is. The words are matter-of-fact, low and dangerous. Jara's reflection meets my eyes in the bronze mirror, her chin lifting with practiced defiance. I already told you. Don't. I straighten, the chair scraping against stone as I take a step forward. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. She turns to face me, smoothing her hands down her ceremonial leathers with deliberate calm. You're losing your mind over a human, a pregnant one at that. Do you hear yourself? Where is she? I have no idea what's happened to your little pet. The words roll off her tongue like honey laced with poison. Perhaps she finally realized what a fool's game this was. Perhaps she... I move faster than thought, my hands closing around her shoulders and slamming her back against the stone wall. Her head cracks against the carved surface, and for a moment her mask of composure slips entirely. You think this is strength? The rage in my voice makes the braziers flicker. Killing a helpless woman? Jara's eyes flash, her carefully controlled facade cracking like ice under pressure. Helpless. She was destroying everything. The words tear from her throat, raw and bitter. You were mine, Vargath. Promised to me since we were children. My future, my status, You were never anything to me. The words hit her like a physical blow. Her face goes white, then red, her hands clawing at my forearms where I hold her pinned. I was everything, she snarls, spittle flying from her lips. I was your equal, your match, You were a contract. I lean closer, letting her see the truth in my eyes. A political arrangement I never wanted. Her laugh comes out broken, jagged. And what is she? What could a human possibly give you that I couldn't? Peace. The answer surprises me with its simplicity. She gave me peace. Jara's face twists with something ugly and desperate. Peace. With a creature who'll die in childbirth, who'll never understand our ways, our strength. Her voice becomes a venomous whisper. She was ruining everything. Everything we built. Everything we could have been. You are nothing to me, I spit out. Nothing. And now neither is she. The words slip out like a blade between ribs. Turning, I stride out of that room, away from that woman. If she's harmed my Saras or my child, I will make good on my words. She will be nothing.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 24. Saras. The darkness has weight here. It presses against my chest with each shallow breath, thick and damp like the inside of a grave. I've lost count of how many times I've traced the rough stone walls with trembling fingers, searching for weaknesses that don't exist. My ankles burn where the iron shackles bite into skin. The chains allow me just enough movement to pace 3 steps in any direction, a cruel mockery of freedom. Every shift sends metal scraping against stone, a sound that's become the rhythm of my captivity. The torch in the corridor beyond my cell gutters and spits, casting shadows that dance like demons across the walls. Sometimes I think I hear voices echoing from somewhere deeper in this maze of tunnels, but they fade before I can make out words. Footsteps approach, heavy, deliberate. I press myself against the far wall, hands instinctively covering my belly as a figure appears in the doorway. The orc wears a crude leather mask that covers everything but dark eyes that glitter with something unreadable. No words. Never any words. Just that awful, patient stare as he sets down a wooden bowl and a cup of what might charitably be called water. I don't move toward the food. The bread is green with mould, the meat rancid enough to turn my stomach even from across the cell. But he watches me anyway, head tilted like he's studying some fascinating specimen. What do you want from me? Silence. Always silence. I'm nobody. Just a translator. I can't give you information about defences or... He takes a step closer, and I see his hands. Thick fingers, scarred knuckles. Hands that could snap my neck without effort. Please. The word tastes like ash. Whatever you're waiting for, I don't have it. Those dark eyes shift to my belly, lingering there for long moments before returning to my face. Then he turns and walks away, leaving me alone with the smell of rotting food and my own fear. I sink to the stone floor, pulling my knees up as much as my swollen stomach allows. The baby kicks weakly, as if protesting this place, this situation, this life I've dragged them into. I know, I whisper, stroking my belly. I know you're hungry too. Sleep comes fitfully, broken by the drip of water somewhere in the darkness and the constant ache in my back. But when it finally takes me, I dream. I'm back in the temple, warm firelight dancing across familiar stone walls. Mydra sits across from me, her weathered hands wrapped around a cup of steaming tea. She looks exactly as she did in life, grey-green skin marked with ritual scars, eyes sharp with ancient wisdom. You're dead, I tell her, because dreams have their own logic. Death is just another room, child. She sips her tea, steam curling around her face like incense smoke. The question is whether you have the key to leave this one. I don't understand. She sets down her cup and leans forward, those knowing eyes fixed on mine. Even stone breaks, child, but roots grow deeper. What does that mean? You carry more than a baby. You carry possibility, change. The old ways crumbling to make room for something new. They chain your body, but they cannot chain what grows within you. I reach for her, desperate for comfort, for answers, but my fingers pass through smoke and shadow. Maedra, please. Survive, Saras. For all of us. I wake with tears streaming down my cheeks, her voice still echoing in the darkness. My hands find my belly, feeling the steady flutter of life beneath my ribs. We're going to survive, I whisper to the child nestled inside me, my voice hoarse but steady. Somehow, little one, we're going to survive this. The baby kicks once, as if in agreement, and I almost believe it might be true. I drag my fingernail across the gritty stone floor, carving another shallow line next to the growing collection. 7 marks now. Or is it 8? The days blur together in this tomb of dampness and shadow, but the ritual keeps me anchored. Each scratch in the dust becomes proof that time still moves forward, that I still exist. The baby shifts restlessly inside me, pressing against my ribs as if sharing my restlessness. I know, little one. My voice echoes back to me, hoarse from disuse. You're getting impatient too, aren't you? Wondering when we'll see sunlight again. Speaking aloud feels strange at first, but the sound of my own voice becomes a lifeline. Better than the alternative, the creeping silence that threatens to swallow my sanity whole. From somewhere deeper in these tunnels comes the sound I've grown to dread. Chains dragging across stone, followed by a low, orcish mutter. Other prisoners exist down here, shadows I never see but always hear. Last night, someone screamed. A raw, desperate sound that cut through the darkness before being abruptly silenced. Don't listen to that, I whisper, hand smoothing over my belly. We're going to be fine. Your father will come for us. He has to. The baby kicks, a flutter of movement that makes me smile despite everything. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, you don't know him like I do. He's stubborn. Impossibly, infuriatingly stubborn. Once he decides something matters. I pause, remembering the weight of his hands on my skin, the reverence in his touch. He doesn't let go. Footsteps approach, but these aren't the heavy boots of my masked guard. These are lighter, more purposeful. The torch flames flicker as a familiar silhouette appears in the doorway. Jara. She's traded her ceremonial armour for simple leathers, but her bearing remains regal, predatory. Those sharp features twist with barely contained fury as she studies me through the iron bars. Still breathing, I see. Disappointed? Her lips curl into something that might charitably be called a smile. I told them to let you starve, let nature take its course. But no, apparently even my word carries less weight than it should. Poor Jara. Must be exhausting, being so thoroughly ignored. She steps closer to the bars, fingers wrapping around the iron with white-knuckled intensity. You think this is amusing? You think your little jokes will save you? I think you're down here talking to a chained pregnant woman instead of planning your grand political marriage. That tells me everything I need to know about how well your schemes are working. You don't matter. The words come out like a hiss, venom dripping from each syllable. You never did. You're nothing but a distraction, a moment of weakness he'll forget once you're gone. The laughter bubbles up from somewhere deep in my chest, wild, defiant, completely inappropriate for my circumstances. But I can't stop it. The sound echoes, bouncing back at us like a challenge. Jara recoils as if I've struck her. Then why are you down here? I manage between gasps of laughter. If I'm so insignificant, so forgettable, why aren't you upstairs planning your wedding feast? Why are you wasting time on nothing? Her face goes ashen, then flushes dark with rage. Without another word, she turns and leaves, and I'm left alive, but just as alone as before.
Chapter 25. Vargath. The temple corridors blur past as I retrace my steps for the 100th time. Every stone, every crack in the mortar, every shadow cast by flickering torchlight. I've memorized them all. The storage chambers beneath the altar, the forgotten prayer alcoves, the narrow servant passages that wind behind the walls like veins through a corpse. Nothing. No trace of her scent. No blood. No sign of struggle beyond that broken cup and the scratches on her chamber floor. You've checked that passage 3 times today. Gargan's voice cuts through my obsession like a blade. He leans against the entrance to the undercroft, arms crossed, watching me with the patience of someone who's seen too many friends lose their minds. Maybe I missed something. You didn't. I turn on him, fury rising in my throat. You think I'm imagining things? You think I've lost my mind over some human woman? I think you're tearing yourself apart over something you can't control. His scarred jaw works as he considers his next words. Maybe it's time to accept she's gone. The words hit like a physical blow. I slam my fist against the stone wall, feeling bones crack against ancient mortar. She didn't leave. She was taken. By who? We've questioned every guard, every servant. No one saw anything. No one heard anything. Gargan steps closer, voice dropping to that careful tone he uses when I'm about to do something spectacularly stupid. The council says she was never real, that I've imagined her, that grief has made me see phantoms. I spit the words like poison. They sit in their warm chambers, growing fat on lies, while she's somewhere in this cursed place bleeding. Vargath. They want me to forget her, to go back to Jara, to their plans, to their neat little arrangements. My voice is raw with exhaustion. But I felt her kick Gargan, the baby, My child, real as the scars on my arms. Gargan's expression softens, but his voice remains steady. I believe you. But if she's truly gone, she's not gone. The certainty burns in my chest like molten iron. This place is older than any of us remember. Built on human foundations, riddled with passages the Council pretends don't exist. She's here. Somewhere. I push past him, heading for the outer corridors where the newer construction meets ancient stonework, where secrets hide in the spaces between old and new. Where are you going? To find someone with a better memory than the Council. The Forge District sprawls beneath the main stronghold like a cancer of smoke and steel. Here, the old human architecture shows its bones. Cracked foundations, half-collapsed archways, chambers that serve no purpose anyone can remember. The perfect place to hide someone you want forgotten. I find Grosh hammering red-hot iron into submission, sweat streaming down his massive frame. He's been here since before I was born, knows every tunnel and forgotten chamber better than the maps. Warleader. He doesn't look up from his work. Heard you've been asking questions. I need information. Information costs coin. Good information costs more. I drop a heavy purse on his anvil. The sound of gold rings clear over the hammer's song. What do you know about the old passages? The ones that don't appear on official maps? His hammer pauses mid-swing. Dangerous question. Dangerous times. He sets down his tools, studying me with eyes that have seen too much. There are places beneath this stronghold that predate Orcish rule, chambers the first builders sealed away, tunnels that lead nowhere. He leans closer, voice dropping to a whisper. Places where things get lost. Permanently. Show me. Can't do that. But... He glances around, ensuring we're alone. Old Vex might know. Temple worker, older than stone. Keeps the sacred scrolls. If anyone has maps of the forgotten places, it's Vex. I'm already moving before he finishes speaking. I find Vex hunched over ancient scrolls in the deepest chamber of the temple archives, her gnarled fingers tracing faded ink by candlelight. She's so old her skin resembles cracked leather, and when she looks up at me, her eyes hold the cloudy weight of decades. Warleader, her voice rasps like autumn leaves. Heard you've been digging through shadows. I need to know about the old passages, the sealed sections. She studies me for a long moment, then reaches beneath a pile of ceremonial texts. Her weathered hands produce a piece of charcoal-stained parchment, edges brittle with age. Maedra asked me to keep this. Said someone might need it someday. She unfolds the drawing carefully. Map of the original catacombs, before the collapse 20 winters past. The charcoal lines show a maze of tunnels beneath the temple, chambers that branch off like roots from a dead tree. Several passages are marked with crude X's, sealed, forgotten, buried under tons of rubble. The council ordered them closed after the cave-in killed 3 workers. Vex's finger traces one particular tunnel. But stone shifts. Water finds new paths. Sometimes what's buried resurfaces. I memorize every line, every mark. Where would someone hide a prisoner? Somewhere the screams wouldn't carry. The excavation consumes my nights. I work alone, hands blistered raw from moving stone and debris. Each rock I shift feels like lifting the weight of my failures. The council thinks I've lost my mind. Let them. Gargan brings me food I barely touch, water I gulp down between hours of digging. The sealed entrance reveals itself slowly. First, a gap between stones. Then the outline of an archway, choked with rubble but intact. My shoulders ache. My knuckles bleed. But I keep digging, fury smoldering in my chest like banked coals. Between shifts, I return to her chamber, the room where I first saw her sleeping peacefully, where we made love with desperate tenderness, where I found her gone. I kneel where the ceremonial flames once burned, pressing my palms to cold stone. If the plentiful God sees fit to test me, my voice cracks in the darkness, then let the trial end. The silence stretches. No divine answer. No sign. just the weight of my own breathing, and the ghost of her scent still clinging to the furs. I'm back at the excavation site when it happens. 3 days of digging have opened a gap large enough to squeeze through. I'm clearing the last of the debris when I hear it, faint, muffled by layers of stone, but unmistakable. Soft sobbing. Her voice. I back away from the opening, grabbing my axe, heart roaring like a caged beast. She's still here. I'm coming.
Chapter 26. Saras. Time moves like honey through cracked stone down here. Minutes stretch into hours, hours collapse into moments. My body has become a catalogue of aches, the constant throb in my lower back, the sharp cramps that seize my belly without warning, the raw burn where the shackles have rubbed my ankles bloody. I think of Mother often in the darkness, how she used to tell me stories of women who escaped impossible situations through cleverness rather than strength. A sharp mind cuts deeper than any blade, she'd whisper when Father wasn't listening. I wonder what story she'd tell about a pregnant translator chained in forgotten tunnels, whether the heroine would find her way out or simply fade into the stone like so many others. Death feels closer some days, not as a terror, but as a familiar visitor settling into the corner of my cell. I've stopped fighting the thought entirely. Sometimes I imagine what it would feel like to simply stop, to let the baby and I slip away together, peaceful, beyond the reach of politics and hatred. But then the little one kicks, fierce and insistent against my ribs, and I remember we're both still here, still fighting. The sound of approaching footsteps jolts me from my half-doze. Heavy boots on stone, purposeful and unhurried. The door groans open, torch flame dancing wild shadows across damp walls. Jara steps inside. She moves with predatory grace, torch held high like a weapon. She kneels beside me, close enough that I can see the cruel satisfaction glittering in her eyes. He chose wrong. He will see that when you're gone. I try to pull away, but my body betrays me. Too weak, too tired, muscles cramped from days of confinement. The chains clink uselessly as I struggle. Why don't you just kill me if you're so sure? The words rasp from my throat like broken glass. Why keep me here? Her laugh bubbles up from somewhere dark and twisted. She leans closer, torch flame casting her face in hellish relief. I wanted to watch you suffer, to watch him suffer for daring to look your way. The torch wavers as she gestures, sending shadows careening across the stone walls. And now the council has convinced him that you were never even here for him. That damned parasite was never his. Her voice is filled with hatred. You came, lied, and left. You're the liar. But my voice lacks conviction. Days of isolation have worn away my certainty, like water against stone. Am I? Jara's smile sharpens to a blade's edge. He's stopped searching, little translator. Stopped asking questions. The great warleader has finally accepted what everyone else already knew, that you were nothing but a fever dream, brought on by guilt and loneliness. The doubt creeps in like poison through cracked stone. If Varath truly cared, wouldn't he have torn Ashgar apart by now? Wouldn't the very walls be bleeding from his rage? My hands clutch my swollen belly, fingers splayed protectively over the curve where our child grows. The baby shifts. I try to shield them from the terrible thoughts spiralling through my mind, that we're truly alone, that no one is coming, that this damp tomb will be our final resting place. There it is. Jara's voice drips with satisfaction. That pathetic expression I've waited so long to see finally cross your hideous human features. The torch flame wavers as she shifts closer, shadows dancing across her tattooed face like living things. Her eyes gleam with the fervour of someone who's finally cornering their prey after a long hunt. You actually believed he'd come for you, didn't you? That some grand romance would save you from the reality of what you are. Nothing but a warm body he used once and discarded. My throat feels raw, but the words scrape out anyway. Then why haven't you just killed me already? The question hangs in the stale air between us. Jara tilts her head, considering, as if my death is a puzzle she's been solving piece by piece. Because I wanted you to understand first. To feel the weight of abandonment settle into your bones. To know that when you die down here, alone and forgotten, it won't even register as a loss to him. She rises to her feet, torch held high, casting her shadow enormous against the stone walls. But you're right, I have waited too long. Time to put a pathetic animal out of its misery. Her free hand moves to her belt, fingers closing around the ornate handle of a ceremonial dagger. The blade catches the torchlight as she draws it, etched runes glowing like molten gold along its edge. "Accept it," she whispers, voice soft as silk and twice as deadly. "Accept that these thoughts are your last."
Chapter 27. Vargath. The tunnel mouth yawns before me like the throat of some ancient beast. Broken stones jut from the walls where my axe has carved through decades of deliberate collapse. My hands are raw, knuckles split and bleeding. But the pain keeps me focused, keeps me moving. The air grows thicker as I descend, heavy with the scent of old death and forgotten prayers. Torch flame gutters against damp stone, casting wild shadows that dance like spirits of the buried. These are the old burial chambers, sealed when I was still a boy, after part of the ceiling came down and crushed 3 temple workers. The walls tell stories in cracked carvings and faded paint. Gods with tusks and flowing hair, their hands full of grain and weapons. Shrines carved into alcoves, their offerings long since turned to dust. The plentiful god stares down from every surface, his eyes following my passage like an accusation. "Where are you?" I whisper to the darkness, voice echoing off stone that hasn't heard speech in decades. The tunnel branches ahead, 3 passages splitting like the fingers of a corpse's hand. I pause, straining to hear anything beyond my own ragged breathing. The silence presses against my eardrums like water. Then, faint as a dying ember, I catch it. Voices. 2 of them, one sharp and cold, the other. My heart slams against my ribs. Saras. I follow the sound through a narrow passage that scrapes my shoulders, past collapsed shrines and broken funeral urns. The voices grow clearer with each step, bouncing off the stone like trapped birds. Pathetic animal out of its misery. Jara's voice, cold satisfaction dripping from every word. The passage opens into a circular chamber, and an icy sensation washes over me. Saras lies crumpled on the stone floor, belly swollen beneath torn fabric, wrists raw from shackles. Her face is gaunt, eyes hollow with exhaustion and fear, but alive, still breathing. Jara kneels above her like some twisted priestess, ceremonial dagger gleaming in the torchlight. The blade wavers as she raises it, runes along its edge pulsing with reflected flame. Time fractures, slows. The world narrows to this single moment, the curve of steel above my woman, my child, my everything. "Saras!" The bellow tears from my throat like a war cry, echoing off the burial chamber walls with enough force to shake dust from the ceiling. Jara's head snaps toward me, eyes wide with shock and fury. The dagger begins its descent. I launch myself across the chamber, feet pounding against stone, muscles coiled like a spring finally released. Jara tries to adjust her grip, to complete the killing stroke before I reach her. Too late. My shoulder slams into her ribs with the force of a battering ram, lifting her clean off the ground. The dagger spins from her grasp, clattering across stone as we crash into the far wall in a tangle of limbs and snarled curses. "You!" She tries to speak, but I drive my elbow into her solar plexus, cutting off her words with a satisfying wheeze. We roll across the chamber floor, grappling like wild animals. Her nails rake across my cheek, drawing blood, but I barely feel it. Nothing exists except the need to put distance between her and Saras. "Get away from her!" I roar, hauling Jara upright and hurling her against the wall. Jara scrambles to her feet, blood trickling from her split lip. Her hand finds the ceremonial dagger where it fell, fingers closing around the hilt with desperate fury. "You chose wrong!" she hisses, lunging forward with the blade aimed at my throat. I sidestep, grabbing her wrist and twisting until bone grinds against bone. She screams but doesn't drop the weapon, driving her knee toward my ribs instead. The blow connects, stealing my breath, but I hold on. "All those years," she snarls through gritted teeth. "All that training, and you throw it away for a human." Better than a bitter shrew who thinks birthright makes her worthy. We crash into the wall again, the impact jarring the dagger loose. It skitters across the stone as we grapple, trading vicious blows in the cramped space. Her elbow catches my jaw, snapping my head back. I return the favor with a knee to her stomach that doubles her over. She recovers faster than expected, tackling me around the waist. We hit the ground hard, rolling across ancient burial stones as we fight for position. Her nails rake across my throat, seeking the major arteries beneath the skin. I grab her wrists, forcing her arms wide. Enough. Never. Spittle flies from her lips as she struggles beneath me. I won't let you disgrace our bloodline with that. My axe appears in my hand before she can finish the insult. The weight of it settles against her throat, edge kissing skin just hard enough to draw a thin line of blood. Jara goes perfectly still. Her eyes burn with hatred and something else, fear, finally breaking through her rage. "I should end you," I growl, pressing the blade deeper. "For Maedra. For what you've done here." She meets my gaze without flinching. "Then do it, coward. Or live knowing you let me walk away." Instead, I shift the axe to her right wrist, pinning it against the stone. "You want to touch what's mine?" Understanding dawns in her eyes, a heartbeat before the blade falls. The wet sound of metal through bone echoes off the chamber walls, followed by her shriek of agony as her hand separates cleanly at the wrist. Blood pools beneath the severed limb as Jara clutches the stump to her chest, face white with shock and pain. "Remember this," I tell her, wiping the axe clean on her robes. "Every time you look at that stump, remember what happens when you threaten my family." I leave her there sobbing and bleeding and rush to Saras' side. Her eyes flutter open as I kneel beside her, hands shaking as I gather her into my arms. Blood, too much blood, soaks into my armor from wounds I can't yet see. The crimson stain spreads across the ceremonial leathers I've worn into 100 battles, yet none have terrified me like this one. "You found me," she whispers, voice barely audible, the sound threading weakly through the heavy stone chamber. I shake my head, throat tight with words I can't speak. "I've failed you, Saras. Both of you." My voice breaks over the admission. I run my trembling fingers over her face, brushing away matted strands of dark hair stuck to her forehead with dried blood and sweat. The pallor beneath her soft brown skin fills me with dread. Too pale, too cold against my calloused hands that suddenly feel too rough to touch something so precious. Behind me, Jara's agonized moans fade into the background as I focus entirely on the woman in my arms. I scan Saras' body frantically, trying to assess how deep Jara's ritual knife has cut, how much damage has been done to her and our child. My child. The heir I was meant to create with a proper match, now the most important life in all of Ashgar.
Chapter 28. Saras. The world fractures into fragments, stone ceiling spinning overhead, the rumble of Vargath's voice against my ear, the steady rhythm of his steps echoing through endless tunnels. Pain radiates through my abdomen in waves, each one stealing more of my strength, until I can barely keep my eyes open. "Stay with me." His words float down to me like echoes from another world. "Just a little further." I try to respond, but my tongue feels thick and useless. The torch flames blur into streaks of gold as we move through the passages, their light dancing across carved gods who watch our passage with ancient, knowing eyes. The baby, I managed to whisper, the words scraping against my dry throat. Still fighting, just like its mother. His arms tighten around me, and I feel the warmth of his body through the leather and metal of his armour. It's the only thing keeping me tethered to consciousness as we climb higher, leaving the burial chambers behind. Varath. My voice sounds hollow, distant. I thought you'd forgotten. Never. The word carries such fierce conviction that I almost believe it. I will never forget you again. The tunnel walls seem to press closer, or maybe I'm simply shrinking into myself. Each breath becomes harder to draw, each heartbeat weaker than the last. The baby moves restlessly inside me, as if sensing the danger we're both in. Almost there, he murmurs, though I can no longer tell if he's speaking to me or to himself. Hold on. But I can't. The darkness spreads inward like spilled ink, swallowing the torchlight and the sound of his voice until nothing remains. Warmth touches my fingers first, gentle pressure, calloused skin against mine. Then the scent of healing herbs and clean linen fills my nostrils, so different from the damp stone and old death of the burial chambers. I open my eyes slowly, blinking against soft candlelight that doesn't hurt to look at. The ceiling above me is familiar, carved wooden beams instead of ancient stone. The healer's wing. There you are. I turn my head toward the voice and find Varath sitting beside the narrow bed, my hand clasped between both of his. His armour has been replaced by a simple tunic, and exhaustion lines his face like battle scars. But his eyes, when they meet mine, they're bright with relief. The baby. The words tumble out before I can think. My free hand moves instinctively to my belly, still rounded but tender to the touch. Is it alive? He squeezes my fingers gently. The healers did everything they could. The bleeding has stopped, and there's still movement. But they won't know for certain until it's born. I finish the sentence he can't, understanding settling heavy in my chest. He nods, jaw tight with worry he's trying to hide. They said you were lucky, a few inches lower, but I wasn't. I study his face, noting the fresh scratches across his cheek, the way his hair has escaped its warrior's braid. You found me in time. Barely. The word carries the weight of self-recrimination. I should have protected you better, should have known she would. Jara? His expression darkens. She won't be a problem anymore. Something in his tone tells me not to ask for details. Instead, I focus on the steady pressure of his hands around mine, the way he leans forward as if afraid I might disappear again. How long was I down there? Too long. His voice roughens. Days of the council telling me you'd run off, that you were never real to begin with. I can hear the pain beneath his words, not just fear for me, but the deeper wound of being gaslit by his own people, of having his reality questioned when it mattered most. I'm real, I whisper, tightening my grip on his fingers. We both are. We stare at each other in the flickering candlelight, and I can see him wrestling with something, words he wants to say but doesn't know how to shape. The silence stretches between us like a bridge neither of us knows how to cross. Why? I whisper suddenly. Why did you come for me? His jaw tightens, and for a moment I think he won't answer. Then his thumb traces across my knuckles, so gentle it makes my chest ache. Because you're mine. The words come out rough, like they've been scraped raw against his throat. Because I can't lose you again. The honesty in his voice hits me harder than any declaration of love could. It's not poetry, it's possession and terror and desperate need all wrapped into something that sounds almost like a confession. But honesty cuts both ways. I don't trust you. I watch his face as I say it, noting the way his eyes flicker with hurt. Not yet. He doesn't flinch, doesn't argue or make excuses. Just nods once, accepting the blow like he deserves it. I know. You left me before, when I needed you most. I did. You let them convince you I wasn't real, that your own child was a lie. His grip on my hand tightens slightly. Yes. The simple acknowledgement does something strange to the knot of anger in my chest, not dissolving it, but loosening it, just enough to breathe. I won't stop trying, he says quietly, to earn it, your trust. I study his face, the exhaustion carved into every line, the way his shoulders curve protectively toward me even sitting in a chair. His axe leans against the bed frame within easy reach, and I notice how his free hand never strays far from its handle. It's not safe for you here anymore. His voice carries a weight that wasn't there before. In Ashgar, after what happened with Jara, the council. A laugh jumps out from between my lips, surprising us both. Safe? When exactly was I supposed to be safe here? His mouth quirks upward at one corner, almost a smile. Fair point. Your people tried to leave me to freeze at the gates. They refused to treat me when I was bleeding. They murdered Mydra for protecting me. I shift slightly in the bed, wincing as the movement pulls at tender places. And now you're concerned about my safety? Now I know what I'm fighting for. He leans forward, and his voice drops to something fierce and low. I'll take care of you, both of you, whatever it takes. Even if it means leaving Ashgar? Something flickers across his expression. Surprise, maybe, that I would think so far ahead, that I would consider a future beyond these walls. Even then.
Chapter 29. Vargath. I watch Saras' breathing even out as exhaustion finally claims her. The healers assured me she needs rest more than anything now, that and time for her body to recover from what Jara put her through. My hands clench into fists at the memory of finding them in that burial chamber, of how close I came to losing everything that matters. The healer's wing feels too quiet, too exposed. Every footstep in the corridor makes my hand drift toward my axe. Every shadow could hide another threat. The council may have accepted Jara's exile, but that doesn't mean they've accepted Saras, or me for choosing her over tradition. I need to think, to plan, and I can't do that while watching every breath she takes, terrified it might be her last. I brush my thumb across her knuckles one final time before releasing her hand. She doesn't stir, lost in the deep sleep of healing. Good. She needs that peace, however brief it might be. The corridors of Ashgar feel different now. Less like home, more like a trap closing around us. Guards nod respectfully as I pass, but I catch the whispers that follow in my wake. The way conversations die when I enter rooms. They're watching me, waiting to see what I'll do next. I find Gargan in the armory, methodically sharpening blades that don't need sharpening. It's what he does when his mind is working through problems. Keeps his hands busy while his thoughts churn. She awake? He doesn't look up from the whetstone's steady rhythm against steel. For a while. Sleeping now. Good. She looked like death when you carried her up from those tunnels. I settle onto the bench across from him, watching sparks fly from the blade. How bad is it? Depends how you define bad. The whetstone pauses. Councils split between those who think you handled Jara appropriately and those who think you've lost your mind entirely. Jara's supporters are calling for your removal as warleader. And the warriors? Most would follow you into the depths of hell if you asked. But this? He gestures vaguely toward the door. This isn't a battle they understand. Love makes poor strategy. I lean back against the stone wall, feeling the weight of leadership pressing down on my shoulders like armor made of lead. It's not about love. No? Gargan's scarred eyebrow lifts. What's it about then? Survival. Hers and the child's. Same thing in the end. He sets down the blade and fixes me with that steady gaze that's gotten me through a dozen campaigns. Question is, what are you planning to do about it? The words stick in my throat for a moment. Once I say them aloud, there's no taking them back. No pretending this is temporary madness that will pass with time. She can't stay here. I meet his eyes. They'll try again. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but they will. And next time I might not find her in time. Gargan nods slowly. Probably right. So what? You send her away? Find her some safe human settlement to birth the child in? No. The word is final, and maybe too fast. I go with her. The whetstone clatters against the bench as Gargan's hand goes still. For a long moment, the only sound is the distant clang of hammers from the forges. You're talking about leaving Ashgar. I'm talking about protecting what's mine. Vargath. You know what that means. The council won't just let you walk away. Not as warleader. Not with everything you know about our defenses, our strategies. I know. You'll be branded a deserter. A traitor. The words hang heavy between us. There's no coming back from that. No redemption, no second chances. You'll be hunted. I think of Saras lying pale and bleeding in that underground chamber. Of the way her hand trembled when she told me she didn't trust me yet. Of the child growing inside her. My child, who deserves better than a world that sees them as an abomination. Then brand me. Gargan studies my face for a long moment, searching for cracks in my resolve. Finding none, he picks up the whetstone again, but doesn't resume sharpening. When? Soon. Before the council decides to take more direct action. You'll need supplies, horses, a route that avoids the main roads. Gargan! Don't. He cuts me off with a gesture. Don't insult me by pretending I'd let you go alone. I followed you this far. I lean forward, elbows on my knees, as fragments of conversations drift back to me. War councils where the elders spoke in hushed tones about troubling developments beyond our borders. Not raids or territorial disputes, something else entirely. There were whispers, I begin, my voice low, in the councils when they thought I wasn't listening, about a bonded pair building something beyond the reach of the old clans. Gargan's whetstone pauses mid-stroke. Go on. Kayla and Drokar. The names feel strange on my tongue, like speaking of legends made flesh. An orc who somehow traveled from the old world for a human woman. They've gathered others like them, outcasts, half-breeds, those who don't fit the old ways. Yes. Gargan spits into the dust. I've heard the name whispered in taverns. Most think it's a myth. Most thought I'd never choose a human over tradition. I meet his gaze. Yet here we are. The implications settle between us like smoke from a dying fire. A place where Saras and our child might not just survive, but belong. Where the god's blessing wouldn't be seen as blasphemy, but as proof of something larger than clan politics and blood feuds. You think they'd take you in? Gargan asks. A war leader fleeing his own people? I think they'd understand why I'm fleeing. 3 hours past midnight, we move through Ashgar's lower reaches like ghosts. Gargan knows every guard rotation, every blind spot in the watchtowers. Years of defending this place have taught us exactly how to slip past its defenses. The supply stores sit beneath the old human courthouse, carved into foundations that predate the orc occupation. Gargan produces keys that shouldn't exist, copies made by a sympathetic blacksmith who owes him favors from campaigns past. We work in silence, filling travel packs with dried meat, grain, medicinal herbs. Gargan adds a water skin that's seen better days, but holds liquid without leaking. I select a cloak thick enough to shield Saras from mountain winds. Horses? I whisper. 2 mounts, saddled and waiting in the eastern grove. Hardy beasts, bred for distance rather than war. I pause in my packing, studying my oldest friend's profile in the dim torchlight. The scar along his jaw catches the flame, a reminder of the battle where he saved my life by taking a dark elf's blade meant for my throat. Gargan! He doesn't look up from coiling rope with military precision. Don't. You could come with us. No. The word comes flat, final. Someone needs to hold this place together when the council tears itself apart looking for someone to blame. Besides, he glances up with that crooked grin that's gotten us through a dozen impossible situations. Three's a crowd when you're trying to start a new life. We shoulder the packs, checking straps and buckles one final time. At the door, Gargan catches my arm. For what it's worth. His broken tusk glints as he speaks. I hope she's worth it. The words hang in the cold air between us. Worth abandoning everything I've built. Worth becoming an exile, a traitor, a man without a clan. Worth the hunt that will surely follow. I think of Saras's laugh, rare and precious as sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Of her hands gentle on my scars, accepting what others have always seen as marks of brutality. Of our child, growing strong despite a world that would deny their right to exist. She's everything.
Chapter 30. Saras. I pull the cloak tighter around my shoulders, the weight of it both comforting and strange. The gates of Ashgar loom before me, iron and bone twisted into patterns that speak of ancient power. The last time I stood here I collapsed in the snow, begging entrance with nothing but desperation and the child growing inside me. That feels like a lifetime ago. Like watching someone else's memories through thick glass. My body still aches from what Jara did to me in those underground chambers. The healers assured me the bleeding has stopped, that the baby remains strong despite everything. But my legs shake if I stand too long, and my ribs protest every deep breath. I'm not the woman who first arrived here. Broken, perhaps, but not defeated. Never defeated. The irony isn't lost on me. The first time I came to these gates, they turned me away. Now I'm the one choosing to leave. Having second thoughts? I don't startle at Vargath's voice anymore. His presence has become as familiar as my own heartbeat, though I'm still learning to trust the steadiness of it. Still learning to believe he won't disappear when morning comes. No. I turn as he emerges from the shadows, cast by watchtowers and crumbling stone. The moonless night makes him look carved from darkness itself, all sharp edges and contained power. Just thinking how different this feels. He leads 2 horses toward me, their breath steaming in the cold air. The animals are sturdy rather than elegant, built for endurance, not ceremony. Travel packs bulge with supplies, and I catch the glint of weapons secured to the saddles. Different how? The first time I stood here, I was begging to get in. I touch my belly, feeling the familiar flutter of movement beneath my palm. Now I'm walking away, because coming here turned out to be more dangerous than having no place to go. You sound like you didn't expect that to happen. I didn't. The admission comes easier than it should. I wasn't sure I ever expected to get in. He stops beside me, reins loose in his hands. The horses stamp restlessly, eager to be moving, but he doesn't seem to notice. And now? I study his face in the dim starlight, searching for doubt or regret. Finding none, I allow myself a small smile. Now I'm learning what it feels like to be worth the risk. He moves to the smaller of the 2 horses, checking straps and buckles with military precision. When he turns back to me, his hands are gentle despite their size. Can you manage the mounting, or do you need... I need help. The words still stick in my throat, pride warring with necessity. I'm not strong enough yet to do it alone. He nods without judgment, positioning himself beside the horse. His hands settle on my waist, careful of tender spots still healing. On 3, 1... Wait. I catch his wrist, feeling the pulse beneath scarred skin. "Are you certain about this? Once we leave, there's no coming back." His tusks catch what little light filters through the clouds as he almost smiles. "There's nothing here worth coming back to." The mounting proves awkward and exhausting. My body rebels against the effort, muscles weak from days of captivity and trauma. Varath bears most of my weight, lifting me with patient strength until I'm settled in the saddle. The leather feels strange beneath me, too wide, too high, but the horse stands steady beneath my shifting weight. Comfortable? Define comfortable. I grip the reins, testing my balance. I'll manage. He produces thick animal skins from one of the packs, draping them across my legs and around my shoulders. The fur is soft against my skin, warm with the promise of protection against mountain winds. These should keep the cold out. His fingers linger on the edge of the blanket, adjusting the drape. We have a long ride ahead. How long? Days, maybe weeks, depending on the weather and how well you hold up. He swings onto his own mount with fluid grace, settling into the saddle like he was born there. We'll take it slow. I gather the reins, feeling the horse's strength beneath me. The gates of Ashgar stand open before us, leading to roads I've never travelled and a future I can't imagine. We don't look back. The horse's hooves crunch through snow-crusted ground as we leave Ashgar's shadow behind. The settlement's torchlight fades to pinpricks, then disappears entirely as we follow the winding path into wilderness. My mount moves with steady rhythm beneath me, and I focus on staying balanced rather than dwelling on what we're abandoning. The silence stretches between us, broken only by leather creaking and the occasional snort from the horses. Wind cuts through the furs draped around my shoulders, carrying the scent of pine and distant snow. I pull the coverings tighter, grateful for their warmth. After an hour of riding through moonlit valleys, curiosity finally wins over caution. I glance sideways at Varath, studying his profile against the star-scattered sky. His jaw remains set in that familiar line of determination, but something about his posture suggests relief rather than regret. Why now? He doesn't turn toward me, but his hands shift on the reins. The question hangs in the cold air like visible breath. I've been asking myself that since I found you outside in the snow. His voice carries easily across the space between our horses. Whether it was seeing you nearly die, or watching the council pretend you never existed, or just finally admitting what I'd known all along. Which was that I was a coward. The admission comes without self-pity, matter of fact as a military report. I let them dictate my choices because it was easier than fighting for what I wanted. I adjust my grip on the reins, considering this. The Varath I first met would never have made such a confession. That man guarded his vulnerabilities like state secrets. And what changed? You did. He finally looks at me, and even in the dim starlight I catch the intensity in his expression. The night we spent together I told myself it was just hunger, physical need, something I could forget once duty called. But you couldn't forget. No. His horse sidesteps around a fallen log, and he guides the animal with absent expertise. I tried. Threw myself into campaigns, planning the betrothal ceremony, convincing myself that tradition mattered more than desire. Then I showed up pregnant and ruined your careful plans. You showed up carrying my child and proved I'd been lying to myself for months. His tone sharpens anger, at himself, not me. Every excuse I'd made crumbled the moment I saw you collapsed in the snow. The horses climb a gentle slope, their breathing growing heavier with the effort. I lean forward slightly, easing the strain on my back while keeping my balance. The baby moves, responding to the movement. So why not claim us then? Why wait until Jara nearly killed me? Because I'm an idiot. The blunt response surprises a laugh out of me. Because I thought I could protect you by keeping distance. Because I believed the council when they said acknowledging you would bring disaster. And now you don't. Now I know the only disaster is pretending you don't matter. He guides his horse closer to mine, close enough that I can see the burn scars threading along his forearms. Because I choose you. Every time. The simple declaration hits harder than elaborate poetry ever could. No flowery promises or grand gestures, just truth, delivered with the same certainty he'd use to report enemy positions. Even knowing what it costs? Especially knowing what it costs. Chapter 31. Saras. I wake wrapped in warmth that doesn't belong to me. Varath's arm curves around my shoulders, his chest rising and falling beneath my cheek with the steady rhythm of deep sleep. The scent of leather and cold metal clings to his skin, familiar now after days of travelling together. My body feels like it belongs to someone else, distant and unreliable. Every muscle aches with the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that sleep doesn't touch. The baby stirs restlessly inside me, as if sensing my discomfort. "You're awake." His voice rumbles through his chest rather than breaking the silence around us. I don't lift my head, too tired to pretend I'm stronger than I feel. Unfortunately. How do you feel? Like I've been dragged behind the horses instead of riding them. I shift slightly, testing the limits of my body's cooperation. Pain shoots through my ribs, sharp enough to steal my breath. How long did I sleep? Most of the day. It's nearly evening now. The admission surprises me. I remember mounting my horse this morning, remember the first few miles of winding mountain paths. After that, everything blurs together in a haze of exhaustion and stubborn determination. I slowed us down. You needed rest. His arm tightens slightly around my shoulders. We're not racing anyone. I finally lift my head to look at him, taking in the concern etched across his features. Dark circles shadow his eyes, and I realise he probably didn't sleep at all while I was unconscious. When did you last eat? I'm fine. That's not what I asked. He sits up slowly, careful not to jostle me too much. The movement reveals the small camp he's built around us, bedrolls arranged near a carefully banked fire, travel packs positioned to block wind, horses tethered within easy reach. I'll eat when you do. The dried meat and hard bread taste terrible in my mouth, but I chew and swallow. My stomach rebels against the food, cramping with each bite. Varath watches me struggle through the meal with the intensity of a battlefield commander monitoring troop movements. Eat more. He tears off a piece of his own bread and holds it out to me. The baby needs it. I can't. If I eat any more, I'll just bring it back up. Try anyway. Don't order me around. I'm not ordering, I'm asking. His voice gentles, but the determination remains. Please. The bread crumbles between my fingers as I accept it. The simple gesture, him offering his own food, carries more weight than grand declarations ever could. I manage 3 more bites before my stomach definitively refuses to cooperate. Snow begins falling as we break camp, fat flakes that melt against my skin and turn the world soft around the edges. The landscape stretches before us in rolling hills of white, broken by the skeletal remains of what must have been a human city. Twisted metal and crumbling concrete thrust up through the snow like broken teeth, monuments to a civilization I never knew. How far? I ask as Varath helps me toward my horse. Another few days to reach the border territories. Maybe a week to find Kayla and Drokar, depending on where they've settled. The mounting process proves even more difficult than yesterday. My legs shake under my own weight, refusing to support me long enough to reach the stirrup. Varath bears most of my weight again, lifting me with careful strength until I'm seated in the saddle. I should walk for a while. The words sound foolish even as I speak them. Let the horses rest. The horses are fine. But Saras. His tone cuts through my protests. You can barely sit upright. Walking isn't an option. Pride wars with practicality as we begin moving through the snow-dusted ruins. The horses pick their way carefully between fallen stones and twisted metal, their hooves finding purchase on uncertain ground. I focus on staying balanced, on not sliding sideways out of the saddle like a sack of grain. After an hour of riding, the effort of simply remaining upright becomes too much. My vision blurs around the edges, and I feel myself swaying dangerously to one side. Stop. The word comes out weaker than I intend. I need to stop. Varath reins in immediately, dismounting before my horse has fully halted. I try to swing my leg over the saddle, to dismount with some dignity intact, but my body refuses to cooperate. Let me help. I can manage. But I can't. My legs give out the moment they touch the ground, sending me crashing to my knees in the snow. Cold seeps through my clothes immediately, and I feel the baby protest the jarring impact. Strong arms lift me before I can even attempt to stand. Varath cradles me against his chest with the same care he'd show fragile glass, and the comparison makes my throat tight with unwanted emotion. You should have left me. The confession tears out of me without permission. Back in Ashgar, at the temple, any of it, you should have walked away and let me figure it out alone. Never. The single word carries absolute finality. No hesitation, no doubt, no room for negotiation. I'm slowing you down, making everything harder. Tears I refuse to shed burn behind my eyes. You'd be better off. Stop. He settles me more securely in his arms, and I feel his heartbeat against my cheek. I'm exactly where I choose to be. He settles me against the crumbling concrete wall of what might have been a storefront once, his cloak wrapped around both of us like a cocoon. The skeletal remains of the building provide some shelter from the wind, but cold seeps through every gap in the broken walls. Better? His breath forms small clouds in the frigid air. I want to say yes, to give him something that resembles reassurance, but the world keeps shifting around the edges. Shadows move where they shouldn't. The twisted metal overhead flickers like flames. Maedra? I whisper, turning toward a corner where grey-green skin seems to materialize from nothing. You're supposed to be dead. Varath's arms tighten around me. There's no one there. But I see her clearly. Stooped shoulders, ritual scars, that knowing smile she wore when she spoke of divine flames. She gestures toward my belly with hands that smell of ash and herbs. The gods haven't forgotten, she says in her crackling voice. Even when their people do. Saras. Varath's hand cups my face, forcing me to meet his eyes. Look at me. Only at me. The vision dissolves, leaving only broken concrete and rusted rebar. I blink hard, trying to anchor myself in reality, but exhaustion pulls at my consciousness like undertow. I can't tell what's real anymore. I'm real. His thumb traces across my cheekbone. The baby's real. Everything else can wait. Another flicker of movement catches my peripheral vision. Firelight dancing between the skeletal trees, impossible warmth in this frozen wasteland. I turn toward it instinctively, and Varath follows my gaze to the empty forest. What do you see? Fire. Light. The words feel thick on my tongue. Like the flames outside the temple, the ones that burned for us. He pulls me closer, sharing his warmth as wind whistles through the broken walls. Are you scared? The question surprises me with its gentleness. Varath doesn't ask vulnerable things. He states facts, issues commands, makes declarations. But fear threads through his voice now, barely contained. Are you? A long pause stretches between us, filled only by the sound of snow hitting broken glass. I've never been more afraid in my life. The admission breaks something open in my chest. This warrior who faced down councils and cut through enemies without flinching. He's terrified. Of losing me. of losing the baby, of making the wrong choice. Because of me? Because I don't know how to save you. His voice cracks on the last word. I can fight anything with teeth and claws, but I can't fight this. I lean deeper into his warmth, feeling his heartbeat against my back. Then don't fight. Just stay. Above us, snow continues falling through the broken roof, each flake catching what little light remains. Varath shifts slightly, and I hear him whisper something in Old Orcish, words I don't recognise but understand in my bones. What are you doing? Praying. The word sounds foreign in his mouth. To the plentiful God. To whoever might be listening. His voice drops lower, becoming a rumble I feel more than hear. Maedra believed you were chosen, that our child carries something sacred. He presses his face against my hair. If that's true, if any of it matters, help her, help them both. The firelight flickers again at the edge of my vision, but this time it feels less like hallucination and more like answer. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human, happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 32. Varath. I watch Saras sway in her saddle like a reed in wind, and my jaw clenches tight enough to crack teeth. Another day of traveling, and she's worse than yesterday. Her skin carries the gray pallor of someone fighting fever, and dark circles hollow her eyes until she looks like a ghost wearing her own face. The horses struggle through deeper snow now, their hooves punching through the crust with each step. Ice crystals cling to their manes, and steam rises from their flanks despite the bitter cold. But it's not the animals I'm worried about. There! I point toward a cluster of carved stones jutting from a hillside ahead. Shelter. Saras doesn't respond, lost in whatever fever dream holds her now. I guide both horses toward the ancient alcove, first-stage stonework, carved when humans still believed their gods walked among them. The craftsmanship puts our crude orc masonry to shame, all flowing lines and symbols that seem to shift when I'm not looking directly at them. The shelter extends deeper into the hillside than it appeared from outside. Partially collapsed, yes, but the remaining walls still block wind and the carved ceiling keeps most of the snow out. I dismount and reach for Saras, catching her as she slides sideways from her saddle. Easy. Her weight settles against my chest, too light for someone carrying a child. I've got you. I ease her down onto my spread cloak, arranging it over the smoothest section of stone floor. She curls onto her side immediately, knees drawn up, hands pressed to her belly. Blood seeps through her boots where the leather has worn thin. Damn. I kneel beside her feet, working the boots off as gently as possible. The sight underneath makes my stomach clench. Raw flesh, split skin, toes gone white with cold. Why didn't you tell me it was this bad? She stirs slightly at my touch but doesn't wake, just murmurs something too soft to catch. I dig through my pack for clean cloth and the last of our medicinal supplies. The salve stings when I apply it. I know because she flinches even in sleep. But her feet need tending. An infection would kill her faster than cold or hunger. Her lips are cracked deep enough to bleed, split from dehydration and bitter wind. I dab water onto them from my water skin, watching it absorb into the damaged skin. She needs more than I can give her out here. Needs warmth, rest, proper food, a healer who knows how to care for pregnant women. Memories rise unbidden as I work. Corin, my youngest brother, dying of fever after a dark elf raid. The elders refusing to waste resources on weak blood. My father's voice. Warriors don't weep for the fallen. They honor them by becoming stronger. I'd believed that once. Believed strength meant cutting away anything that made you vulnerable. The irony tastes bitter now. Here I am, tending wounds and whispering prayers like the softest of healers. The council would laugh if they could see me. Jara would call it fitting justice. Even Gargan might shake his head and mutter about warriors gone soft. Let them all rot in their certainty while I choose what matters. Saras stirs as I finish wrapping her feet, eyelids fluttering open. For a moment she stares at me without recognition, fever bright and confused. Then awareness filters back. Vargath! Her voice comes out cracked and raw. Where? Shelter. Old human ruins. I settle the blanket more securely around her shoulders. How do you feel? Like I've been trampled. She tries to sit up, then thinks better of it. How long was I asleep? Most of the day. You've been talking in your sleep. A flush creeps up her neck despite the cold. What did I say? Nothing clear. Mostly just murmurs. I don't mention the time she called my name, or the way she reached for me, even unconscious. She shifts restlessly, wincing as movement pulls at her injuries. I dreamed of you. The admission surprises me. Just now? No. Before. Her eyes focus on something beyond the carved walls. Before we met. Nights before the diplomatic summit where I first saw you. My hands still on the medical supplies. What kind of dreams? Strange ones. Vivid. She pulls the blanket closer as if the memory makes her cold. I dreamed of an orc warrior with burn scars and braided hair, standing in firelight, reaching for me. The description sends ice through my veins. What else? You spoke my name, called me yours. Her voice drops to barely a whisper. I woke up aching for someone I'd never met. I stare at her, mind racing. Dreams aren't prophecy, except when they are. Maedra believed in signs, in divine intervention. She'd have called this fate. When I first saw you at the summit, Saras continues, it was like recognition, like I'd been waiting for you without knowing it. You never mentioned this before. Would you have believed me? She meets my eyes directly. Would you have stayed that night if I'd told you I dreamed of you first? The question hangs between us like smoke. Would I have? Or would I have run faster, convinced she was either mad or trying to manipulate me? I don't know, I admit. Well, it really happened, she grumbles. A smile tugs at the corner of my mouth, the first genuine one I've felt in days. I haven't stopped dreaming of you since. Her eyes widen slightly, as if she expected deflection or another wall thrown up between us. Instead, she reaches for my hand, her fingers cold but steady as they find mine. When she squeezes, it's tentative at first, then firmer as I squeeze back. Our fingers intertwine naturally, her smaller hand fitting against mine like it was carved to match. Hope. That's what this feels like. Fragile and fierce at once, burning bright in a world that's tried its best to snuff it out. Good, she whispers. I was starting to worry I was the only one losing sleep. I bring her hand to my lips, pressing a gentle kiss to her knuckles. Her skin tastes like salt and determination. Never just you. The wind picks up outside our shelter, howling through gaps in the ancient stonework. Snow swirls past the entrance in ghostly spirals, reminding me we can't stay here long. Dawn will bring pursuit, if it hasn't already. Rest while I work. I release her hand reluctantly, already missing the warmth. We need food and heat, but we can't risk staying more than one night. I venture back into the storm long enough to check the snares I set earlier. The wire loops are simple but effective. Old techniques my father taught me before politics poisoned everything between us. 2 fat rabbits hang limp in the cold, their fur already stiffening. Not much, but enough to keep us alive another day. Back inside, I build a small fire in the deepest corner of the shelter, banking it with stones to contain both light and smoke. The flames catch quickly on dry kindling I gathered from dead branches, casting dancing shadows on the carved walls. Ancient human faces seem to watch us from the stone, their expressions shifting with the firelight. Saras watches me skin and prepare the rabbits, her eyes heavy but alert. You're good at this. Survival? I thread meat onto makeshift spits. Had to learn young. The clan doesn't coddle anyone, not even a chieftain's heir. No, taking care of people. She shifts closer to the fire, pulling my cloak tighter around her shoulders. It's not what I expected from the stories. What stories? The ones about orc warleaders. All blood and brutality. No, tenderness. The meat sizzles as fat drips into the flames. Maybe those stories got it wrong. Or maybe, she says softly, you're different than they thought you'd be. When the food is ready, we eat in comfortable silence. The rabbit is tough and gamey, but it's hot and fills the hollow ache in our bellies. Saras manages half her portion before exhaustion claims her again. That night, we sleep tangled together beneath my furs, heartbeat to heartbeat. Her back curves against my chest, my arm draped protectively over the swell where our child grows. Every breath she takes, I feel. Every small movement sends warmth through me. For the first time since leaving Ashgar, I allow myself to believe we might actually survive this.
Chapter 33. Saras. Pain tears through my belly like a blade heated in forge fire, ripping me from sleep with a gasp that echoes off the ancient stone walls. My eyes snap open to darkness broken only by the dying embers of our fire, and for a moment I think I'm still dreaming, until the agony crests again, stealing my breath entirely. My hands fly to my stomach, finding it rigid as iron beneath my palms. The baby. Oh gods, the baby is... Wetness spreads beneath me, soaking through my clothes and into the furs. Cold liquid that makes the already bitter air bite deeper into my skin. I shift slightly, trying to understand what's happening, and feel more warmth trickling down my thighs. No. My voice comes out strangled, barely a whisper. No, not now, not here. Another contraction builds like thunder rolling across mountains, starting deep in my back and wrapping around my belly until I can't breathe, can't think, can't do anything but ride the wave of pain. My teeth clench so hard my jaw aches. This isn't how it's supposed to happen. Not in a freezing ruin with no healer, no supplies, no... Ah! The cry tears from my throat before I realise it, sharp and desperate in the enclosed space. Varath bolts upright beside me, instantly alert in that way warriors learn when death might come calling at any moment. His hand moves to where his axe should be before his eyes focus on me writhing in the furs. Saras? His voice carries the rough edge of someone dragged from deep sleep. What's wrong? I try to form words, but another contraction builds before the last one fully fades. This baby doesn't care about timing or safety, or the fact that we're fugitives hiding in ruins. This baby has decided now is the moment to enter the world, and my body is responding whether I want it to or not. It's happening, I whisper through clenched teeth, reaching for his hand with fingers that shake from more than cold. The baby, it's coming. His eyes widen, pupils dilating in the dim light as understanding hits him. For a moment he looks as terrified as I feel, this massive warrior whose face-down armies suddenly rendered speechless by the reality of birth. Now? The word comes out strangled. Here? I don't think we get a choice. Another wave of pain crashes over me, and I squeeze his hand hard enough that my knuckles go white. My water broke. The contraction started. This is really happening. He stares down at the spreading wetness beneath me, then back at my face. I watch him swallow hard, see the moment when training kicks in and pushes panic aside. His jaw sets in that stubborn line I've come to know so well. Vargath moves with the efficiency of someone accustomed to battlefield triage, though his hands shake as he strips blankets from our makeshift bed. The ancient stone offers no comfort, but he layers every scrap of fabric we have across the ground, creating a nest of warmth in this frozen tomb. Water, he mutters, more to himself than me. Clean cloth. Something to... Another contraction builds like a storm surge, and this time I can't contain the scream that rips from my throat. The sound bounces off the carved walls, multiplying until it seems like a chorus of agony echoing through the ruins. Gods, he whispers, dropping to his knees beside me. His massive hand finds my forehead, surprisingly gentle as he wipes away the sweat that beads despite the cold. Breathe with me, in, out. The Orcish words wash over me like a lullaby, though I barely understand them. His voice carries a tenderness I've never heard before, as if he's speaking to something precious and breakable. Blood stains the blankets beneath me now, dark against the pale wool. Too much blood. The metallic scent fills the air, mixing with the musty smell of ancient stone and the acrid smoke from our dying fire. Something's wrong. My voice comes out hoarse, raw from screaming. There's too much blood, isn't there? Tell me the truth. His jaw tightens, but he doesn't lie to me. I don't know. This isn't something they teach warriors. Terror claws at my chest worse than any contraction. This baby, this impossible child that brought us together and tore us apart, might die here in this forgotten place. Or I might, or both of us. Vargath. I grab his wrist with both hands, nails digging into his scarred skin. Promise me something. Anything. If it comes down to choosing, me or the baby, you save the child. His face goes white beneath the olive skin, tusks flashing as his mouth opens in immediate protest. No, don't ask me that. I'm not asking. Another wave of pain steals my breath, but I force the words out between gasps. I'm telling you, this baby matters more than I do. This baby is the future, is hope, is... You think I could live in a world without you? His voice cracks like breaking stone. You think I could hold our child and not see your face every day? Not hear your voice in their laugh? You'll have to. I squeeze his hand tighter, feeling another contraction building. Promise me, Vargath. No matter what happens, you save our child.
Chapter 34. Vargath. Another scream tears from Saras' throat, raw and primal, bouncing off the carved stone until the ancient walls seem to weep with her agony. Her back arches against the makeshift bed of furs, hands clawing at the blankets as another contraction seizes her body like a vice. I kneel beside her, helpless as a child watching lightning strike. My hands hover over her sweat-slicked skin, wanting to ease her pain, but knowing nothing I do will matter. The blood beneath her has spread wider, dark stains that make my stomach clench with dread. Breathe, I whisper, the word feeling hollow even as it leaves my lips. Just breathe with me. I can't. Her voice breaks on a sob. Something's wrong, Vargath. The pain is too much, too fast. This isn't how it should. Another contraction cuts off her words, and she doubles forward with a cry that makes my chest feel like it's splitting open. I've heard warriors scream as they died, heard the sounds men make when steel finds bone, but nothing has ever torn at me like listening to her suffer. My hands shake as I reach for her, one palm settling against her forehead, while the other finds her fingers. Her grip could crack stone, but I barely feel it. All I can focus on is the way her face contorts with each wave of pain, the way her breath comes in sharp, desperate gasps. "You're strong," I murmur in Orcish, then switch to Common when I remember she needs to understand. "Stronger than any warrior I've known. You can do this." She laughs, but it comes out bitter and broken. "Can I?" Because it feels like I'm dying. The words hit me like a warhammer to the chest. I open my mouth to reassure her, to lie if necessary, when the crunch of footsteps on frozen ground cuts through the air outside our shelter. I freeze, every muscle tensing as I strain to listen. The sound comes again, deliberate footfalls on snow and scattered stone, too heavy to be anything but orcs. Multiple sets, moving with the careful coordination of a hunting party. Saras's eyes widen, pain momentarily forgotten as fear takes its place. "Vargath?" I'm already moving, rising to my feet in one fluid motion, as my hand finds the familiar weight of my axe. The worn leather grip feels like an old friend in my palm. The steel head, reflecting a sliver of light, shines in through the cave entrance. "Stay down," I growl, stepping between her and the mouth of our shelter. "Whatever happens, don't move." The footsteps grow closer, accompanied now by the low murmur of Orcish voices. I count at least 4, maybe 5 distinct speakers. My jaw clenches as I recognize the cadence. These aren't random travelers or lost scouts. This is a hunting party moving with purpose. A shadow crosses the entrance, then another. I plant my feet wide, axe raised, and let a warning snarl build in my throat. "That's close enough." My voice booms through the ruins, carrying the authority I learned commanding warbands. "Turn around and leave, and you might live to see another dawn." A harsh laugh echoes from outside, followed by the distinctive sound of weapons being drawn. Behind me, Saras whimpers as another contraction hits, the sound barely audible but enough to make my blood sing with protective fury. 2 humans and an orc step out of the crowd and into view, their forms silhouetted against the pale winter light. I tighten my grip on my axe, muscles coiled to strike, but something in their posture gives me pause. No weapons drawn, no aggressive stance. The human woman, auburn hair braided back, practical leathers worn soft with use, raises both hands in a gesture of peace. Her voice carries calm authority when she speaks. "We're not here to hurt anyone. We heard screaming and thought..." Her gaze flicks between me and the shelter behind me. "We thought an orc was harming a human woman." The words hit me like molten iron poured down my throat. A roar builds in my chest, primal and furious. My vision narrows to red-edged focus as I take a step forward, axe raised. "No one touches her!" The snarl tears from my throat with enough force to make loose stones skitter across the ground. "No one speaks of her that way. She's not some victim for you to rescue." The human man beside the woman shifts nervously, hand moving toward his blade. But the orc, tall, scarred with the bearing of a seasoned warrior, studies me with calculating eyes. His tusks gleam as he speaks, voice measured and thoughtful. "They're mates." The simple statement hits harder than expected. My spine goes rigid, denial rising hot and fierce in my chest. "We are not..." I begin, but the words stick in my throat. "You are," the orc continues, unperturbed by my bristling. "I can smell it on you both. I don't know what nonsense you're spouting, but it's not nonsense." His voice cuts through my protest with quiet certainty. "You've claimed her, marked her, whether you admit it or not." Heat floods my face, part shame, part rage. "That's none of your business. Leave. Now." The human woman takes a step forward, ignoring my raised weapon. "We're not here to judge anyone's choices. We just want to help." "We don't need help from..." "Shut up!" The scream tears through the air behind me, raw with agony and fury. "Both of you, just shut up!" I spin around to see Saras doubled over, her face twisted in pain as another contraction rips through her. Blood has soaked through the furs beneath her, more than before, and panic claws at my throat. Without hesitation, the human woman pushes past me, dropping to her knees beside Saras. Her hands move like she's done this 1,000,000 times, checking pulse points and examining the birthing area with the calm competence of a midwife. "I'm Kayla," she says gently, meeting Saras's pain-glazed eyes, "and you're going to be okay."
Chapter 35. Saras. The world has narrowed to fire and pressure, my body no longer my own, but something wild and primal that demands everything I have left to give. The pain crashes over me in waves that leave no room for thought, no space for anything but the desperate need to survive each contraction as it tears through me. "Breathe with me." Kayla's voice cuts through the haze, steady and sure. Her hands rest on my knees, warm and calloused like someone who's done this before. In through your nose, out through your mouth. That's it. I try to follow her rhythm, but another contraction builds like a storm surge, and I can't do anything but scream as it crests. My back arches off the furs with muscles I didn't even know I had clenching, until I think I might snap in half. "Good," Kayla says, as if my animal sounds of agony are somehow exactly what she wants to hear. "That's your body working. Don't fight it." A second human woman appears beside me. When did she arrive? Her face is kind but unfamiliar, hair escaping from a practical braid. She takes my left hand in both of hers, her grip firm enough to anchor me. "You're doing beautifully," she murmurs, squeezing my fingers as another wave builds. "I'm Brittany. I've got you." On my other side, Varath kneels like a statue carved from stone, his face drained of all colour except for the stark contrast of his dark eyes. When I reach for him, my hand finds his immediately, and I crush his fingers with everything I have as the pain peaks again. He doesn't flinch, doesn't pull away, just lets me use him as my anchor, while his free hand hovers over my shoulder like he wants to touch me, but doesn't know if he should. "I need to push," I gasp between contractions, the urge so overwhelming it drowns out everything else. "I need to—" "Not yet." Kayla's voice is firm but gentle. "Pant for me instead. Short breaths. The baby's almost ready, but not quite." "I can't." The next contraction hits before I can finish, and I bear down instinctively, my body making the choice for me. Varath's hand tightens around mine, his knuckles white where I'm grinding his bones together. "You can," he says roughly, leaning closer until his breath warms my ear. "You're the strongest person I know." Liar. I manage through gritted teeth, but the words carry no heat. Kayla shifts between my legs, her expression focused as she examines me. "All right, on the next contraction, I want you to push. Really push this time. The head's crowning." The pressure builds again, different this time, lower, more intense, like my body is trying to turn itself inside out. I grip both hands holding mine and push with everything I have, a sound tearing from my throat that doesn't seem human. "Perfect!" Kayla's voice carries excitement now. "I can see the head, dark hair, just like yours." Tears stream down my face, though whether from pain or relief I can't tell. Mira wipes my forehead with a damp cloth that feels like heaven against my burning skin. Outside the cave, the rhythmic scrape of boots on stone tells me the orcs maintain their watch, weapons ready against whatever might emerge from the wilderness. Their low voices carry on the wind, protective, vigilant, foreign words that somehow sound like prayers. The pressure builds again, different from before. Final. My body knows what it needs to do even as my mind fractures with exhaustion. One more. Kayla's voice cuts through the chaos. "You've got this." I don't have anything left. My muscles shake with fatigue, my throat raw from screaming, my hands cramped from gripping Varath and Brittany like lifelines. But something deeper than strength takes over, something primal and ancient that doesn't care about my limitations. I scream and push with everything I have left, every fibre of my being focused on this single, impossible task. The world narrows to fire and pressure and the desperate need to bring this life into existence. And then, a cry. Sharp. Alive. Furious. The sound hits me like a physical blow, so perfect and real that I sob before I can stop myself. My body goes limp against the furs, every muscle releasing at once as relief floods through me. There we go. Kayla's voice carries pure joy as she lifts something small and red and writhing. Look at him. Look at your son. She places him against my chest, this tiny, slippery creature who's been living inside me for months, and suddenly he's real. His skin is dark like mine, but with Vargath's olive undertones, and he's covered in blood and vernix and absolutely perfect. His cries fill the cave, demanding and alive, and I can't stop laughing through my tears. Hello, little one, I whisper, my voice breaking. Hello, my brave boy. Vargath drops to his knees beside us like his strings have been cut. His hands hover over the baby, shaking so violently I can see the tremor from here. When he finally touches our son, just one finger against the tiny fist, his breath catches audibly. He's so small, he says roughly, wonder thick in his voice. He's perfect, I correct, shifting the baby slightly so Vargath can see his face better. Look at his eyes. Dark eyes, already focusing with that intense newborn stare that seems to see everything and nothing at once. He quiets at the sound of our voices, tiny mouth working as if he's trying to speak. Vargath leans down slowly, his massive frame folding until his lips brush against my forehead. The kiss is featherlight, reverent, like he's afraid I might shatter if he presses too hard. When he pulls back, his dark eyes shine with something I've never seen before. Pure, unguarded joy mixed with awe. You did it, he whispers, voice thick with emotion. You were magnificent. I laugh, the sound hearty and genuine despite my exhaustion. Magnificent? I screamed loud enough to wake every predator within 10 miles and probably crushed your hand to powder. You gave me a son. His gaze drops to the baby nestled against my chest, tiny fist curled around my finger. I've seen warriors charge into battle against impossible odds, but what you just did. He shakes his head, wonder clear in his expression. What I just did was survive something you couldn't even attempt. I shift the baby slightly, wincing as my body reminds me of everything it's just endured. Let's see you push something the size of a melon through an opening the size of a grape. Vargath chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest like distant thunder. You're right. I'm man enough to admit I'd probably faint at the first contraction. Probably? I raise an eyebrow, grinning despite my fatigue. You went pale as winter snow just watching. Fair point. He reaches out tentatively, stroking one finger along the baby's downy hair. I'd have been useless. Good thing you're tougher than any warrior I know. The baby makes a soft sound, mouth working against my skin as he searches for food. Everything about him feels impossibly delicate. His paper-thin eyelids, the translucent quality of his fingernails, the way his tiny chest rises and falls with each breath. He's hungry, I murmur, adjusting my position carefully. Vargath's arms come around both of us then, enveloping us in warmth and the familiar scent of leather and steel. His embrace is gentle but protective, like he's creating a fortress with his body alone. Rest now, he says softly, lips brushing against my temple. Both of you. You've done enough for one lifetime. I lean into his strength, feeling the last of my adrenaline drain away. The cave suddenly feels smaller, cozier, filled with the quiet sounds of our breathing and the baby's contented murmurs.
Chapter 36. Vargath. I positioned myself between Saras and the cave mouth, every muscle coiled tight as a bowstring. The baby's soft breathing mingles with Saras's exhausted sighs, and I catalog every sound, every shift in their breathing patterns. My hand rests on my axe hilt, not drawn, but ready. When Brittany approaches with a clean cloth, I step sideways, blocking her path. "She's fine," I growl, not taking my eyes off the cave entrance where shadows dance in the firelight. "I just wanna—" "She's fine." Kayla shoots me a look that could melt steel. "Vargath, she needs to be cleaned up. They're still bleeding, and the baby should be examined." "I can see him breathing. He's perfect." My grip tightens on the axe. No one else needs to touch them. The scrape of boots on stone makes me whirl toward the entrance, but it's only Drokar stepping into the flickering light. His scarred face carries the weight of command and something harder, urgency that sets my teeth on edge. "We need to move," he says without preamble. "Nightfall brings patrols. Dark elf hunting parties have been spotted 2 valleys over." "She's not moving." The words come out flat, final. "Look at her." I gesture toward Saras, who lies pale and spent against the furs, our son cradled against her chest. Blood still stains the blankets beneath her, and her hands shake when she tries to lift her head. "She just gave birth," I continue, my voice dropping to a dangerous rumble. "She's bleeding, weak, barely conscious. You want me to throw her on a horse and ride through enemy territory?" Drokar's jaw tightens. "I want you to think beyond the next hour. Every moment we stay here increases the risk of discovery. If we're found, none of this matters. If I move her now, she could bleed out before we reach wherever you think is safe." I step closer, using my height to loom over him. "That's not a risk. That's a certainty. You're being emotional." The accusation hits like a slap. Heat flares through my chest, and I bare my teeth. "Emotional? I'm being practical. You're the one acting out of fear." Drokar's eyes flash. "Fear? I'm trying to keep us all alive. You're so focused on protecting them that you're blind to the larger threat." "The larger threat?" I laugh, the sound harsh in the confined space. "The larger threat is you pushing us to move before she's stable. You want to risk 3 lives to maybe avoid a danger that might not even come." "Might not." Drokar takes a deep breath, visibly controlling himself. "There are orc patrols from 3 different clans sweeping these mountains. Raiders who would kill her for sport and take the baby for gods. Know what purpose? This cave offers no real protection. It offers more protection than the open road with a woman who can barely sit up. She's stronger than you think." "She's human!" The words explode from me, louder than I intend. Behind me, the baby makes a soft sound of distress, and I immediately lower my voice. "She's human, and she just pushed our son into the world with nothing but will and fury. Her body needs time to recover, not more trauma." Drokar crosses his arms, scars pulling tight across his massive frame. "And while we wait for her to recover, how many search parties narrow their circle around us? How many scouts pick up our trail? Then you leave, take your people and go. We'll follow when she's ready. That's not how this works. It is now. Enough." Kayla's voice slices through our argument like a blade through leather. Both Drokar and I turn toward her, mouths still open with unspoken retorts. She stands with her hands on her hips, firelight casting sharp shadows across her face. "You're both acting like children fighting over the last piece of meat." My jaw clenches. "This isn't—" "Stop." She holds up a hand, and something in her tone makes me swallow the words. "You want to know what the real danger is? It's this fire. Every minute we keep it burning, we might as well be sending smoke signals to every patrol within 10 miles. Drokar crosses his arms. "Which is why we need to move. And you," Kayla rounds on him, "want to throw a woman who just gave birth onto a horse and hope she doesn't bleed out before we reach safety. Brilliant strategy." Heat flares in my chest, vindication mixing with protective fury. "Exactly what I've been—" "You're not innocent either." Her attention snaps back to me, standing there growling like a cornered bear instead of thinking. Both of you are so busy measuring your tusks that you're missing the obvious solution. I open my mouth to argue, but she's already moving toward the wagon outside. Through the cave entrance, I watch her start pulling supplies from the bed. Blankets, water skins, dried meat. "Empty the wagon," she calls over her shoulder. "We carry what we need. Saras and the baby ride." The simplicity of it hits me like a warhammer to the skull. My shoulders drop as the tension bleeds out of them. Behind me, I hear Saras shift against the furs, and I turn to see her watching us with exhausted but alert eyes. Drokar rubs the bridge of his nose. The wagon will slow us down on rough terrain. Not as much as a dead woman would. Kayla dumps an armload of supplies onto the ground outside. We stick to the old trade routes where the wheels can handle it. Avoid the mountain passes. I look between them, feeling foolish for not thinking of it myself. The horses can pull a wagon easily enough. Exactly. Kayla disappears back outside, her voice carrying through the cave mouth. We redistribute the weight, keep the fire low, and move before full dark. Drokar considers this, his scarred face thoughtful. After a long pause, he nods. It could work. Relief floods through me, followed immediately by guilt for not thinking clearly. I've been so focused on protecting Saras that I'd forgotten how to actually solve problems. My hands shake slightly as I kneel beside her, checking the baby's breathing for the 100th time. Kayla reappears in the entrance, dusting off her hands with a satisfied expression. She catches Saras's eye and winks. Never trust an orc to get a woman's job done. The sound that escapes Saras is barely recognizable at first, a soft hiccup that grows into something warmer. Laughter, weak and breathless, but unmistakably real.
Chapter 37. Saras. The wagon's gentle rocking pulls me between sleep and waking like waves against a shore. Each bump in the road sends a dull ache through my core, but it's manageable, nothing compared to the fire of labour or the sharp agony of Jara's blade. My son sleeps against my chest, his tiny fist curled around my finger. I study his face in the dim light filtering through the canvas cover, Vargath's strong jaw already evident, but my nose, my mouth. A perfect blend of two worlds that shouldn't fit together, but somehow do. "How are you feeling?" Kayla's voice is soft as she adjusts the blanket around my shoulders. "Like I've been trampled by a herd of warhorses." I shift carefully, careful not to pull at my stitches. "But alive." She checks the baby's breathing, her touch gentle but practiced. "He's beautiful, strong lungs, good colour. You did well." I screamed like a banshee. "That's what you're supposed to do." Kayla grins, tucking the blanket more securely around us both. Any woman who gives birth quietly is either dead or lying. Through the wagon's opening, I watch Vargath's broad shoulders moving beside us. He hasn't mounted his horse once since we started moving, just walks with that predatory grace, head turning constantly to scan the tree line. "He's going to wear himself out," I murmur. Kayla follows my gaze. "He's terrified. I've seen it before, new fathers who've nearly lost everything. They think if they stop watching, stop protecting, it'll all disappear." "Have you seen many like us?" I ask her. "Human women with orc children?" "More than you'd think. Less than there should be." She settles beside me, voice dropping lower. "That's what we do, Drokar and I. Find people caught between worlds. Some come willingly, running from arranged marriages or empty lives. Others are taken, stolen for reasons that have nothing to do with love. The baby stirs against my chest, making soft sounds. I adjust his position, and he settles back into sleep. "And you protect them all?" "We try. Sometimes we're too late. Sometimes politics get in the way. But we've built something, a place where mixed families can exist without shame." A branch snaps somewhere in the forest, and I watch Vargath's hand drift to his axe before he identifies the source as a deer. His shoulders remain tense even after the animal bounds away. "What about you?" I ask. "How did you and Drokkar?" "That's a story for when you're stronger." Kayla's smile carries shadows I don't understand yet. "Right now, you need to focus on healing and feeding this little one when he wakes up." As if summoned by her words, my son begins to fuss, his face scrunching with the promise of a hungry cry. I loosen my shirt, grateful for the wagon's privacy, as he latches on with surprising strength. "Natural," Kayla observes approvingly. "Some babies struggle at first, but he knows exactly what he wants. Gets that from his father." The words come out fondly, surprising me with their warmth. Vargath's voice carries from outside, a low rumble as he speaks with Drokkar about the route ahead. Even exhausted and walking, there's authority in his tone, the bearing of a man accustomed to command. "He chose you," Kayla says quietly, watching my face as I nurse. "Over everything, tradition, position, safety. That's not nothing. He chose us after nearly losing us." I stroke the baby's downy hair. "I'm not sure that's the same thing." "Isn't it? Sometimes it takes almost losing something to realise what it means." The wagon hits a rut, jostling us gently. My son doesn't even pause in his feeding, completely content in this small bubble of warmth and safety we've created. The scent of roasted meat and herbs drifts through the evening air as we settle into camp. My stomach responds with an embarrassing growl that makes Kayla laugh. "That's the best sound I've heard all day," she says, ladling thick stew into a wooden bowl. "Your body's been through hell. It needs fuel to heal." I accept the bowl gratefully, surprised by how eagerly I dig in. The meat is tender, seasoned with unfamiliar spices. For weeks, food has been an afterthought, something to choke down for the baby's sake. Now I actually taste it. This is incredible. I glance toward where Drokkar tends the fire, adding more herbs to the pot. I didn't know orcs could cook like this. "Most can't," Kayla admits with a grin. "Drokkar's got hidden talents. Drives him mad when I tease him about it." Across the fire, Vargath catches my eye and nods toward my bowl. "Eat more," he says simply, but there's satisfaction in his expression as he watches me take another spoonful. It's such a small thing, being encouraged to eat rather than having food thrown at me like scraps. But after months of barely surviving, kindness feels revolutionary. The other humans in their group, a young couple who introduce themselves as Marcus and Elena, chat quietly as they clean their weapons. No one stares at my mixed-blood son. No one whispers about contamination or shame. They simply exist around us, comfortable and accepting. "Your son's beautiful," Elena says when she notices me watching. "Look at those strong little hands." I glance down at my baby, sleeping peacefully in my arms after his feeding. His tiny fingers are indeed perfectly formed, neither fully human nor fully orc, but uniquely his own. "Thank you." The words come easier than they have in months. As full darkness settles around our camp, Vargath approaches and extends his hands. "May I?" I hesitate only briefly before transferring our son to his father's arms. Vargath settles beside the fire, cradling the baby with surprising gentleness for such massive hands. The firelight catches the ritual scars along his arms, painting them in gold and shadow. "He's so small," Vargath murmurs, voice filled with wonder. "How can something so small be so perfect?" "Babies have a way of being exactly what they need to be," Kayla observes, settling beside me with her own bowl of stew. I watch Vargath's face as he studies our son, the fierce warrior completely undone by 10 pounds of sleeping infant. There's no shame in his expression now, no conflict about tradition or propriety. Just a father discovering his child. For the first time, I'm not afraid. Not of tomorrow, not of being alone, not of raising a child caught between worlds. The hardest part, the running, the hiding, the nearly dying, it's behind us now. I lean back against the fallen log Kayla positioned for my comfort, feeling something I'd forgotten existed. Peace.
Chapter 38. Vargath. The settlement spreads before us like something from a fever dream, but one born of hope rather than desperation. Stone foundations rise from cleared earth, supporting timber frames that speak of permanence. Gardens flourish between the buildings, tended by human and orc hands alike. Children play in the central square, their laughter carrying on the wind without fear. This isn't the ragged collection of outcasts the Ashgar Council described. This is a community. "Welcome to Sanctuary," Drokar rumbles beside me, pride evident in his voice. I study the defensive positions, well planned with clear sight lines and multiple escape routes. But the walls are built for protection, not imprisonment. The guards I spot move with purpose, not paranoia. The reports made it sound like a few desperate families hiding in ruins, I admit. Let them underestimate us. His scarred face splits into a grin. Makes it easier when they finally decide we're worth crushing. Kayla appears at Saras' side, helping her down from the wagon with practiced care. Our son stirs in his mother's arms, but doesn't wake. "Your new home," Kayla says, gesturing toward a modest hut near the settlement's heart. "Nothing fancy, but it's yours." The structure is solid. Stone foundation, thick timber walls, a proper hearth sending smoke curling from the chimney. Real windows with actual glass, not just hide coverings. After months of running and hiding, it looks like a palace. Sarah steps inside first, running her fingers along the smooth wooden doorframe. The interior is simple but complete. A bed with thick furs, a table and chairs, shelves for belongings we don't yet have. "It's perfect," she breathes, turning to face me. "Our first real home." She leans against my chest, careful not to jostle the baby, and I wrap my arms around them both. The weight of her trust still surprises me. This woman who should hate everything I represent, choosing to build a life with me. "Finally," she whispers against my neck. "We can actually begin." The rhythm of days finds me quickly. Dawn brings training with Drokar's warriors, a mix of orcs and humans who fight with coordinated precision that would shame most traditional war bands. Midday means construction work, raising new buildings as more families arrive seeking sanctuary. Evening is patrol duty, walking the perimeter with eyes sharp for threats that never seem to materialize. But my world truly starts when I return home each night. Saras greets me at the door, our son, Theron we've named him, growing stronger in her arms each day. She's regained the weight she lost during our escape, color returning to her cheeks as safety allows her body to heal. "He rolled over today," she announces one evening, pride lighting her features. Completely by accident, but still. I kneel beside them, watching Theron's unfocused eyes track movement across the room. His tiny hand wraps around my finger with surprising strength. "Growing too fast," I murmur. "That's what babies do." But Saras' voice carries the same wonder that fills me when I look at him. Weeks blur into months. I learn the names of our neighbors, Marcus and Elena, who arrived 3 months before us. Old Henrik, a human blacksmith who teaches orc apprentices without complaint. Yara, an orc midwife who delivered twins to a mixed couple last spring. No one stares when Saras and I walk together. No one whispers about contamination or forbidden unions. The children who play with Theron as he grows don't see him as an abomination, just another baby to fuss over and protect. "This place," I tell Drokar one evening as we check the watch rotation, "it shouldn't work." But it does. He adjusts a guard post, ensuring clear sight lines to the forest edge. "You know why?" I shake my head, genuinely curious. "Choice." He turns to face me, expression serious. "Every person here chose to be here, chose to try something different. That changes everything." I think of Ashgar's rigid hierarchies, its arranged matings and prescribed roles. Of Jara, who never chose me but expected to own me anyway. Of the council elders who saw Saras as a threat to traditions they'd never questioned. The old ways demand obedience, I say slowly. This way demands courage. Drokar clasps my shoulder. Much harder, much better. The communal hall buzzes with conversation and the clatter of wooden bowls against rough-hewn tables. Families cluster around the long benches, human and orc voices blending in a symphony that would have sounded like chaos to my old ears. Now it sounds like home. I carry my portion of roasted venison and root vegetables to where Kayla sits, reviewing supply lists by lamplight even during the evening meal. Saras occupies herself with Theron across the hall, surrounded by a knot of women who fuss over him like he's the settlement's collective grandson. Mind if I sit? I gesture to the empty space beside Kayla. Course not. She shifts her papers aside, making room. How are you settling in? I watch Saras laugh at something Elena whispers, her face bright with genuine joy. The sound cuts through the dining hall's noise effortlessly, sharp, clean, impossible to ignore. Better than I deserve. Kayla follows my gaze. She looks happy. She is. First time I've seen her truly happy since... I trail off, unwilling to voice the memories of Ashgar's dungeons. Since you found each other again. The words are weighted with understanding. Kayla knows what it costs to start over, to choose love over safety, to build something new from the wreckage of what came before. I clear my throat, suddenly finding the venison fascinating. I never thanked you properly, for what you did in that cave, for not turning away when you could have. You don't need to. I do. I meet her eyes, letting her see the sincerity there. You saved them both. My son exists because you weren't afraid to help. Kayla's smile carries the weight of old wounds healed over. We all needed saving once. The simplicity of it hits me like a warhammer to the chest. She's right. Every person in this hall carries scars, visible or hidden. The orc couple at the corner table who fled their clan's blood feuds. The human family whose village burned in a dark elf raid. Marcus, whose own people cast him out for defending an orc child. All of us broken, all of us choosing to heal together. Across the hall, Saras catches my eye and waves, her expression soft with contentment. Theron gurgles in her arms, reaching for the wooden toy old Henrik carved him. The women around her include him in their conversation as if he's always belonged there, as if mixed children are the most natural thing in the world. In Ashgar, she would be tolerated at best. Here, she blooms. You're never going back, are you? Kayla asks quietly. The question doesn't surprise me. I've been carrying the answer in my bones for weeks now, feeling it settle deeper with each passing day. No. The word comes out steady, certain. Whatever I was there, whoever I thought I had to be, that's finished.
Chapter 39. Saras. The door swings open to reveal chaos masquerading as romance. Wildflowers, actual wildflowers, the first brave blooms of early spring, carpet our wooden floor in scattered handfuls of yellow and white. Candles of varying heights and dubious symmetry cluster on every surface, their flames dancing like drunken fireflies. The wax has clearly been shaped by hands more accustomed to wielding axes than crafting delicate things. I step inside, shaking mud from my boots, and survey the disaster with growing amusement. Well, I call toward the bedroom, where I can see Vargath's silhouette filling the doorway like a mountain deciding to visit indoors. Either we've been invaded by the world's most romantic bandits, or someone's been busy. He leans against the frame, arms crossed, looking insufferably pleased with himself. The candlelight catches the ritual scars along his forearms, turning them into rivers of gold against his dark skin. Where is Theron? The question emerges automatically. 6 months of motherhood have rewired my brain to account for our son's whereabouts, before I can appreciate romantic gestures. His mouth curves into that particular smirk I've learned means trouble of the best kind. Kayla was kind enough to keep him for the night. Laughter bubbles up from my chest. Of course she was. Did she volunteer, or did you actually have to ask? She took one look at the flowers I was carrying and practically snatched him from my arms. He pushes off from the doorframe, moving toward me with predatory grace. Something about giving us proper time to reconnect. Reconnect. I shake my head, still grinning. Is that what we're calling it? Among other things. The space between us evaporates as his hands find my waist, pulling me against the solid warmth of his chest. His mouth descends on mine with the kind of hunger that makes my knees forget their primary function. I melt into him, months of careful touches and whispered affections giving way to something rawer, more urgent. His hands map territories they've explored before, but never claimed with such confident possession. One traces my spine, while the other tangles in my hair, tilting my head to grant him better access to the sensitive spot just below my ear.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
I love you, Saras, he says, his voice rough and gravelly. Snuggling into his broad chest, I breathe a sigh. I love you too.
Chapter 40. Vargath. The morning sun filters through the gaps in the storage barn's roof as I wrestle with a stubborn wooden beam that's decided today is the perfect day to demonstrate its independence. Sweat beads along my forehead despite the cool air, and I'm beginning to suspect this particular piece of timber has personal grievances against me. You're fighting it like it insulted your mother. Saras's voice carries that particular note of amusement that means she's been watching me struggle longer than strictly necessary. I grunt, adjusting my grip on the beam. It did. Called her a weak-tusked milk drinker. Her laughter rings across the barn, bright and unguarded in a way that still catches me off guard after all these months. She approaches with a coil of rope slung over her shoulder, moving with the easy confidence of someone who's found her place in the world. Here, you stubborn orc. Let me show you how it's done. She nudges me aside with her hip, examining the beam's position with the same careful attention she once reserved for diplomatic translations. I've been building things since before you could walk properly. And yet here we are with you glowering at inanimate wood like it's personally wronged you. She threads the rope through a pulley system I hadn't even noticed, her movements economical and sure. Sometimes finesse works better than brute force. The beam slides into position with embarrassing ease. I stare at it, then at her, then back at the beam. Shut up, I mutter, which only makes her grin wider. I didn't say anything. You were thinking it very loudly. She steps closer, close enough that I catch the scent of soap and sunshine that clings to her skin. Her hand finds my chest, fingers tracing the edge of a scar visible through my open shirt. What was I thinking? The question hangs between us, loaded with the kind of heat that wraps around your body. I capture her hand, bringing it to my mouth to press a kiss against her palm. That your mate is an idiot who doesn't know when to ask for help. My mate, she repeats, testing the word like fine wine. I like the sound of that. Before I can respond properly, she's pulling me down for a kiss that tastes like morning tea and mischief. I forget about the barn, the repairs, the fact that we're supposed to be working. My hands find her waist, pulling her closer until there's no space left between us. Well, this explains why the roof repairs are taking so long. Kayla's voice digs through our private moment. Saras and I spring apart, though I keep one possessive hand at the small of her back. Drokar stands beside Kayla in the barn's entrance, arms crossed, wearing the expression of someone trying very hard not to laugh. We came to check on your progress. Should we come back later? Heat crawls up my neck, but I find I don't particularly care. Let them see. Let the whole settlement see, for that matter. I've spent too many years hiding what matters most. We're making excellent progress, I say, gesturing toward the single beam we've managed to install. As you can see, Kayla snorts. Yes, I can see exactly what kind of progress you're making. Saras buries her face against my shoulder, her laughter vibrating through my chest. The sound makes something warm and fierce settle in my ribs. Pride, maybe, or simple contentment. This is what happiness looks like. My woman laughing in my arms while our friends tease us about our terrible work ethic. Drokar's expression grows more serious as he steps further into the barn. Actually, we came to talk to you both about something. The shift in his tone makes us both straighten. Saras's hand finds mine, our fingers intertwining automatically. We've been discussing the future, Kayla says, her voice taking on the careful cadence she uses for important conversations. What we're building here, what it could become. And we want you both to be part of the inner circle, Drokar continues, to help protect others like you, like all of us. I feel Saras's grip tighten on my hand, can practically hear the wheels turning in her mind as she processes the implications. Before either of us can respond, the sound of running footsteps echoes across the settlement grounds. A young orc scout appears in the doorway, chest heaving, sweat gleaming on his brow despite the cool morning air. Drokar, he gasps, struggling to catch his breath. News from the eastern settlements. Rumors. What kind of rumors? Kayla steps forward, her healer's instincts already assessing the scout's condition. A human woman, the scout continues, still breathing hard. Marked by a goddess. They say she glows with divine light, that her touch can heal the dying. I feel Saras go very still beside me. Kayla and Drokar exchange one of those loaded looks that speaks of shared knowledge and unspoken concerns. Drokar turns back to us, his expression grave but determined. What do you say? The question carries more weight now, in the shadow of whatever these rumors might mean. I look at Saras, searching her face for doubt or hesitation. Instead, I find the same quiet resolve that carried her through imprisonment, childbirth, and every challenge since. Her grip on my hand tightens. Yes, we're in.